Check. Check, check, check. This check. 1, 2.
Good morning, everyone. Before we begin, there are a few announcements. We will be beginning shortly. All the registered delegates are requested to kindly come in and be seated. Everyone is requested to keep their mobiles in silent mode for the smooth conduct of the event. The first 2 rows in the seating arrangement, the first 2 rows are reserved for the VIPs. Others are kindly requested to be seated beyond the first 2 rows. I repeat the announcements. We are going to begin the event shortly. All the registered delegates are requested to please come in and be seated. Everyone is requested to keep their mobiles in silent mode for the smooth conduct of the event. In the seating arrangement, there are signages kept at the sides, and you will please notice that the first 2 rows are reserved for the VIPs. All the other delegates are requested to please take the seats beyond the first 2 rows. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I request all the delegates to keep their mobile in silent mode and kindly settle down. Chief guest is arriving. I request everyone to kindly settle down.
Check, 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 check.
I request all the dignitaries to kindly settle down. Delegates. Ishwari ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Our chief guest has arrived, so I request everyone to kindly settle down and keep their phone in silent mode. Kind attention, please. Our chief guest has arrived. We'll be starting in another 1 or 2 minutes. Kindly settle down. Good morning, everyone. Sabhi ko sadar namaskar. May I request everyone to please rise in honor of our national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जगति तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone. You may please be seated now. With the blessings of Almighty, it is a pleasure to welcome distinguished dignitaries, eminent speakers, participants, and all the viewers who has joined us through live telecast. I, Srijan, from Astronautical Society of India, on behalf of the organizing committee, welcome you to the inaugural function of DeSSEI, Development of Space Startup Ecosystem in India, being organized in the garden city of Bengaluru, also well established as the hub for space, defense, and IT in the country. DESI is a unique initiative to nurture and upbring the space ecosystem in the country. Astronautical Society of India, in association with ISRO, NSIL, NSpace, and DRDO, brings this pioneer conference to synergize in shaping the architecture of the next generation space sector revolution in India. The world is full of diamonds and gems, and we are fortunate to have many of them here today. To add prolific dimension to this event, it is a privilege to invite our esteemed dignitaries of the day to the dais. We invite our chief guest, Honorable Minister of State in the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship and in the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Dr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji. Secretary Department of Space, Chairman ISRO, and President ASI, Sri S. Somnath, and Chairman in Space, Dr. Pawan Kumar Goenka. I request Chairman Organizing Committee, Dr. Alok Kumar Srivastav, and Executive Secretary ASI, Dr. Vinod Kumar, to escort the dignitaries to the dais. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, in India, lighting the lamp is a traditional way of invoking the divine source for learning, sharing, and spreading knowledge. The radiance of the lit lamp symbolizes filling the sphere of consciousness with waves of knowledge. And with the hope that our DeSSEI program achieves the same, I request respected chief guest to kindly light the lamp. I also request other dignitaries on the dais to please join. Thank you, sir. Let us now seek the blessings of the Almighty on this event and everyone present here. I request Ms. Shibani Podar to render the invocation, and I request everyone to remain seated.
गजवदना गणनाथ प्रभु गजवदना गणनाथ प्रभु संकट हरना भव भय हरना वेद विधायक मोदक हस्ता विद्यादायक हे मम बन्धु विद्यादायक हे मम बन्धु गजवदना गणनाथ प्रभु प्रभु श्री शिवनंदन षण्मुख सहचा विघ्न विनाशक गुण गण पूरित धीर वीर सुर वंदित पूजित पालयमान हे करुणाकर दुरिद्र निवारण अनंतानंद सर्ववर प्रद पर्वत नंदिनी नंदन संद गणेश्वराय पशुपति नंदन परम पवित्राशक वाहन सचा गणनायक त्र्यंबक नंदिनी मंगल मूर्ति पाहि मान गणनाथ प्रभु पाहि मान गणनाथ प्रभु गजवदना गणनाथ प्रभु गजवदना गणनाथ प्रभु.
Thank you, Ms. Shibani, for the melodious rendition. Dr. Alok Kumar Srivastav has been a pillar of support for ASI for the past 2 decades in various capacities. He has religiously dedicated his time for ASI activities over and above his demanding official responsibilities. I now request Chairman of the Organizing Committee, Dr. Alok Kumar Srivastav, to welcome the gathering.
A very good morning to and warm greetings to one and all present here in this hall for this conference. I am more than grateful to stand here and welcome all the dignitaries on the dais, delegates, keynote speakers and panelists, industrialists and entrepreneurs, representative of various startups, scientists and engineers from DRDO, ISRO, INSpace, NSIL, all ASI members, and media persons available in this hall. Also, I welcome all those who are watching live us across the globe. I greet you all. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all this one-day national conference on development of a space startup ecosystem in India, abbreviated as DeSSEI. Research and growth are two pillars of any organization. research continues, and growth in the form of these reforms by Government of India makes this theme DeSSEI more meaningful, more productive, and more development friendly in coming years for space ecosystem. No experience matches the pleasure of planning, planting sapling with our own hands and then watching them mushroom into a thriving woodland. Let me welcome our respected chief guest on behalf of entire space community, Honorable Minister of State in the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Dr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji. Dr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji is an entrepreneur, technocrat, and of course, Ministry of State. He has worked at Intel as a CPU architect on the A480, 486 and Pentium microprocessor. He is the founder of BPL Mobile and founder advisor to the board of Jupiter Capital Private Limited. He has served as MP Standing Committee on Finance, member of Public Accounts Committee, member of the Joint Committee on Data Protection Bill 2019, and member of the Consultative Committee on MOE and IT, Ministry of Communication, member of the Indian Council for World Affairs. You are highly motivating, sir, and inspiring. I am very sure that you will enlighten this gathering also, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. In the journey of life, some hard paths leads to best destination eventually, literally and figuratively. Just have faith and follow on. He carved his own niche by traveling less traveled path. And today we are lucky to have him along with us. Yes, I'm talking about Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman ISRO, Sri Somnath sir, who is also President of ASI. Let's welcome our most respected and beloved Chairman, Sri Somnath sir. Please give big round of applause. Highly energetic and well-known personality throughout the globe in the rocket science. Shri Somnath sir was the director of Vikram Sarabhai Space Center and director of Liquid Propulsion System Center, project director of GSLV Mark III. He is known for his contribution to the launch vehicle design, particularly in the area of launch vehicle system engineering, structure design, structure dynamics, pyro systems, and launch vehicle integration. He has also provided the technical leadership for designing the PSLV and GSLV Mark III. He has been honored with Space Gold Medal from ASI and Performance Excellence Award 2014 and Team Excellence Award in the same year 2014 for GSLV Mark III realization. I welcome you, sir. A great space reforms took place very recently. You all will be familiar with and aware of it. And in space came into existence, whose chairman, respected Dr. Pawan Goenka ji is with us today on dais. Let me welcome with sapling Dr. Goenka ji on behalf of entire space community. Dr. Pawan Goenka ji is former MD and CEO of Mahindra and Mahindra. He had been associated with two major automobile companies, General Motors and Mahindra in his professional career. During his R&D tenure in Mahindra and Mahindra, he led the development of the Scorpio SUV, a well-known, very established vehicle. Dr. Goenka has won many awards, including FISITA Medal of Honor, an international federation well-recognized award, the Lifetime Achievement Award by Car India, and Bike India Awards for his leadership and commitment towards the progress of the Indian automotive industry. We welcome you, sir, for this gathering. Dr. Vinod Kumar, Executive Secretary, ASI, is now a well-known face in in space as Director, Promotion Directorate. He is a well-recognized figure in ASI for his wonderful effort in organizing many online events during pandemic crisis too. Apart from this, he was leading the Geo-Control Dynamics Design Division and working as DPD, Attitude and Orbit Control System in ISRO. He has developed crucial technologies for satellites and a critical mirror motion compensation technique for ISRO's meteorological satellite series. He worked in Indian Air Force and faculty in many academic institutes in Haryana. I welcome you, Dr. Vinod. He has been awarded ISRO Team Excellence Award in 2006 and 2011. It's my pleasure and privilege to welcome on behalf of entire community. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all. Without further ado, let us begin with the functionality for today. So let me call back MC Srajan, Miss Srajan.
Thank you, sir, for extending such a warm welcome to the dignitaries. Dr. Alok Kumar Srivastav, Chairman Organizing Committee, former Executive Secretary ASI, and Deputy Director Mechanical System Area at ISRO. His several developed technologies in the field of mechanical engineering, like thin film coatings and optical solar reflector, eddy current damper, paraffin actuator, and thermal cutter, mechatronic hydraulic valve, automated tensile testing are already transferred to industries. Many developed technologies in the fields of CFRP core, monolithic composite sandwich shells, and vibration isolators are ready for transfer. He has been given ISRO Team Award, ISRO Excellence Award for design, development, and realization of cryogenic coolers. We now present a sapling and welcome to Dr. Alok Kumar Srivastav. To give an introduction to our conference, DeSSEI, who could be better doing it than the dynamic mind behind this one-of-its-kind conference, the Executive Secretary ASI, Director in Space, Dr. Vinod Kumar. I request you, sir, to walk us through what this conference is all about.
Respected Sri Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji, Honorable Minister of State, Government of India, Sri S. Somnath ji, Secretary DOS, Chairman ISRO, President ASI, Dr. Pawan Goenka ji, Chairman in Space, Dr. Alok Srivastava, my mentor and friend. Space industry, academia, student and startup. I call them Antariksh Veers. My dear friends and colleagues, Namaste to all. I am pleased to introduce the DeSSEI and how it evolved over the time. We started with discussion with Indian and international space industry that are successful in the field, how you can help our new startups grow. So there was a plan that we will conduct a 2-hour session and we will do. But ASI didn't want that. ASI has something more. So we want to cover entire spectrum of the space industry. So to start with, we decided that we should add more and more panels in this. So it came development of space startup, then came ecosystem, because we want to cover full spectrum. So like policy we'll cover, decadal vision we will cover. Then there was a plan to have a ecosystem creator separate panel. So I should thank our beloved President ASI, who has reviewed it critically and told, see, time is this much, we'll club it and make Indian space startup and ecosystem creator. We are very pleased that we are having friends from 2 states. We try to contact other states as well. Probably next time we will bring them on board. So we are very happy that they are with us today. So we have a panel on Indian space startup also. Now I would like to tell you that I had a brief interaction during inauguration of InSpace headquarters with Prime Minister of India, when I briefed Shar about this event, and when I said that it is named DeSSEI, then he said, yes, we should have DeSSEI now. So that is the kind of enthusiasm, and our full community of space is remembering DeSSEI, and I'm very happy to tell you that it is received well across the student, academia, startup. On the panels, I will tell you they are critically reviewed by President ASI, Chairman ISRO, Secretary DOS, and Sri Pawan Goenka ji. He has carefully reviewed and time management. So it's really six panels are there in the day. You have to manage time. So I request all the session moderators to please stick to the time so that we don't miss anything. So these six panels, we have veterans like Indian Space Industry Panel and Ecosystem Creator is having keynote talk by Lieutenant General Bhatt. It is followed by decadal vision and plan. That is for next decade. And we are very happy that we have eminent personalities in that too. Then space economy, a major part. You should know what all the space economy is because new and new research is coming, like space material processing is coming, space tourism is coming. So on that also we have a very good panel. Then there are next panel is, this is added by Dr. Unni Krishnanji. Then Indian Space Industry Panel. How Indian Space Industry Panel can help startups. So they will deliberate on this. I'm very happy that Dr. Venkati Krishnan, our former director CBO, has kindly consented to give the keynote. Then next panel on this is Indian space policy and law. Who can be better than our beloved former Secretary DOS and Chairman ISRO? And I'm very pleased and happy to tell that Sri Kiran Kumar sir, in spite of his busy schedule, he told, fine, I will come, and he has agreed and he's coming to give the keynote on this. The next panel is the much awaited and large panel. I should thank our Chairman ISRO, President ASI, and Spaceport Sarabhai friends to formulate this panel. Lot of work goes, we discussed with them and they suggested some of the panelists, and this has come out in a nice way. So then we have a plan. When you have a six panel, you have a lot of database. So what we did, we have identified the session reporters. They will present the report to the session chair headed by Sri Prakash Rao ji. I'm very happy. They all are enthusiastic. All moderators were discussing this last 3-4 days. Please, they are for you. Please ask questions. Don't shy away. And evening time, we will have a takeaways from the DeSSEI. The session feedback will be shared around 5:30, covering all aspects of this. Happy deliberations. Jai Hind, Vande Mataram.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the spinal role the development of space startup of ecosystem can play in India. We have amidst us a charismatic and innovative leader known for his entrepreneurship, Dr. Pawan Kumar Goenka, an IIT alumnus and Harvard Business School graduate. Dr. Goenka is steering the InSpace Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center, which is the sectoral regulator for private space players. With his wealth of vision and experience, I request you, sir, to share your thoughts with us.
Thank you. Honorable Minister of State for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship and Electronics and Information Technology, Sri Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji. My colleague and mentor for the space sector, Secretary DOS, President ASI, Sri Somnath. My colleagues Vinod and Alok, other dignitaries and friends. Welcome to this conference. I'm very happy to see the room full because when we were planning this conference, we didn't know whether we are going to get enough people interested to come to a space conference like this. But clearly, space today is in vogue. We had a major event for the space sector on 10th of June in Ahmedabad for the inauguration of InSpace headquarters. And it was not major because of inauguration of headquarters, but because the Honorable Prime Minister of India laid out his vision and expectation from the space sector. Many of you were there perhaps, But I want to just repeat some of the key takeaways from Prime Minister's speech, because that, in a way, will become the basis on which we will have discussions during the day-to-day. He coined a phrase, watch this space. I think that becomes the war cry for all those who are in the space sector to see how the world watches this space. He said that even sky is not the limit if all of us who are in this room today work together to achieve that objective. He mentioned that country is launching a campaign today to make winners in private sector by space reforms. And you're all aware of the various space reforms that have happened in the last 2 or 3 years. He congratulated ISRO. Dr. Sivan was there. Mr. Somnath was there for this new turning point in the space sector, and mentioned that ISRO has taken giant steps and tried to make things rapidly for the youth of this country. He said success in space missions is pride of the country. And the role of space technology in our day-to-day life has to be to work to make space technology more accessible to common man, and there should be no space between space and common man. He also said that we have to move up from the 2% market share, and he didn't set a goal. And maybe today we can all have a deliberation, because everyone is here to see what collective goal shall we take for the space sector in India. And he also put a huge responsibility on any space to be an enabler and facilitator for the space sector, for private sector. Now let me turn to a headline that I saw in a major newspaper just 2 or 3 days ago. It said, and I've always accused media of misquoting me, so I don't want to misquote the media, so I've written it down. It said, we have a long wait before India Inc. gets space ready. And then goes on to talk about why. He talks about that Indian industry has a propensity for risk averseness. And space is not an easy business. And I might add, the financial return in space, the gestation period is very long. But he goes on to say that ISRO's technical prowess and vision, eager and ambitious private industry, the policy environment to marry the two, gives India a potential to perform very well in space. And then he said that India needs political will, financial capability, indigenous futuristic technology, and global partnerships. So I think, in a sense, this article puts in front of us all that needs to be done, all the constraints that we have in moving up in the space value chain. So let me expand on these thoughts a little bit. Let me first talk about the Prime Minister's vision. Very clear, very ambitious, very exciting. And all those who need to convert that vision into reality are in this room today. Second, ISRO has gotten us here. And I have no doubt that ISRO will take us there. My 9-month exposure to ISRO has really amazed me on what technology, what infrastructure, what people ISRO has inside. And many people outside may not really be aware of what ISRO is made of. Now let me talk about this tag that Indian industry has of risk aversion. I don't agree with it. I think the startups who are present here probably are on the other end of the pendulum. And even the large industry is not risk averse, but they have to look at the financial payback, because after all, they are answerable to their shareholders. And therefore, they don't care about a long gestation period, but they need to see a financial viability of any project. I agree 101% that space is not an easy business. No one should think that they can come into this sector and make large strides just like that. A lot of blood, sweat, and tear will be required to succeed in space. And everyone who is coming in, especially the new players, have to have the humility to know what they don't know. And they need to be willing to go to the experts, use them as mentors, use them as handholders to teach them what they don't know so that they can succeed in this sector. Political will, I don't think anybody should doubt that. It comes from the top. the Prime Minister himself has on multiple occasions talked about what he would like to see Indian space sector to do. I had an opportunity to meet him once when I took over this responsibility, and I was absolutely floored by the vision that he had and by the will and conviction that he had that space sector in India will go places, provided it puts all the ingredients together. Indigenous futuristic technology, no doubt about it. ISRO has it. ISRO will continue to work on it. And I think ISRO has much more than what most people give it credit for. What we need is a little bit more Atmanirbharta. I was just talking to the Honorable Minister that there are two areas where India is not Atmanirbhar. This is in manufacturing, not in technology. One is in electronics, where almost 100% is imported. And second is in specialty materials, advanced materials, which have to be imported in a large degree. Global partnerships, ISRO has plenty. With all the space agencies, what we need is create partnership between private sector and between private sector and agencies from outside India. And that's something that InSpace would work on. Financial capability. And I think this is an area that requires a little bit of focus. It's not so much about financial capability of the large companies, but it is about ability of the small or the startups to attract capital. India has been slow to take off on investment in space. Up until 2021, depending on which figure you believe, the cumulative investment was about $100 million. But the good news is that every year the investment is going up. 1920 was a big jump. 2021 was an increase. 21-22 is again another increase. There are 4 companies that have investment of more than $10 million. I'm waiting for the first unicorn. And once we have that first unicorn, I'm sure there'll be a beeline of investors to invest in Indian space startups. Everybody's waiting for India's SpaceX. We will have to wait a little bit. It'll happen sometime. I cannot say when, but we'll have to wait a little bit. And finally, I just want to turn to the conference. It's a very opportune time. We have 6 appropriate topics, as Vinod talked about. All stakeholders are present: ISRO, academia, government officers, politicians, large industry, small scale industry in space, and SIL. And therefore, I think what we need to do is have a serious deliberation today. We have the vision in front of us. We need to deliberate on what needs to be done to achieve that vision. The space community is very small. It fits into one conference room. So it's a very small community, and therefore it's not that difficult for us to play our role in each of the elements that we have to do to succeed in that vision. India deserves certainly a lot more in terms of space economy than $7 billion that we have today. We have to get down to the business of converting the Honorable Prime Minister's vision into a reality. What we need to avoid today is motherhood and apple pie statements and sort of tie our shoelaces and start the marathon that we have to run. Thank you very much for being present here today. I'm looking forward to the day.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your visionary thoughts with us. It is said, flaming enthusiasm, backed up by good sense of persistence, is the quality that most frequently makes for success. And it is this contagious enthusiasm and encouragement that Sri S. Somnath, Secretary, Department of Space, Chairman ISRO, and President ASI, brings to this entire team, motivating all to put in that extra bit to strive towards self-reliance and excellence. His technical expertise, leadership, extraordinary contribution in various space-related areas, technology development, and nurturing innovation is well known to all. I request you, sir, to address the gathering.
Good morning, all of you. Welcome to the National Conference on Development of Space Startups Ecosystem in India, rightly named as DeSSEI, the word coined by our Secretary himself. So congratulations for that. Honorable Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji, Minister for State in Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Dr. Pawan Goenka, Chairman in Space, Dr. Vinod Kumar, and all the Dr. Shivan, industry captains, startup captains, and all the stakeholders of the space ecosystem in this country. My hearty welcome to each one of you for this conference. And on behalf of Astronautical Society of India, we are really honored to host you for this conference, which is very timely and well described by Dr. Goenka on the context on which that we are assembling today. Astronautical Society of India has been spearheading various activities in this sector related to astronautics, let it be space, aeronautics, and the defense sector, and the applications and knowledge of astronautics to our day-to-day life. Started long back by the veterans in this sector, and this Astronautical Society of India has been growing steadily over the years with memberships from not only from ISRO and space sector, but also from defense, the aeronautics community, the industry community, academia, industries. And we are now looking at having more membership from the new actors that are coming into the sector, the space startup, as well as industries. And I welcome all you to the fold of Astronautical Society of India. And really, the societies like to play a very important role of connecting all of you and bringing all of you to a common platform where we can discuss the topics which are of great interest to us. I would like to thank our Honorable Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji for accepting our invitation to be the chief guest today and to inaugurate this conference. And I know for him, Bangalore is such a very close space, a closely known space, and he has been here for long years. And Bangalore, all of you know, it has been the capital where the space and technology centers have evolved because of the confluence of the industries and academic system which was existing here for many years. And it continues to remain one of the places where innovation, entrepreneurship, it actually grows in this country. And I am sure that he will be very happy to have it hosted here. But we would like to spread across the country, and we would like to see the space ecosystem really grow pan-India in the days to come. Also would like to thank Dr. Pavan Goenka ji, the InSpace chairman, for being here with us. Because he mentioned very clearly the goal of InSpace is to take all of you to accomplish those goals that Prime Minister of India has already laid in front of us to achieve substantial growth of the space sector from a 2% economic contribution to something much bigger. And this cannot be done without the participation of the non-governmental entities, let it be the industries, the startups, academia, and various actors that come into this sector. As a chairman ISRO and Secretary Department of Space, I would like to look at it in a way that the activity which was more confined to the Indian Space Research Organization and the funding coming from Government of India for creating the space ecosystem in the last tens of years, now created a system which is self-sustaining now. We have enough of national programs, and we are also carrying out missions and activities which are for commercial use. I think all of you are aware that the next launch of ESLV, which is scheduled to be launched from Sriharikota, is one for the NSIL, and it is for a customer that we are launching this at. This is not the first time that we have launching. This is the second dedicated customer launch by NSIL for a commercial user. And over the years that we have been able to create the commercial activity in space sector for launching of satellites, which has already crossed 300 plus for almost 33 countries. And we are also providing services to the whole of the nation in the sectors of communication, remote sensing, the navigation, and various strategic users. Now, if you really want to expand the space activities in this country to a scale of magnitude which we all desire to have, then we need to have the role of the non-governmental entities, let it be the industry, startups, to come in a big manner. And I want to tell you that it is not the industry's reluctance to come in. I think they have been all the time with us. And the journey of ISRO is the journey of space sector industries along with us. And even today, almost 85% of our finances actually are in the industries in terms of building component systems, devices, facilities, everything. The capability of the industry has been really phenomenal. I would like to tell you that it is not something that is happening now. The space startups and industries coming up is not something that is happening now. It has been happening in a big manner. I would like to take examples of some of the industries who have really made it really to the top. One industry which I was discussing yesterday, they are into building optical systems. And they are one of the leading providers of solutions in optics in this country today. Maybe the number one. And it just came because of they showed little interest in building systems, and slowly they realized that the activities in this sector is so very interesting and really productive and profitable. And they have created the ecosystem for building optical assemblies, optical benches, testing equipments, facilities, and building payload systems for ISROs and other users. And how they developed it, it's through the adaptation of the knowledge which is already in ISRO systems. The people who have been working in this domain, possibly they have been the retired kind of colleagues of ISRO, they hired, they used them as mentors, they brought in youngsters into the industries and developed a competent industries today capable of developing payloads and optical systems for this nation. And there were others. There are industries who have been working with us in building rocket engines. I think probably you know that rocket engines are not built within ISRO, it's built only in industry. So it came out of the passion of some of the industries to contribute to the space sector, though it's not because of the profitability of the industry, it is because of the association they wanted to have with the space system. They invested and created the capability with industry. And now it is our responsibility to support and grow it to the next level. I think this is information and knowledge that we have today on which we have to build further. But what is happening today is really interesting on the area of startups. If you really look at the hundreds plus startups that are there in the space sector, what I see is the enthusiasm, energy, and the innovation spirit that is there in the youngsters. And they have all the elements that are required for a great industry to start. But what we need today is to provide the support of encouragement, maybe in the form of knowledge from our system which are already there, the ability to show markets, and also to allow them to create and launch it, a mechanism by which that we can create that ecosystem to grow. If the space system has already been told by Dr. Goenka, it's really a risky business that all of us realize, especially in the domains of high technology areas like rockets and spacecraft, but it is not that risky in the domain of applications. I think the overall economy of space, we talk about $440 billion US, significant parts, maybe 70 plus is in the downline activities, especially in the application sector. There the risk element is lower, but the profitability is equally higher. But even in that sector also, the Indian contribution has not been substantial. I think this is where we have to pay great attention and then make it grow. Be in the application sector or building the ground infrastructure or the facilitation of space application usage for the country and for the world. We also look at the growth of the sectors of building spacecraft as well as launch vehicle, which all of this being interconnected in a way. Once you allow the growth in the application sector, it will demand better spacecrafts, and it will also demand the launches to be cost effective. And we are seeing it already happening. The example of one of the company in Bangalore is a very clear indication of this change. The company started to work in the application sector, and they are slowly growing to show that it is commercially viable. And now they're looking at how to build their own spacecraft for serving their own needs of the data, and that they are looking at very seriously. And they are also trying to link with one of the startup who is trying to build the rocket for launching of their satellites. So you can see the connection. And this connection is what actually we have to encourage and develop over the years. I think the sector is definitely going to grow. And I am sure all those who are here in this hall who have the role to play are here, and all the panels are well structured and laid out for the debate to happen, the discussion to happen, and give clear direction and indication to all of us. I think it is not to ASI that we want the direction. ASI is only a facilitator and is only a platform on which that we are going to have it today. But at the end of it, we would like to see clear steps that are to be taken by decision makers in Department of Space or in space or the government, in the industry sectors, let it be the big industries who are really going to encourage the smaller ones to grow. Also in the sectors where there are collaboration that has to happen amongst you to really make this sector grow. let it be with application actors, the spacecraft builders, the launch vehicle builders. You need to collaborate across technologies, domains to see the sector grows for the benefit of all of us. We would like to see, maybe we meet up, maybe after some time, maybe after a few years, 3 or 4 years later, one more DeSSEI conference will be conducted. I think we will really speak about the growth of the space sector at that point in time. I would like to thank all of the sponsors for this program, especially those who have helped the Astronautical Society of India today to host this program by your generous support, your participation, your offer to be part of the panel, and to provide us with the knowledge and skill that is required the sector to grow. Thank you so much, and wish you all the very best for a very wonderful program today.
Thank you, sir, for such a motivating address. We are honored to have as our chief guest, Honorable Minister of State in the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and in the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Dr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji. He is a worthy alumnus of MIT Manipal, Illinois Institute of Technology, Chicago, Harvard. I now request our chief guest to give the welcome address.
Thank you for that warm welcome. My colleague in government, Shri Somnathan, Pawan Goenka ji. I noticed Dr. Shivan here, so let me acknowledge his presence. He was one of the first people that I met when we were having a discussion on semiconductors after I joined government. So, Dr. Shivan. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to speak here. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this launch of the space startup ecosystem. And let me first off tell you that I think this is an idea whose time has come. As the Honorable Prime Minister has said, this is something that is very important to the overall architecture and the vision of New India that he is building. And I will spend a few minutes in describing to you my own perspective on what your mission is, what your goals are, and the effort that has been put into this conference. So again, thank you for inviting me. Let me start by just saying that I have, as a technology geek and a technologist, have a long, warm fascination with all things space. And one of the ways for me to prove that to you is that in 1996, when I was, this is about 27 years ago, and maybe some youngsters here may not even know the dates far back as then, but I was a 28-year-old startup building in India's largest cellular network at that time. And I had absolutely no background. I'd spent 4 years in Intel. I'd come back to India for a sabbatical, and I saw this opportunity, jumped into it, and decided that in my mind, the equation was very clear. India was telecom deficit. Here was this technology. Let's try and deploy it. And one of the first people after we rolled out the network, it was an all-Indian team. We had 1 or 2 expats. As was the case those days, every piece of the equipment, every piece of the network was imported. There were the Siemens, the Motorola's, the Ericssons, all reasonably equally patronizing about India wanting sophisticated networks and our own capability to build these first-generation mobile networks, digital mobile networks. And I was trying to build an all-India team, and a team taken from the Army, taken from the Department of Telecom, and build some capabilities. And I was constantly being met with skepticism, including close members of my own family saying that, look, this is all way too much. You are not an Ambani, you are not a Tata, you are not a Birla, and you are setting out to build this enormous business that was dependent significantly on government regulation and policy. And you were doing this without knowing that technology. So one of the things that I did to motivate myself and motivate my team was to invite. I hunted down, searched for, and located Neil Armstrong. And in 96, end of 96, early 97, I don't exactly remember, but I remember it was winter. I flew Neil Armstrong down to Mumbai. And you all know Neil Armstrong. He was the first man on the moon. And I brought him, and I got a group of people like this, not as large an audience as this. And I got him to speak about his journey as an astronaut. And obviously, you know, he's a tremendous figure. He's achieved so much in life. But I wanted him to talk to 3 or 4 issues that would motivate me and my team that was building out this very nascent business about risk taking. And his life was all about risk taking. He was a test pilot, he was an astronaut, and he went to the moon powered on a system that was powered by 8-bit computers operating at 4 megahertz. All of these concepts are unreal in today's world. He talked about complex engineering and how multiple independently designed, independently engineered pieces had to work together. And he talked essentially to this theme, even though he didn't use these words or this phrase. He talked about technology taking you beyond your imagination, taking you to where no man or woman has gone before. And I think that is the essence of technology, and that is the essence of where we are today as a nation, where we are as a world. We are in 2022 now. Neil Armstrong is, very important and impressive footnote in the history of space, but much has happened after that. We are celebrating 75 years of independence. We are celebrating 7 years of digital India. And most importantly for us as Indians and for India as a nation, we are, I wouldn't use the word celebrating, we are clearly marking these 2 years of a black swan event called COVID. Countries around the world, including us, being unprepared for it. But on the other side of the storm, if you take a report card and take stock of how countries have come out of the storm, even our bitterest critics will accept that our performance during this COVID pandemic, the way we deployed our technology to deal with the livelihoods, economic crisis that was looming, and come out on the other side of the storm, having delivered vaccines to 2 billion vaccination shots, the fastest growing economy in the world, the fastest growing startup innovation ecosystem in the world, and the recipient of the largest amount of FDI into the economy as well as the startup and innovation ecosystem. So by all counts, you will accept, you will agree, we can all celebrate that the journey that India has had over the last 2 years, the journey that India has had over the last 8 years under Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, and the journey that we have had over the last 75 years as an independent nation, all come to a seeming climax at this stage where we now look forward to our future of the next 25 years as an independent nation with absolutely more confidence, reimagining our ambitions, reimagining our future. And it is in that context that we should look at initiatives that the Honorable Prime Minister has laid out to catalyze entrepreneurship, to catalyze innovation and catalyze startups across a large number of areas in our economy. If you are a technologist today, or you're even remotely associated with technology, you're a business, you're a startup, you're an engineer, you're a wannabe startup, and I can speak with some, even though I don't demonstrate my gray hair, it's carefully hidden behind some color. But I can tell you, as somebody who spent over 3 decades in technology, that we are living in some seriously unprecedented, exciting times. And I think initiatives like InSpace, DeSSEI, and really the energy to create these ecosystems, to catalyze them, to build them, to encourage them, is happening exactly at the right time. Just a few months ago, and I want to share this with all of you and the gentlemen on the dais. The Honorable Prime Minister in December 2021, and Dr. Shivan was part of that first meeting on semiconductors, laid out his vision that we must create a semiconductor innovation ecosystem in this country. And his vision was clear, his determination was clear. In a very few weeks after that, he laid out a 76,000 crore, $10 billion incentive package to help the innovation ecosystem, including manufacture, grow in India. And then came the idea of a semiconductor conference. And I can assure you that people said to me and to the people who were interested in organizing the conference, who will come for a semiconductor conference in India? Semiconductor startup? No. This is all to do with Intel, AMD, and Samsung. The concept of semiconductor startups is absolutely orthogonal or is contrary to semiconductors. But the conference happened. It was 3 days, and it was a tremendous hit. And the number of startups, the number of young entrepreneurs who have, in a sense, started businesses, started enterprises, taken their ideas, is just amazing. We announced a DLI scheme, which is a design-linked incentive scheme, which is to basically incentivize the design innovation ecosystem around semiconductors. And we received more than 500 applications. So I just want to tell you that this is, for all of the cynicism and all of the skepticism that people will throw at you if you're a startup, do not be fazed by that. This is the time, this is the place, and this is the moment for you to shine, to build your idea. I'll quickly just touch on 3-4 reasons why this is almost central to the journey that India is going to travel in the next 25 years. The Honorable Prime Minister has said this on August 15th last year when we brought in the 75th year of independence, that startups are a core part of this new India economic architecture. For several decades in India, the economy was, in a sense, concentrated around a few companies, few groups, few industrial conglomerates. And in 2010, 2011, in Parliament, I raised a study which said that 94% of the capital of the Indian banking system, the net worth of the Indian banking system, was essentially concentrated around 9 groups, essentially crowding out startups, crowding out entrepreneurship. And it is the Prime Minister's vision today that the new India economic architecture will be energized, will be propelled, will be led, will be catalyzed by the energy, the innovation, determination, and the hard work of hundreds and thousands of startups from across the country. So it is a central piece of the economic architecture of the new India. Second, post-COVID, the technology, the digitization of the world is even more accelerated pace than ever before. The opportunities for India, the opportunities for Indian entrepreneurship, the opportunities for Indian startups in this absolutely fast-paced digitizing world have just quadrupled or many-fold increased. Even the traditional tech companies who have done the traditional back office types of businesses for the world are today growing at 15-16% per annum because of, even on a large base, because of the rapid pace of digitization. So what I'm saying is this is an very, very interesting inflection point in the world's journey of digitization. and a very important inflection point for India's own tech sector growth. We were, as a country, focused on the back office, the BPOs, and the technology services companies. And today, with the way the world is softwareization, the siliconization of the world, space, semicon, AI, high performance computing, AI, machine learning, all of these represent tremendous opportunity for innovation in India and tremendous opportunities for India to innovate for the world. I will end by saying one of the core features of India's success in recent years in the digital economy, and our goal is to take it to $1 trillion very, very soon, as the Honorable Prime Minister said yesterday, by 2025. One of the core reasons or features of the success has been that government has either adopted technology that has created an ecosystem around it, or government's access to technology and government's technology capabilities have been opened up and an ecosystem grew around it. Two examples of this. One, fintech. We are clearly today world-beating, world-leading in almost all matters of fintech. It all started because the Prime Minister and the Government of India decided that we will create a digitized financial sector. And we will digitize the financial sector further, created UPI, created NPCI, and around that UPI and NPCI has now flourished a fintech ecosystem that is worth billions and trillions of dollars. Similarly, I see in the defense space and in the space where government has strategic technologies and capabilities, as Mr. Somnathan and Mr. Goenka mentioned, creating an ecosystem that sits on that capability, expands it, enhances it, innovates on it, and creates a next generation of products and solutions is the way to go. I will end here, and I will say again, thank you for inviting me, and I wish the conference all success. And I again, at the risk of sounding like an old fogey minister who's traveled from Delhi, say that this is something that is extremely critical and important, and I believe it will be a huge success in the coming years for all those entrepreneurs who are engaged. I will give you my best wishes and all of the encouragement that I can give you. And to Mr. Somnathan, I will to volunteer my ministry's support, both from the skilling and the electronics and IT part, because this is really an all-of-government mission. This is an all-of-government goal. And we have to create the next generation of startups and innovation for the world in space from India. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. We assure you that your valuable words and thoughts will keep echoing during DeSSEI program and times to come. Now we have the launch of InSpace CanSat India student competition. I request Dr. Vinod Kumar to take over the proceedings for the same.
Two important events are there. Much awaited is the release of souvenir. I request Honorable Chief Guest to please release the souvenirs. We have brought out all the topics which are being covered and much more things. We plan to launch a course basically. It's a step towards this. We are in touch with IITs and we are in touch with the UGC also. There will be a course on space economics and this thing. Friends, I am pleased to tell you that this souvenir is uploaded on our website, asindia.org. You can download it and get benefited. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. The next much awaited events for the student and startup community comes here. That is launch of CanSat India competition. I request Honorable Chief Guest, Minister of State, kindly launch the CanSat India competition by pressing the button. Friends, this competition is a nano satellite making competition. For this, InSpace will organize required support with the help of ASI and like-minded space societies, including ISPA and SIA India. We'll cover all in one platform. Our target is the students should learn while they are learning, means they should do practical basically. So this event begins on 1st July 2022 on ASI website. The details registration will be open. We have a plan for 1 year. So next year during similar times, we will be conducting this competition with the students at Dholera Special Investment Region, Gujarat. We have the friends from Dholera. Those we have finalized the memorandum of understanding and we are proceeding with. So please visit asindia.org for further details and update on this. Thank you all. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this inaugural ceremony is a glorious event which marks the beginning of another chapter in the way the space can unite the world. And this has become the more special by the gracious presence of the guest on the dais. On this occasion, I request President ASI, Shri S. Somnath, to present memento to the chief guest. Thank you, sir. I now request Chairman Organizing Committee, Dr. Alok Kumar Srivastav, to present a memento to Secretary Department of Space, Chairman ISRO, and President ASI. Thank you, sir. I now request Executive Secretary ASI, Dr. Vinod Kumar, to present memento to Chairman in Space. Thank you, sir. I now request Member Secretary, Organizing Committee, Mr. Amit Kumar Singh, to propose the vote of thanks.
Honorable Chief Guest, Minister of State in Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship and Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Dr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar sir, respected Secretary Department of Space, President ASI, Sri S. Somnath sir, respected Chairman in Space, Dr. Pawan Goenka sir, Deputy Director URSC, Chairman Organizing Committee, Dr. Alok Srivastav sir, Director Promotion in Space, Executive Secretary ASI, Dr. Vinod Kumar sir, former ISRO Chairman Dr. K. Sivan sir, ISRO Directors, Director VSSC, Director STRAX, and former Directors of ISRO Centers, delegates, and all respected dignitaries, my dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion of unique conference for development of startup ecosystem in India, DeSSEI 2022. I, on behalf of organizing committee and entire fraternity of space community available here and joining us through YouTube live channels, I express my gratitude to our chief guest to honor this occasion with his presence and kind address in spite of his busy schedule. Thank you, sir. We are pleased by your presence and great words, sir. I extend my very hearty thanks to Chairman ISRO, President ASI for providing all the necessary approvals and taking personal interest in guiding us throughout the planning phase and gracing the occasion in spite of his busy schedules. Our sincere thanks to you, sir. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation to Chairman INSpace for his encouragement, guidance, and valuable suggestion at every stage of organizing this function. We thank you, sir. I express my gratitude to keynote speakers, panelists, moderators for accepting our invite to deliver the talk and being part of this unique conference. We thank you all, sir. I would like to take this opportunity to place on record our hearty thanks to all ISRO Center directors for your cooperation. For any event, there is a motive behind it, and we have our motive sitting in front of us amongst the audience, our startups. We are having here almost 150 startups, people who are participating today. Thank you all for being with us today. I express my gratitude to all the sponsors of DESI 2022 who has provided us the support in culminating this event. Thank you all sponsors. Thank you very much. I express my gratitude to Chairman of Organizing Committee, Dr. Alok Srivastav, who has provided all the support at micro level for the planning of this event. Thank you very much, sir. I express, ladies and gentlemen, an event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheel starts rolling weeks ago. It requires planning and bird's eye for the details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by Dr. Vinod Kumar, a motivated and dedicated gentleman. We appreciate your guidance and support, sir. The full team is with you. I must thank all the members of organizing committee. Your contribution is recommendable for getting this event successful. My vote of thanks will not be complete without thanking the team members from the event management staff, audio video staff, media team, all supporting staff responsible for auditorium, audio visual, reception, registration team, logistic, transport team, security, and the hotel staff. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to state that we are almost grateful to all the dignitaries present here. We thank you all to be with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit sir. There is an exhibition of 16 stall by our sponsors in the adjacent lobby, which will be inaugurated by our chief guest. The live feed of the inauguration will be displayed on the screen here. The audience is requested to continue be seated and view the DESI stall inauguration through live feed being displayed on the screen. The inauguration will be followed by high tea at the lobby. I now request all the dignitaries on the dais to proceed towards exhibition area for the inauguration. I request Dr. Alok Kumar Srivastav to escort the dignitaries. The panel discussion is planned at 11 a.m. in this venue, requesting everyone to reassemble for the panel discussion. The panel discussion will start at sharp 11 a.m. The panel discussion is scheduled to start at 11:15 a.m. Thank you, everyone. Hello. Everyone can proceed for high tea in the lobby. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion will start at sharp 11:15. I request everyone to reassemble. Here at 11:10.
Test, test, test. Test, all are testing.
Anchor is ready. No, you need to open it. No? You have to. Make some announcement. I request all the dignitaries to get settled for the panel discussion. I request all the dignitaries to assemble for the panel discussion. So, delegates, okay. Ishwari ma'am, dignitaries, right? Okay, I'll say I request all the dignitaries, delegates, and participants to assemble for the panel discussion. That's what. I request all the dignitaries, delegates, and participants to assemble for the panel discussion. I request everyone to get settled for the panel discussion. I request all the delegates, dignitaries, and participants to settle down.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the time to start the panel discussion. I request all the delegates to please reassemble in the hall. I request all the delegates to reassemble the hall. We are about to start the panel discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our panel discussion, we have a video from our diamond sponsor, Nelco Limited.
Where distance is not a barrier for education and skill development, high-speed connectivity is available for flyers. Maritime businesses operate efficiently in deep seas and oceans. Advanced 4G and 5G services are made available everywhere at the shortest time. Agriculture is revolutionized through real-time connectivity. People in remotest parts of the country are digitally connected. Supply chains and fleets are integrated, efficient, and smart. Connected cars are a reality. Any sensor data gets transmitted across the globe instantly. And critical communication is made available in disaster-hit areas very quickly. Making this a reality, Nelco, a Tata enterprise, makes this possible with innovative satellite communication solutions by providing reliable, flexible, scalable, and robust connectivity on land, sea, and sky. Nelco is India's leading and innovative satellite communication service provider. We aim to harness the objectives of businesses and governments in harnessing the potential of rural and remote areas by connecting the unconnected. We build bridges for digital inclusion and financial inclusion. As a part of the Tata Group, we contribute to nation building in the true spirit. In ATM and banking, we connect about 55,000 plus ATMs, enabling about 2 billion ATM transactions per annum. In oil and gas, we provide seamless connectivity between the land-based operations and offshore rigs for real-time monitoring, analytics, and remote troubleshooting. In renewable energy, we enable real-time load balancing, accurate forecasting, and operational efficiencies by connecting geographically distributed and remote solar and wind power plants. In maritime, our services empower the vessels at sea to access business-critical applications, on-demand entertainment for passengers, and keep the crew connected to their families, no matter where they are. In Aero, we provide in-flight internet access for flyers and uninterrupted ubiquitous connectivity for airlines. This gives opportunities for airlines to create personalized travel experiences and faster turnaround time. In telecom, we enable proliferation of 4G now and 5G in future in remote areas beyond the reach of terrestrial networks. In education, our virtual learning solutions enable inclusive, equitable, and quality education and skill development in the remotest parts of the country. We are the lead adopter of satellite technologies. With our strong global partnerships, we provide a comprehensive portfolio of SATCOM services and cutting-edge solutions. Nelco, bridging the digital divide and connecting the unconnected, creating a world where remote as a terminology does not exist, and building a connected everything world. Nelco, unlocking potential, for our customers and partners.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all. I, Anuradha S. Prakasha from ISRO, welcome you back after the inauguration. Before we begin, I sincerely thank once again all the sponsors of our event. The video which was just played is of one of our diamond sponsor, Nelco Limited. Thank you again. यहाँ उपस्थित सभी का देसी के पैनल चर्चा में हार्दिक स्वागत है। जैसा कि भगवत गीता के 17वां अध्याय 3 श्लोक में कहा गया है, तत्वानो रूपा सर्वस्य श्रद्धा भवति भारता, श्रद्धा मयो यम पुरुषो यो यच्छरदः स एव सः. Meaning, you are what you believe in. You become that which you believe you can become. And so, we look beyond the boundaries of our imagination to venture where our faith beckons. It has been said, true guidance is like a small torch in a dark forest. It does not show everything at once, but gives just enough light for the next step to be safe. And so it is that for the development of space startups ecosystems, we have 6 panel discussions arranged with prolific experts as the esteemed panelists. I am sure the deliberations will be highly enriching for all the delegates, and this opportunity can be utilized well. To start with the first panel discussion of DeSSEI, I invite Mr. Ranjit to take over the proceedings.
Thank you, Anuradha. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. I am Ranjit from ISRO. I welcome you to the panel sessions of DeSSEI 2021. Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, the father of Indian space program, had once said, if we are to play a meaningful role nationally and in the community of nations, we must be second to none in the application of advanced technologies to the real problem of man and society. It is this vision with which India embarked on the journey to space in the 1960s when they instituted the INCOSPAR, then a startup by itself. ISRO then superseded INCOSPAR, upholding the mission to bring space to the service of common man. Today, the government of India has initiated a set of space sector reforms to promote, handhold, regulate, and authorize private sectors and startups to undertake activities in the space sector. This shall boost the space economy from within for a resurgent Atmanirbhar Bharat. In keeping with this, DeSSEI 2022 brings a series of panel discussions on Indian space startups. I welcome you all to the first panel session, Indian Space Startup Experience and Ecosystem Creators. We have eminent panelists from both the startup industries as well as the space startup ecosystem creators from the government. We are honored to have with us our keynote speaker for the session, Lieutenant General Anil Bhatt, Director General of Indian Space Association. Sir, I invite you onto the desk. Lieutenant General Bhatt was commissioned into 9 Ghorka Rifles in 1981. During his career of 36 years in the Indian Army, he has been awarded the Uttam Yudh, Ati Vishish Seva Medal, Sena Medal for his service. He is appointed the first Director General of Indian Space Association. Sir, I request you to deliver the keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, Lieutenant General Anil Bhatt. Jai Hind and good morning. Eminent scientists and engineers of ISRO, members of industry and the startup domain, friends from the media and academia, and all participants and fellow panelists. Firstly, on behalf of all members of the Indian Space Association, I extend my felicitations and best wishes to InSpace on their second birthday. We all today here are gathered to discuss development of space startups ecosystem in India, DeSSEI, and to this end, I am honored to deliver the keynote address for the first panel discussion on the topic of Indian space startups experience and the ecosystem creators. In the last 2 years, there have been significant changes in the space sector. We need to discuss it, to introspect on it, and see how we can empower and create a resilient space ecosystem in India to make ourselves world-class and competitive. To set the stage, a quick look at the Indian space companies. I have listed 17 of which I know there. One of the public sector companies which I missed out is ECIL. There are 3 major public sector undertakings, and the fourth one, of course, NSIL, and a good 14 of space companies which have been working in this domain for a long time. So before I talk of the startups journey in space, just let me outline and discuss what is the current international scenario in the space domain and what has happened specifically in India. In the world space, in 1989, after the new policies of opening space took place in USA, it is by year 2000 that startups and private companies started coming in real earnest. That has led it to the advent of disruptive technologies. You are well aware of the usable rockets, the AI, the small satellites, and the LEO constellations, which now form a predominant part of broadband communication. Miniaturization of sensors has also gone a big way. There has been a significant commercialization of space in the last decade and more. The government and the security forces, who were the lead users of space, have now been left behind by commercial usage and communication, remote sensing, PNT, and many more applications. There is a new scramble for space race by many non-spacefaring nations. And of course, the future activities on the horizon are space tourism, resource mining, and space colonies in the future. In India, the space scenario, rightly so, for years together has been led by ISRO. They evolved from sounding rockets to Mars missions, which you are well aware of. Self-reliance got built in. Atmanirbharta, which we are talking of today, came to India due to the sanctions. And thanks to it, many of internal R&D and industries did get developed. Primarily, the industry so far has been a supplier of assemblies and components. And of course, ISRO's focus was on the common man and developing technologies for them. Overtly, ISRO has not associated themselves from military needs, which has been a large user. What has triggered privatization of space in India? My view. It has been triggered, of course, by global trends. A very large spectrum of ISRO activities, some of which, or the low end, maybe could be given to private players. The global economy, which Chairman in Space mentioned, and we have a meager 2.3% of it.
We being one of the space-faring nations, there is a scope to increase it. And this is what today maybe when we end the conference, we will get a sense what should we aim for in the next 4 to 5 years. Of course, there's an opportunity for growth as we have had in IT and pharma industries. And there is availability of large talent pool in India. My last point is, what has been ISRO's effort for capacity development? When I have talked to some of the startups and the early startups who even started in 2012, what was their motivation to jump into the space domain? It was the efforts of capacity development by ISRO. They're going to colleges, giving talks there, and those student and university satellites which started at that time. Many of our early startups are those young men who got motivated by our scientists and were held by ISRO. What has been the space journey of the startups in India? Before that, flashing some of the startups and a wide array which we have. The only issue in this is that the number in applications or on the downstream end is far lower than what would be desirable. There is where there is economic opportunity, but we have much lesser of them in comparison to the other two domains. This chronology you are all aware, and I am mentioning that the first startup which emerged in India was in 2012, and thankfully after a decade, they are still competing and looking for an opportunity. And the opportunity will come with the last bullet I have, the issue of new space policy, which is likely to happen very soon. This is how the startups have shot up, even before the government declared its intent in 2020. And as on today, the recorded number of startups, as per the Economic Survey of India and ISRO, are 101. But I'm told there is a larger number to this. And even internationally, when Space Tech has done a study in 2021, as per them, there are 368 space companies in India. In fact, we have the 5th largest. Many of them, of course, would win to many other things apart from space. The funds also have been infused primarily by seed funding and venture capitalists. And here is where there is a challenge, but this is the kind of fund which has come over the last 5 to 6 years. Much more, of course, is required. What are the challenges? And this is the crux of my talk today. Firstly, the startups, and I'm talking of when it started in 2012 till today. One and the biggest challenge was a regulatory void. This, of course, is being addressed, and maybe by the end of this month, we would have a regulatory policy in place. Not that, after the declaration of the intention by the government in June 2020 and creation of InSpace, firstly, the chairman InSpace himself and the Department of Space have been very actively pushing for this policy to come up. And what we are very happy in the industry is the great interactive sessions which we've had with the Department of Space to put across our points before the policy is put down in black and white. This is being addressed to a great extent, and thereafter, the guidelines which will come in are also equally important to us, especially on the aspect of issue of sharing of facilities, ISRO facilities by many new startups and others. The financial challenge remains the biggest. Though, as I flashed, there have been venture capitalists, there's been money which was coming, but all startups, if they have to go to the next stage of development, if they have to maximize what they are doing, there would be requirement of infusion of a larger capital. And this would require support from the government and also opening up of the FDI, which already is being planned. Of course, the availability of testing facilities, this I'm sure, which is a commitment, would be coming from ISRO and other government agencies. There are manpower challenges, and here also, like mentioned by a few speakers before, apart from the startups, the back-end support, advice, mentoring, which has been done by ex-ISRO scientists, has been a great startup, has been a great support to many of the startups. The one marked in an assured market demand. Firstly, creating this demand and having an assured market demand is one of the biggest challenge, not only startup, but which the entire space industry faces. And investments by our industry will take place when there is a level of assurance for this. And like the chairman in space mentioned about a beautiful article in one of the dailies which spoke of this thing and mentioned about risk aversion, I would tend to disagree with it. If it is there, it is because of the lack of this assured market demand. But I would like to mention two of the space companies in India, Ajista and Anant, who have taken a leap of faith, who have created facilities before even the demands have come into it. And many more industries are going to do it. Of course, this will be onward task as to how do we create demand in India and internationally. Import of critical components becomes very important, especially because still today, we are still taking many of our components from abroad. They have not been indigenized. And here, from the startups, the policy is that what is being followed for ISRO needs to be a level playing field for the startups. Creation of intellectual property, especially new IPs which are created. Here, I would request the InSpace chairman to have a more deeper look into it, that our IPs and our startups are able to commercially use it internationally. The same slide I have flashed with what has already happened and the two which do and will continue to stay a challenge for some time. Change management in any organization, in any nation, is a challenge. Now, space, which has been for 60 years and has been so well handled by ISRO, has new partners in form of private players. It requires to change mindsets. It requires to change structures. And most importantly, it has to be handheld by ISRO. They have to be the facilitators and mentors for the future. And I'm sure the chairman himself is well aware of it. If things happen in space, domain in the private sector, it will be by the total support and mentoring by ISRO. Financial investments, of course, require both private and government support. And within the industry, we will need to have collaborative partnerships because the expertise do not remain with one private player or with one startup. And here is where ISPA will put on all its effort for its members to collaborate together with each other. And of course, InSpace has a declared intent of being a single window. It also needs to be a bridge with all other ministries, be it MEA, Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Science and Technology, and all others. This will be an uphill task with the way our government functions, but the chairman has taken it on him, and we are assured that this will happen. I would not talk of these enabling structures, which you are all well aware of. I would just flash what our vision is, and our focus areas which are in total sync with what InSpace is planning to do. We will work in close coordination with ISRO, InSpace, and NSIL. And in the end, we would say that cooperation and collaboration amongst all stakeholders is necessary to achieve India's space vision. I end here. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt, for taking us through the transition of Indian space industries brought up by the new startups as well as emerging public sectors. Now, I invite our distinguished panelists for the session onto the dais. Sri Abhishek Tiwari, I request you onto the dais. Abhishek Tiwari was the Associate Director with KPMG India, Government Advisory Practice. In his current role, he is serving the government of Uttar Pradesh as advisor, emerging technology and startup program. Our next panelist is Sri Dilip Brahmbhatt. Sri Dilip Brahmbhatt is the General Manager at Dholera Industrial City Development Limited. He has been instrumental in representing Dholera at various fronts and has been leading delegations to showcase Dholera in countries like Japan, South Korea, and United Arab Emirates. Our next panelist is Ms. Neha Satak. She's the co-founder and CEO of Astrom Technologies Private Limited. In 2020, Ms. Neha received the Unreasonable Fellowship, a global community of select growth stage entrepreneurs, institutions, and investors to profitably solve pressing global problems. Now I invite our session moderator, Dr. K. Gopalakrishnan, Secretary General ITCA. He's instrumental for the foundation of 75 Student Satellites Consortium to launch 75 satellites by 2022, celebrating 75 years of India's independence. We have Sri Brijesh Soni from InSpace as the rapporteur for the session. I now hand over the proceedings to the session moderator, Dr. K. Gopalakrishnan. Sir, the floor is yours.
At the outset, I would like to thank the organizer for such a wonderful gathering. And I would like to place it on record our gratitude for Chairman ISRO and Chairman InSpace. I request all the panelists to confine to the timeline because as we understand that we are already 15 minutes late. So within 15 to 20 minutes, we want to wind up this panel session. I request your cooperation. Can start.
So we just give an introduction?
Yeah. I request Dilip sir to start the discussion.
Good morning, all of you. I'm from Dholera Industrial City Development Limited, which is a special purpose vehicle to develop the entire Dholera investment region, special investment region. And the SPV is formed by the state government and the central government. And we have been developing infrastructure latest infrastructure, ICT-based infrastructure in that city.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abhishek Tiwari. I am currently serving with Government of UP as advisor of emerging technologies to the Department of IT and Electronics, and also managing the startup ecosystem of the state, along with multiple other policies such as electronics manufacturing policy, data center policy, IT investment promotion policy, etc. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Neha Satak. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Astrom. We are a 5G and space tech company. The graph that General Bhatt actually flashed with the number of startups, we were one of the dots in that in 2015. So looking forward to this panel discussion and hope to have a good time with all the panelists. Thank you.
Dilip sir, could you enlighten us what kind of infrastructure you are planning to put up in your facility?
Yes.
And how you want to take it up this CANSAT
Yes.
competition, which was announced by InSpace?
Right, right. See, in Dholera, we have about a total area of about 920 square kilometer. The city is being developed in the area of 22.5 square kilometer right now. And there are 22 different villages. But the area has been carved out on the basis of the town planning scheme by the state government. And that is how we are developing the entire city. The system of development of infrastructure is through our general system of RFP, RFQ, and then selection of the various companies. Like L&T is constructing the roads and services in the entire area. We have CETP, we have STP, we have WTP, whatever is required for the industry, because basically it will be an industrial city. In fact, so far as this startup is concerned, we had discussion with the ISRO officials, and Vinod Kumar ji was also there, and we had several rounds of discussion, and it was thought of because we have a wide space available there. The entire Dholera is a greenfield area, wide space available there. So during the course of discussion with our team and also with the state government, it was decided that this CANSAT event can be held at Dholera. So we have specified some space for that nearby our activation area where we are working. So it is 4 by 16 square kilometer of area has been identified. What we will be helping out is that we will be providing that working space also. We will be providing the accommodation also where required and other government approvals which are required for this purpose. So that is how, and beginning from 1st July 22, I mean, we'll be working on this. Their team will also be coming there and we'll be jointly working on that.
Thank you, sir. I would like to highlight our experience with CANSAT. CANSAT is a simulation of a real-life satellite in a small volume, 350 ml volume of our soft drink can, Pepsi, Coke can, 350 ml. Within that, we have to build all the subsystems of a regular satellite, onboard computer, telemetry, EPS, power management, battery management. Everything will be intact with the antenna, and it have communicate to the ground station when it is launched with either rocket or drone. So during the descent, they will decide the velocity 10 meters per second, like that we have to achieve. It's a real learning tool. Worldwide, this is very popular. Right time InSpace have given importance to such a wonderful activity, which will sensitize the entire ecosystem, right from school to college and university. Our teams can participate in global events. So in 2019, one such event happened in Serbia, international competition. Teams from India, 7 teams participated. It was resulted in top 2 positions secured by Indian team, and all the 4 designs of Indian team were given a global jury award. So which resulted in launch of 3 satellites last year. Again, thanks to InSpace, very first time we could able to register all the 3 satellites of UnitySat by 3 different institutions, and we got frequency clearance. Everything in single window. Within a week, we got it cleared, and ISRO facilities were given, including Chairman ISRO helped us to get a deployer. So finally, it was launched along with Brazil Amazônia mission C-51 launch in 20th February. So always this kind of ecosystem very much required, and it is there. Gujarat, thanks to Gujarat government, putting everything in place. So I request all the students and universities can make use of this opportunity. Neha, could you tell how Astrom Technologies planning to address this ecosystem and contribute to the nation building process in space sector?
Absolutely. Thank you. So just to give you a bit of background about Astrom, Astrom works in the field of communication majorly, and we have different products. The first products are in the 5G space, which will help telecom operators to deploy 5G networks faster and cheaper. The second set of products are related to satellite communication terminal, user terminal, and also satellite payloads. So the way we look at the whole ecosystem is that we do not want to do what has been done, around the world already. What we look for as technologists, both me and my co-founder, we are both PhDs. What we look for is doing something which no one has done. So from a perspective of that theme, what we have done is we have developed a very unique, electronic beam forming, beam shaping, phased array technology, which has actually a large applications in various sectors. And in SATCOM, if people are aware of how KU and KA bands are being utilized, the next band which is going to get utilized for SATCOM is going to be W band. So we are a very unique company which has developed W band technology already. We have a complete product which is a 5G product already working in the network today. So that's kind of what we do. We do SATCOM technology, hardcore technology, and we do things which are next generation, not what has been done around the world. So,
Abhishek sir, could you share your experience in UP, how startups could thrive on space sector and what is the incentives by state government or government of India?
Thank you, sir. UP has not been historically known for any kind of technology initiatives. But since the government of Honorable CM Sri Yogi Adityanath ji has come into existence, there are a lot of initiatives which have been taken, and I would like to brief you a little bit before coming to the startup point. So we wrote our startup policy in 2017, and at the same time, we also worked on electronics manufacturing policy. Around 2017, we had only, I think, electronics manufacturing companies not more than double digit in Noida, Greater Noida region. And then we started promoting the investment. And I'm delighted to say that in past 5 years, we've been able to rope in more than 21,000 crore of investment. And the companies are more than 100 now. And this has become one of the emerging hotspots for electronics manufacturing in the country. And not just that, that now we are ready to invite, and in fact, we are in advanced stages of discussions with some of the mega investors to set up the fab units also. In terms of startup, we launched our policy in 2018. And very soon we realized that the startup ecosystem was evolving faster than we thought, and probably the policy was not serving the motive. And we decided to revisit the policy and launch the new one in 2020. When we launched the startup policy, we had a very small ecosystem of startups, not more than probably few hundred startups in the state. And I'm glad to say that as of now, currently in past, I think we are pretty much a new kid on the block and in terms of the startup ecosystem. But we are touching almost 7,000 startups in the state, and we have become the third largest startup ecosystem in the country. In terms of sectors, if I may talk about, our policy is sector agnostic. We are promoting all kinds of startups. But we also saw that there were some other schemes of the government from the digital empowerment perspective. For example, we are connecting all 60,000 villages of the UP through Bharat Net scheme, which will be connected to high-speed broadband connectivity. And at the same time, government has decided to distribute 1 crore smartphone tablets. So you can understand the kind of digital empowerment which is going to happen to the youth. And it was very important for us to take stock of these policies and understand that how can we galvanize the startup ecosystem in the state? How can we create a conducive policy environment? And obviously, we would not like to take all the credit and claim, because startup ecosystem grows naturally. And as a government, what we can do is probably give some ahutis in this Mahayagna of Atmanirbhar Bharat by our policies and initiatives. So we are setting very ambitious targets for us. We are chasing a count of 100 incubators in the state, out of which we have already established 50 of them, including all the premier institutions, whether IIM, IITs, etc. And the startup ecosystem is growing like never before. It has put additional pressure on us. And from the space tech startup perspective, now we have also started realizing that because ecosystem has become quite well now, so there is a need for subsectoral policies. And from the space tech perspective, in past 5-6 months, I have seen few startups coming up in the space tech sector as well. And they reached out to me asking for the support. And unfortunately, we had absolutely no support. I reached out to IITs to find out what all we have. And in terms of infrastructure, I could find that wind tunnel and some other facilities are there. But a holistic ecosystem is completely missing. My interest grew in space tech, and not just UP, but I am in touch with a lot of startups across the country, including Bihar, Rajasthan, Gujarat, Karnataka, and just trying to understand that as a policy maker, what does it take for us to actually create a policy which is actually helping the startups on the ground. And I have found that there are specific issues as we are discussing the challenges of the startups. The first one is about the awareness of the space tech ecosystem. Almost everyone is talking about creating a launch vehicle, and I find that the entire space industry ecosystem is so vast. And because if you go for upstream hardware, the funding requirements are huge. And as a startup, you can't really afford that. If I talk about my policy, we offer 5 lakh rupees as marketing allowance to launch your MVP. You can neither create your MVP in 5 lakh rupees, nor you can launch it in space tech. So as government, what I understand is that there is a complete overhaul of our thinking as well in terms of supporting these startups, because our existing policies and even the definition of a startup, the definition of MVP, the definition of funding, like Startup India Seed Fund Scheme. It's a fantastic scheme helping startups throughout the country, but space tech startups cannot get benefited. I'm on almost all the Startup India Seed Fund committees and as a member and looking at it, but it's really difficult to see that 7-8 lakh rupees are being granted to them. So I think it was a fantastic opportunity for me to come here and understand all the views here. But I'm looking forward to engage with all of you and understand what more can be done from the policy perspectives, and also solving the challenges of the startups on the ground, actually. Thank you so much.
Abhishek, I would like to hear from Lieutenant General Anil Bhatt, because he is moving with most of the startup, visited physically also. I would like to hear from you the issues, challenges, and opportunity and threat for the upcoming startups in India in space sector.
I have been warned about the time, and I would just once again repeat what I was placing as its challenges, but two major challenges which exist on today. One, in the space sector, is the demand, creation of assured demand for startups to scale up. And the secondly is financial support for the third stage. They do get money from seed funding, from venture capitalists, but as they have to expand and grow more, there would be a requirement for much more funds. There would be requirement for incentives by government, be it in form of PLIs, bank loans, import incentives, and many others. I would now recommend that we allow the audience to ask a few questions.
Yeah.
And
we request the floor is open for questions. Any young budding entrepreneur or startup representative can please share your views or ask the questions to the panel. Panel is willing to clarify your concerns. Quickly, we can take up 2 or 3 questions, as we all aware the constraint, time constraint. So in the meanwhile, again, I reiterate our experience last year. More than 150 space approved facilities are there in and around Bangalore. In spite of COVID and lockdown, we could able to build our satellite from the scratch. That is the ecosystem prevailing. Thanks to ISRO, and they nurtured, ISRO Satellite Center has nurtured such an ecosystem. It's a vibrant ecosystem. We could always leverage the facilities available in and around Bangalore, and particularly the new facilities created at Aerospace Park close to Devanahalli International Airport. It's open for all the academia and startup companies.
Hello, sir. Actually, I'm from a startup from Calcutta. We are working on agriculture yield estimation through satellite images on behalf of different insurance companies. But we basically do two things. Number one is optical image processing, and another one is the microwave SAR analysis. So, sir, still now we are dependent on the Sentinel satellites, which are the free, get the free access for the users. So, my question is how ISRO and this event can help the startups like us who are working on agricultural development and technological implementation for the sustainable agriculture. Sir, did you get me?
Yeah, I can just say that I think you're looking for like basically image data from ISRO satellites, you know, to use for your product.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah. So I think the policy framework that is coming out very soon, that should probably help you get access to that data. But I'm not in that domain, but I'm aware of that there is a center by ISRO. I think it's in Hyderabad, which where you can actually talk to them and, get access to the data. But I would really urge you to talk to the ISRO personnel who are present here today and get more information about that.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Any other quick questions? Otherwise, we would like to conclude the session. We are having in the next panel.
I would like to add to Madam's answer that you can contact InSpace for further details on this. We are coming up with detailed description of this, but you can contact us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm from Navas EduTech. It is very happy to see after privatization, almost 100 plus space tech companies are evolved and they are building great space ecosystem ahead. And as per ISRO and Department of Science, we came to know that by 2025, we are about to see $50 billion economy in space sector alone. On other way around, it translates to 1 million jobs in space industry only. So I want to understand from ISRO and InSpace, what policies you are bringing to nurture children from school level to enter into space sector. Because what we see in school industry is space and astronomy is completely isolated. And there are no guidelines or ways to understand children to become an astronaut or astrophysics graduate or aerospace student. So I want to understand from government and InSpace, how you will be nurturing the young talent from school level itself.
Yeah, it's a very good question. But since panel is different, but I will try to give you a short answer. Yes, it is our responsibility to create the ecosystem in the country. Towards this, already efforts are started. I would like to tell you that we are bringing a space technology minor. That is the first step, which at the university and IIT level, it is being implemented shortly. Shortly means two IITs starting next January as far as is concerned. There are subjects listed in space stall. Please go. I won't want to take much time. Please see what is written there and they will explain you further. Thank you. Then I request Sudhir sir to give further.
Two programs we have started recently. One is Space Tutor and another one is in collaboration with CBSE. So CBSE as a skill development program, the program has been approved. This is one way we are introducing the skill development program for 6th to 8th class students, so that when they come up, they can nurture the space technology. The another one is Space Tutor. This is the program which NGOs and startups and agencies who are involved in STEM education, they have been encouraged to do whatever they want for improving the space education in collaboration with ISRO. These two programs are received very what you call wide publicity. Almost 30 agencies were approved recently, just yesterday by the department. We are soon entering into MOUs with them. This is the way we will start the ecosystem, but many more such programs you are going to listen soon. Please stand by and witness and watch our website. Thank you.
I would just quickly end with, like I told you, our first startups, which we see a future in 2012 whenever they were created later, was by capacity development targeting by ISRO. ISRO has been working in schools, colleges, universities for a long time. Now it is going to be scaled up. And even the private industry, we are looking at a competition nationally from all states to all districts for schools, colleges and universities to spread this. This is one of the very important targets given by the Prime Minister. As he says, we have to empower the next generation to be there in space. Thank you.
So actually, since this panel discussion is about startups, I just wanted to, talk a little bit about that, just 2-3 lines. At the inauguration of ISPA, I think I had the opportunity to talk to the Prime Minister of India for, less than a minute. But one of the major things that I asked him was that government should become an anchor customer, or at least the first customer, for startups. Since my company, we are actually a dual use kind of a company. We both operate in telecom as well as space. I'm very happy to say that today for our first product, Department of Telecommunication is already our first anchor customer for the first product. And also going to be soon our anchor customer. So what we expect as space startups is you can help the startups take 2 steps forward if you become, if not the anchor customer, but at least the first customer of a startup. That's kind of the request from all the people, present here, that, become a customer for the startup. Thank you.
Just to place it on record, Government of Karnataka already initiated government school student satellite as part of the 75 satellite mission. Our PMC project management chairman, senior scientist Prakash Rao sir is guiding that. So already schools are started building satellite. Thank you. Now formally we are concluding the panel discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Gopalakrishnan. So please. I wholeheartedly thank the entire panelists for bringing out the experience of the startups as well as the challenges faced. By looking at the audience present in this conference, I'm sure we'll have a lot of solutions as well for those challenges. I now invite Sri S. Somnath, Secretary, Department of Space, Chairman ISRO, and President ASI on the dais to present a token of gratitude to our esteemed panelists.
Before I do, I have to speak. But before I do, I would like to speak a few words on the takeaways from what has been discussed here. 2 important points which I realized. One, of course, the last point which is mentioned, that the government has to become an anchor customer. It's very, very important point. I think both myself and Dr. Goenka has been discussing precisely this point some time back. And I would like to offer this time that ISRO is looking at industries to build spacecraft which will host for ISRO. I would like to offer this. I think we are taking such action. We want you to design, develop spacecraft which we can use for applications, not to be done within ISRO, but to be done, designed and developed in ISRO. We are looking at such possibilities in the immediate future. And also I would like to tell Mr. Tiwari's comment is very, very important comment, which I liked, that he realizes the potential where there is business and where there is minimal risk to start with. As I mentioned in my inaugural talk also, the progress of the space ecosystem will always start from the downline activities towards the upstream work. You have to understand that and then cautiously tread the path to create the market, the demand, then which will actually create the real ecosystem for end-to-end solutions. Thank you so much for your contribution.
Sir, I request you to present the memento to the keynote speaker of the session, Lieutenant General Anil Bhatt. Sri Abhishek Tiwari. Sri Dilip Brahmbhatt, Ms. Neha Satak, and finally, for the moderator of the session, Dr. K. Gopalakrishnan. Thank you very much, sir. And thank you, panelists. We now move on to the next panel of the day. Before moving on to yet another brainstorming sessions, we have a couple of videos from the conference sponsors.
Space India Limited, a central public sector enterprise of the Government of India. NSIL is established under the administrative control of the Department of Space. At NSIL, our vision is to accelerate the growth of Indian industry in undertaking technologically challenging space-related activities and excel in providing space-related services and products emanating from India's space program to global customers. Harnessing the proven heritage of India's space program and the vast experience of ISRO in diverse branches of space technology, we cater to a diverse range of global clients. At NSIL, we provide end-to-end commercial space activities related to satellites and launch vehicle systems. Our 6 major business verticals encompass launch vehicle building, launch services, satellite building, satellite-based services, ground segment and mission support services, technology transfer, and technical consultancy. We are responsible for manufacturing ISRO's operational launch vehicles through Indian industry partners. We also handle comprehensive launch solutions for both ride-sharing and dedicated satellite customers to meet their launch requirements in a commercially competitive manner. Today, NSIL undertakes communication satellite missions on a demand-driven basis, wherein we build, launch, own, and operate these satellites while providing diverse services to the end customer. In addition, we help configure, build, and deliver satellite systems and subsystems for a host of applications such as Earth observation, communication, navigation, and meteorology. We also set up the associated ground infrastructure. In the hugely demanding area of satellite-based communication, we enable various broadcasting and telecommunication applications which serve the Indian region. We provide mission support services for LEO, GEO, and deep space missions through ISRO's tracking antennas. To promote technological self-reliance, industrial development, and economic welfare, we are entrusted with the transfer of technologies developed by the Department of Space to Indian industry. Each of our services reinforce our mission to intensify India's space entrepreneurship and enable space technology spin-offs that can commercially exploit ISRO's pioneering research initiatives. We have already made a mark in the domestic and global space markets.
With the dawn of every new day, we come together, sharing one value, one vision, one aim, facing every challenge head-on. We have emerged stronger than ever. We believe in delivering uncompromising quality with superior value to our clients. We are India's most modern investment casting company. Thamboli Castings Limited was formed in the year 2004 by Investment and Precision Castings Limited, the pioneers who brought casting technology to India in 1975.
On behalf of the organizing committee, I thank the platinum sponsor, NSIL, and the gold sponsor, TCL, for your enthusiastic support for DeSSEI 2022. Now we move on to the next panel for the day by remembering the words of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Dream is not that you see while sleeping. It is something that does not let you sleep. It is the dreams of our founding fathers that transformed into the vision, strategies, and roadmap leading to the heights of the achieved by Indian space program today. And in order to go further in the new age of space, it is essential to set a vision and bring out a definitive plan to make this vision a reality. This panel on the decadal vision and strategy for Indian space sector 2022 to 2032 shall deliberate on the role that Indian space industry can play to increase its share on a global scale. It's a privilege to have Mr. Victor Joseph, Associate Scientific Secretary ISRO, as a keynote speaker for the session. I welcome you, sir, on the dais. Mr. Victor Joseph, Associate Scientific Secretary of ISRO and Director of Technology Development and Innovation. He's an expert in the field of systems engineering, project management, product lifecycle management, and strategic planning. He was also instrumental in the development and successful missions of India's heavy lift-off launchers, the launch vehicle Mark III. Sir, I request you on the dais for the keynote speak. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Victor Joseph.
Very good afternoon to the esteemed audience. And I am extremely thankful to the organizers and the ASI leadership for giving me this opportunity to provide or deliver this important talk on the decadal vision and strategy for the Indian space sector. So what I thought is, before we go into the decadal vision and strategy, I thought we'll just look at what we have achieved so far as the Indian space program. As we all know, India is one of the leading spacefaring nations in the world and continues to be so. It has got a very good global presence. It has launched satellites for 34 countries, 14 customers, and it has launched 342 satellites. We have successfully done 79 launch vehicle missions, 112 spacecraft missions. And yesterday, we had the successful launch of GSAT-24, the first demand-driven satellite from NSIL, the 4-ton payload. And today we had the orbit tracing maneuver, the lamp firing, and it is going on successfully. Next week, 30th June, we have the PSLV C-53 mission, which is again a commercial mission from NSIL carrying Singapore satellites. And also in that mission, we have the PS4 orbital platform, which gives the opportunity for the Indian space startups to conduct space-based experiments in the orbital platform. So as of now, we have completed, with the GSAT-24, we have completed 200 missions totally. So here is where we are standing now. We have the operational launch vehicles developed by ISRO as of now. We have PSLV, we have GSLV and GSLV Mark III. We have the capability to launch more than 4-ton payload to a GTO orbit. We have the operational fleet of satellites. We have 17 Earth observation satellites on orbit, 21 communication satellites, and 8 navigation satellites, and 3 scientific satellites, which include the Chandrayaan-2, the Mars orbital mission, as well as the AstroSat. So this is the current operational fleet we are right now having. So continued thrust on R&D to maintain the competitive advantage. We are committed to do so, and we will continue to do that as a national priority. So with this futuristic goals of space exploration, the sustained human space flight, the need for scientific missions, and exploration beyond the solar system. We will continue with focus on cost effectiveness, payload growth, technology advancements, as well as indigenization, the Atmanirbhar Bharat. So on the launch vehicle side, as I already said, we have the capability to launch 4-ton payload to GTO with DSLV Mark III. We are trying to upgrade it with new technologies, semi-cryo technologies, and we'll reach in a few years, in 2 to 3 years, we'll have the capability to launch more than 6 tons to GTO. We have approved programs running for reusable launch vehicle technologies. We have projects on the anvil for the vertical takeoff, vertical landing type of experiments like what SpaceX does. And for cost effectiveness on that lines, we have air breathing technology demonstrations projects which are running on the launch vehicle side. And on the satellite side, no, on the launch vehicle side, we try to improve the payload for cost effectiveness. On the satellite side, what we are trying to do is with the same functionalities, how we can reduce the mass. So we have programs running for that. We have electric propulsion satellites, which can directly carry the satellites to geosynchronous orbit after the separation. We have programs for advanced propulsions running, programs for structures, space robotics, additive manufacturing, etc., which lead into the future missions. So these programs, this thrust on technology development for launch vehicle and satellite developments will continue as a national priority. Next slide. So looking at the industry participation, that's the main theme what we are discussing here. If you look at the current scenario, as already said during the inaugural sessions, if you see more than 80% of what we are doing, it still comes from the industry only. See the PSLV launch vehicle, nearly almost all subsystems, starting from the raw materials to fabrication, the hardware, it comes from industry only. But the thing is, it is mainly as a vendor realizing the subsystems or the components. And recently, last few years, we have introduced new business models like GOCO, which is a government-owned contract operator, etc. We have given more emphasis on technology development, technology transfers to industries. We have initiated joint developments with industries for new products. And we have also initiated development orders with industries where there are technology uncertainties. But in the immediate future, if you see, what we are trying to do is a next step, a one big step, that is end-to-end realization of a launch vehicle through industry. And that is in a very advanced stage. We have already, it is in the contract finalization, end-to-end realization of five PSLVs entirely through an industry consortium. And also in the satellite side, if you see this IMS bus, which can carry 100 kg kind of satellite, we have already released an expression of interest for technology transfer. The parties have quoted and they have been shortlisted, and we are going to enter into contract soon. SSLV, it is a small satellite launch vehicle which is getting developed by ISRO, and the launch will be in maybe in 1 month's time. It is planned. So these developments is going on. It will bet 3 launches will get completed this year. But parallelly, we are taking action so that it gets productionized end-to-end through the industries. So that also we are moving. And if you see GSLV Mark III or LVM3, there is a huge demand from the customer for this launch. So already we are parallelly starting the feasibility of realizing it through industry consortium. So these actions are already on the anvil. Small satellite launch vehicle, as we know, is an emerging opportunity which has got very good business opportunities because of the increasing demand for the small satellite constellations. The keywords are on demand, cost effectiveness, large volume production of rockets. So as far as ISRO is concerned, we are already developing the small satellite launch vehicle, and we will have a launch in the next 1 or 2 months. And happy to note that the startup players like Skyroot and Technigul, they are also parallelly developing new launch vehicles, Vikram and Agniban. They also progressed very well. Majority of the tests of the propulsion systems, I understand, has been completed. And as mandated, ISRO has been fully supporting them. ISRO has been enabling them in sharing the knowledge, the data, the technical information, and providing access to facilities for carrying out the test, for carrying out the reviews, design reviews, as well as test requirement reviews, as well as the launch. So what we see here in this figure is a test facility at VSSE, a semi-cryo engine test facility, which has been specifically augmented for carrying out the test of this Agnilet engine, which has been developed by Mrs. Agnikul. So now looking at the vision and strategy for the future, we are trying to identify what are the gap areas. So I try to de-link technology and production. There are two streams. One side, we have the technology. Technology, historically, ISRO has been the technology enabler, mostly. So what we want is, if we have to have a larger share of business, industry has to definitely become the technology enabler, whether it is satellite, launch vehicle, or any other space-related area. On the production side, what was happening is industry was mainly concentrating on the subsystems, but then what we are looking for is, in the years to come, a total launch solution, a total mission solution, including both satellite as well as a launch vehicle from the industry. So if that is there, if both technologies production is there, the kind of business what we'll be looking for is, as we are discussing, the current share is around 2%, where the industry is only focusing on production, and ISRO is doing both, mainly the technology and some part of production. From there, we have to go for a much enhanced share, where ISRO will be mostly concentrating on the technology part, and the industry has to concentrate both on the technology as well as end-to-end production. That should be the goal. So when we try to chart out a decadal plan, that is for next 10 years, what we thought is we can have a longer perspective and then try to look back. So what we have, time frame what we have put here is 2047, that is 100 years after independence, and 25 years from now. Can India become a global leader in the space sector? The economy at that 2047, what is forecasted is 1.5 trillion. The world economy is in the space sector is 1.5 trillion. Can India take our aspirations? Can it be 50% of that global space economy? And for that, what we need. And in the previous panel also, we were discussing, if we go into nitty-gritty details of this space economy, 1.5 trillion, what we are talking, it is again mostly driven by the downstream side, the space application side. The second order impacts of the data, which includes broadcasting, applications, data, Earth observation, etc. So if you can concentrate more on that, as well as concentrate more on the space manufacturing area like ground systems manufacturing, satellites and launch vehicles, etc., it is something which is achievable. And when we say 50% of the global economy in 2047, what we have to aim for in next decade, 2032. I thought around 10% will be some number which we have to achieve if we are aiming for around 50% in 2047. That's why 20%. And then, 10%. And then how to achieve it? That is the question. So what we need is boosting the space industry. What we have now is more than 50 plus startups, more than 450 small scale and medium more than 450 small scale and medium industries, and more than 50 large industries. And what we expect from the startup is innovations, new technology developments, and more, these MSMEs, they also have to develop the new technologies, but then they have to act as the volume creators. And the large industries, the ecosystem has to be built around them. And what I see from the demands which are raised by the industries, the startups, they need more government encouragement, the cess, the incentives, real estate, etc. And for MSMEs, they need long-term commitments. So large-scale industries, the advantage is they should become the channel for bringing new technologies, the new foreign direct investments, and the advantage is, again, shorter gestation periods. They should be trying to promote startups, etc. So the space industry capability from a build to specification kind of thing, they should be capable of grabbing not only the Indian space economy, as also the global kind of space contracts. So previous slide, we are discussing about the government engagement. The Indian space policy, as we know, it has been already drafted out, and majority of the approval process has been over, and maybe in next few months, we are assuming that the policy will get approved. And these are some of the key takeaways which the industry can expect, ease of doing business by the new in-space mechanism which is getting established, the ability to utilize the Department of Space facilities. In-space should act as a single window mechanism, the integrating or interfacing with multiple departments as just telling. Then the conformity to the liability, international liability conventions, we are parties to that. It has to be conformity to that is important. Develop norms and best practices according to the international standards. And one important thing is the open data policy. So dissemination, even in the previous panel discussion, somebody was asking the dissemination of satellites-based remote sensing of the Indian satellites. For that, a definite guideline and the policy will be brought out in this new space policy, which is going to come out. And for technology transfer also, guidelines will be brought out from this policy, and the transfer will take place through InSpace and the NCIL mechanism. So that is what the government has to offer. So again, as discussed in the previous panel, if we see the total global space economy, almost 93% of the global space economy is on the application side, which includes the communication, television, broadband, etc., data, ground segment, and the navigation. And as we are discussing, the risk is minimum in that side compared to the downstream like launch vehicle or satellite building. And the economic share is higher, return on investment is better. So we have to find new users and markets. The users can be government and the users can be private also. And the focus should be there, not only the Indian market, but the market with respect to South Asian countries as well as other developing countries. And because they are interconnected, once the applications we are finalizing the target, the more Earth observation satellites with more real-time data, more number of revisits, and also having cloud coverage and need for strategic availability, that also has to be taken care. So with this in background, if we try to fix the target for 2032, we'll start from the downstream side, space application side, we fix the target, and from there, we try to move backwards to the upstream side, that is the launch vehicle and the satellite. So space application side, we see the end portions. This should be the kind of goals which we have to fix for the next 10 years, which includes Earth observation data services for the global market, not for the Indian market. LEO constellations for commercial high-resolution Earth observation services, and that with respect to economic point of view, but on a national perspective, Earth observation from geo-orbit with higher resolution. So these are the kind of goals we have to fix. And on the communication side, we have broadband services through a hybrid constellation of LEO, MEO, and GEO. This should be the kind of targets. And the communication side, the broadband connectivity for all through satellite links, whether it is possible by in the next 10-year time frame. Similarly, in the navigation side, a high accuracy positioning system, a global Navi constellation, whether we can aim in the next 10 years. This is the kind of targets we try to fix for space applications. So this is my last slide. So once the applications, the targets are fixed, we are trying to work out a roadmap for the infrastructure and the launch vehicles. As we said, the launch vehicles, we have already the operational launch vehicles, PSLV, GSLV, and SSLV, as well as the private launch vehicles which get operationalized through the private sector, with enabling the private sector. And our launch vehicles, we are trying to upgrade to larger payloads with better technologies, and leveraging these technologies, we can develop with the involvement of private sector as a public-private partnership model, a new heavy-lift launch vehicles. So on launch solution by industry by the end of 10 years, a heavy lift kind of launch vehicle, that is a kind of goal we are trying to set. And with respect to space infrastructure, already we are handing over the IMS-01 bus, 100 kg bus, end-to-end solution up to 6 tons, whether the satellite builders can do, and 2 or 3 end-to-end spacecraft solutions, whether we can come in this time frame. That is the goals we are trying to bring. Okay. With that, and my presentation, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for showing us a direction based on your experience. Thank you very much. Now I call upon the moderator for the next session, Sri Lakshmesh, Vice President and Head, Missiles and Aerospace Business, L&T, onto the dais. Sri Lakshmesh has demonstrated transformational business strategy, formulation, and operational models, establishing world-class greenfield entities. He has been active in the CII Space Committee and is currently the co-chair of FICCI Space Committee and driving member of Indian Space Association. Our next panelist is Sri Sudhir Kumar N., Director, Capacity Building Program Office, ISRO. Sri Sudhir Kumar has been a core team member for realizing launch vehicle Mark III facilities at Sriharikota, along with the solid propellant plant, state-of-the-art mission control center, radars, and critical equipment for the launch complex. Our next panelist is Sri Air Vice Marshal D.V. Khote. I request you, sir, onto the desk. Air Vice Marshal D.V. Khote is a fighter pilot commissioned in 1988. He has commanded a fight squadron, a frontline fighter base, and served as a flying instructor with the USAF. As Director General Defense Space Agency, he is responsible for the space requirements of all the armed forces and serve as a single point nodal agency towards defense space goals. Our next panelist is Sri Pradeep Jainath, Managing Director and CEO, Nelco Limited. He has been actively involved in pursuing regulatory changes for the satellite communication industry. He's engaged with the Indian Space Association as well as the Broadband India Forum, where he chairs the SATCOM committee. Our next panelist is Sri Shashank Tripathi, Senior Partner, PwC, Aerospace, Defense, and Space Leader. Sri Shashank Tripathi leads the Aerospace, Defense, and Space practice in India and its core strategy consulting team, a trusted advisor in Air Force, Defense, and Space market assessments, industrial policy, and regulatory matters. He has extensively supported the key ministries, agencies, and private sector players in Europe, US, and South America. I now hand over the stage to session moderator, Sri Lakshmesh. Over to you, sir.
Thanks a lot, buddy. Good afternoon, everyone, and it's certainly a great opportunity here to meet up with all the startup community and the Illuminati of Indian space. And today the dais is actually lit up with the Illuminati. So before I just get into posing some thoughts and some questions, I thought the coincidence of India at 75 and the end of BC. Now BC is before COVID. I think these two have come into this very interesting convergence. And like what we heard the minister say, that the central theme for the next 2 to 3 decades is going to be space and startup culture. I think with we at 75 being a new young India post-COVID and space and startup culture being central to the new economy, I think we are all here in a very great era now. And the vision has been kind of set. And I would now like to request the panelists to share their idea or their model of crystallizing this vision and how do we take it into an implementation mode. A broad guideline has been very well done. So I would request each one of you to share very quickly your idea of one kind of a one single shot says this is the way to take it forward. In the sequencer, please, with you.
Very good afternoon, and thank you very much for the question, Mr. Lakshmesh. I think I'll just like to refer back first to the presentation, a very clear and very encouraging presentation, sir, from our keynote speaker for this panel, and the vision that has been laid down. And looking at the decadal vision for this 10 years, I think we need to look at 2047, as was very clearly brought out, and a very clear purpose was laid out there, and trace backwards to see where this journey started from, where are we in this journey, where are we going. To my mind, this decade is a decade of transitions. And there are tectonic shifts that are taking place. We are part of one here right now. And it's a moment in history that I think is a defining moment. And if we grab it and ride the wave, we will have done it right. And if we pick a wrong direction or we slow down, I think history won't forgive us. To my mind, there are three transitional elements that I'd just like to highlight. One is there is a political transition that's taking place. If military power once defined political dominance, there is a new player, which is economic. What this means in space is that military and civilian lines are being blurred. And the same services and the same applications will equally service the military and the civilian domain with minor adaptations. This is actually an opportunity and a convergence in research and development, in the economics of it, manufacturing of it, consumption. Second transition that I'd like to highlight is one in technology. We are at the threshold, at the brink of actually going out of the near Earth zone and going into the cislunar and into the Earth, Mars, Moon exploitation era. We stand at the threshold of that. The salience of this particular observation is that we stand at the brink of the possibility of entirely new parallel economies which are superior to anything that exists on Earth today, and with a progressively lowering price point. A tremendous technological opportunity. And the third is a socio-economic transition in which space-based applications are becoming available to the layperson, to large masses of population, hence the market, an exploding market, a large consumer base, opportunity for profits, opportunity for, and the potential for exploitation. Looking at the vision itself, my prescription would be a humble submission of a prescription. P4. The first P is purpose. I think the purpose was very well laid out, sir, in your talk. And that purpose should be to get ahead and to retain our position in the forefront in the exploitation of the cislunar zone of space. And through that, to meet our security, economic, science and technology goals. The second P to me would be that of policy, extremely critical. Policy making would have to recognize that space is a special area requiring special policy provisions, otherwise we will slow it down. And what is that policy to serve? It has to create, it has to attract the funds and budgets. It has to be able to handhold the startups that we're talking about and support the explosion of the space industry, and to create the avenues for collaborative and lateral exchanges between the various silos that exist today. The third P would be procedure. Historically, procedures as they are framed have often defeated visionary policy. And it's a very delicate thing to write the procedures right, which have to meaningfully translate the policy and the vision of that policy to meaningful action. And lastly, the fourth P is people. To unleash that larger talent pool of the country, the genius that resides in 1/5, we are nearly there, 1/5 of humanity. It has to be unleashed. We have to create that HR pool. And some of the statements made by the chairman ISRO as well as some of the other, very, very encouraging, but that's where we need to look at. Create the HR pool, retain the HR pool, rotate it within, and then find our way to the next goal.
Thank you, Cook, for those 4P structure. May I request Sudhir Kumarji, Director CBPO, and this my moderating job is a little tough one. I need to kind of hold on and please restrict yourselves to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Lakshmesh. Probably, I think to put it the discussion across without going around, today the discussion is on startups and Vision 2047. It is very sectoral group of ministries. They have laid their initial thought process. Basically, they are concentrating on agriculture, communications, energy security, transport, urbanization, digital transformation, e-governance. These are all the thoughts they have put it across. How actually the space technology applications will enable these sectors have to be debated very well, because it is not possible at maybe governmental level, at central government or state government. If you think of how the space applications will be useful for corporate applications, probably that on the other one hand, while continuing or pursuing how actually the space applications as a spin-offs can be brought down to the village level. This is more important. Debates have to take place. We have to collective bargaining or brainstorming has to be done. Let us say whether it is related to health or urbanization or sanitation as a part of Swachh Bharat. We have to identify these local applications. Maybe spin-offs may not be very high-end technologies, deep tech technologies. This is what exactly startups are looking for. Then the second thing is incentives, as already friends were talking about. That is on the other hand, it is there. But each and every village as a cottage industry. This is what, if you see the development of China, such kind of things, each and every home is an industry. Like that, each and every village should have a startup. And startup should not be seen like a commercial entities like MSMEs or let us say corporates. They have to be seen in a different way. They are all part of our family. When you are nurturing your son to lead his life, you have to, the corporates or government or anybody who is sitting on the top seats should see startups as their own children or their own, let us say, seeds to grow the industry. This is the approach I personally feel that we should take. I've been talking to several startups. They always question me, how, who will tell me, what to tell me, whether I am doing correct or not. Can anybody tell? Can anybody direct me? So the technical mentorship, the hand holding, the incentives, of course, as a policy should come, because each and every department need not dwell separately on the incentives and promotional schemes. From the government of India side, if the direction comes as a public procurement policy, it can be done. I feel that would be probably the thinking process we should take. Another decade, it should grow. The startup, not like a companies, corporate companies who concentrates on the high-tech, let us say, solutions. They should go bottom to the village level, municipality level, corporation level, and city level to find the applications. And incidentally, I just want to share work for wage. There is a concept in many states. If agricultural labor, they are not getting their work, they find the work for themselves and log it somewhere and get paid. Such kind of startups, let us say, they will go, if a desanitization is required, some kind of problem is there in society or in application, they'll find out, they will notify to the department or government, local department, and they will execute the work and they'll get paid. Such kind of innovative processes or management, e-governance is required, I feel strongly, to develop this ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Tripathi, can you give your one take on how do we convert this vision to reality?
Firstly, it's a privilege to be here. As you said, it's the start of our Amrit Kal, and this is a very auspicious gathering. And I want to shout out to two people in this audience. One is startup people themselves who have struggled and made this country proud. People like Neha Satak and others who are really doing a great job. And the other side, the ISRO team here, which has done tremendously well over the last many years. Now, very briefly, in terms of the structure of the market, if I may just say so, as has been said before by Victor, there are three parts to this. The upstream side, which is a space launch, the midstream, and the downstream. And broadly speaking, there are three types of buyers. There is the private sector who will look at it for various different applications, as was said by Victor, as cars come on autonomy, etc., communication will be done by satellite. Second is government, highly underexploited. Many of the states today require satellite imagery for the daily work, especially states. And third, defense. I think defense is something I'm working very closely in, and I think defense is not only be an enabling thing for defense, but also space war. Now, coming to the size of the market, I think Hector rightly said, let's say 10% in the next 10 years, which is about, give or take, $50 billion. I would moderate it. I would say 8%, of which 6% can be Indian and 2% can be global, which means that we have to grow at about 15 to 16% compounded annual growth just domestically, and about 20% if we have to reach that, which is, I think, a robust target, and we can achieve it. Now to the question, how to achieve it. Number one, the ecosystem, and I would paraphrase the minister, this has to be a whole of nation approach. If the youngest person living in a village does not appreciate the space matters, then we will lose this battle of 20% growth and giving succor to 1.4 billion people, the largest country of the world in the next 10 years. Therefore, my submission is that while this August gathering is about the startup ecosystem, I would ask all the senior people to discover what their last mile problems are. Because it's easy to put up startup ecosystem on a slide.
But I know from personal experience that there is a lot of angst as to how do you do it. Now, Neha made a very good point that startups have to have government as a buyer. Is the procurement right? For instance, and I'll talk a bit more about it perhaps later on, if NASA is asking SpaceX to produce, they give a target of $2.6 billion in 2014, is the procurement process right? Is the enablement process right? Is the downstream technologies that we are so proud of, and I think it's absolutely right to say that downstream will be the big growth area, and we can talk a bit more about that. But are we really doing AI, quantum, and others to the tune that, let's say, China is doing? So these are some of the hard questions we have to answer together. But it's a privilege. I think it's a privilege to be here today, and I want to confine my remarks to 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Mr. Nath, what's your take on that one point to convert vision to reality?
Good afternoon. I think to achieve this decadal vision, the whole ecosystem has to work together, the industry, the government, and the regulators. Let me just give a perspective from an industry. I think the industry is fairly broad. So I'm just zooming down to satellite communication services. So if you look at satellite communication services in the country today, it's a very, very small part of the overall telecom industry, maybe less than 2%. Second is that it is restricted to only within the country. To my mind, in the next 10 years, this can completely change. The satellite communication services can come to the mainstream, like any other telecom services, as well as it can be a global service industry. I think this is the main thing. Now, how do we achieve that? To do this, a couple of things are required. One is we require adequate capacity, commercial satellite capacity, the right type of satellites, commercial satellites in terms of technologies, both GSO as well as NGSO. I think as a country, we should have our own systems to be able to do that. Right price point, because without that, it is impossible for us to be competing against the telecom industry. And the last but not the least, the regulations. Now, I think about the satellite, the requirement of the satellite, the type of satellite is well known. Let me also talk about the regulations. I think we have been seeing a lot of effort by the government in terms of making the right regulatory changes, and we've been hearing about it, and we are all excited about it. Apart from the regulatory framework, there is a lot of structural changes which have been done. For example, creating of InSpace is a big structural change which has been done to give a boost to the industry. Our view is that while the policies are being framed, they are being liberal, we need to be very careful in terms of how are they getting implemented. Unless the implementation is done properly, we'll have a very progressive policy, but not effective as far as the industry or the nation is concerned. So therefore, a focus on implementation of the policy. And next is that we need to be continuously looking at the policy framework, because with technology changing, with business model changing, we'll have to keep changing this. If we do this, to my mind, in the next 10 years, satellite communication service industry can grow multifold. And when I say multifold, it could be more than 10 to 15 times of where it is currently, and also become a global service provider. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next question specific to Sudhirji, to you. Government of India, DOS, has now very clearly created multiple organizations. ISRO, we have InSpace, we have NSIL, and the policies are coming up. So I think it's a major transformation. So what would be those tactical moves? I mean, what next by the Government of India and DOS to convert this transformation into action? What are those tactical moves?
It's very clear. Even earlier speakers also spoke about this very clearly. ISRO is continuing to do the job of developing the technologies, because these technologies are capital intensive and time taken jobs. These technologies, as the slides are also very clear, that slowly we will transform this knowledge to the industry non-NGEs. That is very clear. And facility building is again another important thing where startups cannot afford to do. The facility building, capacity building is the prime responsibility of ISRO. That ISRO will continue to do, I hope, in our whatever mentors were telling us. As far as the NCL is concerned, NCL mandate is also very clear, involving more and more into the commercial aspects, whether international customers or national customers, and more ISRO products which can be, let us say, marketed. There was a move earlier by Antrix also some of the ISRO products, very critical products, which are not available for the industry to have, because Make in India is very important for us than importing. So some of the ISRO products which are very critical and technical know-how is not picked up till the industry picks up the entire technical know-how. That also would be the one area where NSIL probably will be looking into for supplying as a source. As far as InSpace is concerned, it was very clear that they are the enablers, they are the promoters, they are the bridge between the industry and ISRO. They will formulate the policies, whether it is incentivization or some kind of promotion or some kind of unwritten, let us say, procedures, unwritten policies, which will enable the startups to grow into the, let us say, space economy. That is InSpace role. I feel this coordination between NSIL, InSpace, and the ISRO would be a wonderful model that is going to come. It will definitely enable the startup ecosystem as well as the corporates as well as MSMEs in a very big way. It is up to them who will come forward, because now the gates are open. Now the feast is ready. It is up to the people to come and taste it and enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks. That's a specific question to AVM Koot now. We see that, space, defense is entering space, and we're seeing that happen across multiple countries. And India has also taken some key initiatives towards that by creating DSE, which you are championing, and the DSRO and DSPs and things like that. So my question to you is, what is that role that niche tech companies and the startups would play a role in? And by the way, you also actually come out with some kind of a technology perspective or problem statements in the coming years. So what would be the role of or the suggestion that you would like to guide to these tech companies, startups? How would they engage with these? Number one. Number two, would the procuremental processes of defense apply to defense space as well?
Thank you for that question, Lakshmesh. Okay, let me come to the beginning. Like you rightly mentioned, Minister of Defense at the moment is engaged in some pretty significant initiatives which are focused directly on the MSME and the startup ecosystem. And the aim is to give specific problem statements to the various startups engaged in different distinct technology zones, and to encourage them by injection of a certain amount of funding, so that we accelerate that process and are doing some amount of handholding. So that's one of the very key initiatives that has commenced at the Ministry of Defense. One observation on this space industry is it's a conglomeration of a very wide range of distinct technologies. Often when we think space, we think directly of rocketry, because that's so, by itself an attractive and, important segment. But there's so much more. A lot has been said about the downstream applications and the downstream benefits that are there waiting to be taken on. So there's a host of niche technologies and subsystems technologies that exist. Now, the ISRO, of course, has over the decades, it was one monolithic organization with every little element within it. It was self-sufficient in every respect. But now we are going into a different era, and we're going to have a large number of small companies who are going to concentrate on their area of expertise. Subsystems, key components, it could be sensors, it could be electronics, it could be propulsion, it could be a variety of different things, communications. Now, how does this move ahead is the whole key question. And the subsystems manufacturers and developers, the component level developers, need to find some place to absorb this. So to give it a name, and some kind of an engineering, integration and aggregation. Therefore, these umbrella companies, the larger players, would be required, to our mind, who will absorb what these young boys and girls are going to produce. Otherwise, their effort is going to go nowhere. So this ability to integrate what is going to be produced by the niche component level technology developers is going to be key to how we translate their effort into actual products and services in the times to come. So that my suggestion to the industry would be for the larger players to step up. And of course, Chairman ISRO has already made the statement, and they're there And similarly, it would be with DRDO. Similarly, it would be with other traditional integrators and larger players to come forward and absorb this. And I think the role of InSpace here is very, very important to enable the policy frameworks so that both the players, the larger players who are going to do this job of systems integration and the smaller players who are going to produce it are both supported. Coming to the second question on whether the defense procedures apply. Well, any proposal that emanates from the Ministry of Defense or from the Armed Forces is obliged to follow the defense acquisition procedures at the moment. However, the system is so much in transition, and what I'm seeing in front of my eyes is as understanding emerges from all the brainstorming that's going on and the processes that are on right now, I think we'll hopefully see that space as a special area requiring special provisions. And so my hope is that in times to come, we will recognize this and in the policy frameworks, inject these changes, make these amendments so that space gets the special treatment that it deserves.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Looking forward to that. Specifically, next question to Mr. Tripathi. Well, Indian gates are opening now, and we have seen that US, Europe, and the various other spacefaring nations have done that about 15, 20 years back. So what is that key learning for India from all these other nations who have created this liberalization or of the space sector? What are those key learnings, and how do we imbibe those learnings into our strategy of realizing the vision?
Yeah, no, great question. I would say firstly at the outset that we have to blaze a new path. We have to blaze a new path. We will always learn from the other three giants, if I may call it that. So let me take them one by one. United States of America, 2000, which is about 22 years back, they opened it up through the COTS process, which allowed them to have companies like SpaceX come along. And as you know, that in 2014, SpaceX got an order for $2.6 billion. Before that, 2012, they got a $1.6 billion order. That was a place where NASA backtracked and said, we will go more into R&D and we will let the private sector participate. There's a lesson there. And I think the DRDO chairman himself just talked about it just before that. So we think we can learn something there. Let's come to Europe. Now, the one thing about USA is that it's highly incestuous. It doesn't go out too much, whereas Europe has got a much more diverse 20-odd countries, European Space Agency, 40% of the budget comes from the government. There is also European Commission. As a result of that, many companies have come up like Thales, like others, like Ariane, and they are really flourishing. And therefore, they are not procuring from one central place. And indeed, they're quite global. They're coming up. I know that Thales has been in Bangladesh recently, etc. Come to China, which is the big, may I say, strategic competitor in the north of us at various levels. China has done something very nicely, but perhaps it's unique to it, which it has very strong civil-military fusion. Because the civil side of China also, you could argue, is largely publicly held, in the manner speaking. So this is where civil-military fusion is there. Now, coming to the question, what can we learn from it? I believe that we have to strike a different path. I believe the downstream side, which has got tremendous amount of energy, we have a strong IT sector. Keep in mind that IT sector today is not really equipped to produce great products, because I'm doing a lot of work in non-kinetic warfare, and we find that we still have to leverage ourselves much more. But there's a great start. And on the other hand, we have ISRO, which has done tremendous work for the last many years. So I think on both ends of this fulcrum, you have two great assets that we have as a nation. We are the third largest startup nation in the world now. How do we use that ecosystem and what I said before, a whole of nation approach, which is where the world ecosystem is easy to say, very difficult to implement. How do you get confidence between private sector and the government? How do you get the military to trust the private sector with things which are required? Data cannot be sent out from the military, but military can have civil technologies come one way. How do we create those structures? My biggest worry, I don't want to sound negative, but I think one big area that we have to work on is developing trust amongst civil society, amongst private sector, amongst the government, amongst the military, so we can do that. I can tell you very briefly, and so I'd like to discuss a bit more. In non-kinetic warfare, which is going to be very significant for this country, unless the private sector steps up, which is exactly what is happening in North America. United States military is taking the help of everyone in Silicon Valley. Palantir is a very public example of that. Similarly here, we must make sure that the talent in Bangalore, the talent in the back of this room is deployed fully. And for that, I'm afraid the senior people in this room have to relax a bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patil. And last question, industry being represented by Mr. Nathia. So, what kind of a B2B and a B2C market do you see as evolving out of all this restructuring and putting this vision? And how do you think that the industry, when I say industry, it could be large, mid, small, startup, how do you think that they should take on this, building this market?
Thanks, Lakshmesh. Let me first address the applications, B2B, B2C, and then go to the SME, because there's a big role that we see for the MSME here. As far as the downstream applications are concerned, we believe that the B2B market will be the larger market. Now, with the right type of communication satellite technologies and the right price points, almost every single application could grow. But let me give a couple of big ones. Aviation is one, where aircraft communication could be a big growth segment, particularly because that's one area where without satellite communication, it's impossible to have any other connectivity. And with the way aviation sector is likely to grow in the country, there is a big opportunity, not only for India as a service, but also to go beyond India. Second could be in terms of the cellular backhaul. When I say cellular backhaul, it is not only for reaching out to remote locations, but also for densification. With 5G getting rolled out so aggressively as per the plans of the country, satellite will be able to play a huge role in that. And that is a big opportunity. Village connectivity, another big area of opportunity where without satellite communication, there is no way we could reach out to the remotest parts of the country, as has been envisaged by the Prime Minister. We believe that B2C would be at a smaller part of the, much smaller than B2B, because it will be restricted to more to the rural markets. And with the disposable income issues, it may not take off as well as what it would be taking up in the main larger cities. But in larger cities, you have got telecom services. And therefore, we believe B2B will be the much bigger in terms of downstream applications. Now comes to the MSME. I think there's a huge opportunity for the MSME. When we look at from a commercial satellite communication services, we see that almost every single component is imported today. Be it the antenna systems, be it the basebands, be it the modems, we import everything. There's hardly anybody who is manufacturing in the country, A. B is that even globally, there are very few players. If I were to look at the antenna system, there are a handful of them, less than 6 of them. If you were to look at a baseband technology, modem technology, there are just about half a dozen of them, right? So therefore, there's a huge opportunity for the MSMEs to create these technologies, create these platforms to be able to serve in the country and also go beyond the country. Very importantly, because they're proprietary systems, there is a very good opportunity for creating software-defined modem technology. That itself is a big opportunity, considering the fact that India is so good at software development. I think that's an area that the MSMEs can really work on. And that, to my mind, could make us see one of the unicorns for the space sector from the startups who are there today in this area. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So thank you very much for each one of your thoughts. I'm not very sure we have time for audience questions. Hey.
Time. At least we'll take one question from the audience.
Yeah. So any questions? Yeah, there's a hand going up there. Yeah, the mic will come to you. Yes.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Abhinesh. I'm the founder at Big Dipper Exploration Technology. We are a startup developing autonomous lunar rovers. So my question is towards that only. We are at an inflection point where there is a new market emerging in space economy, which is lunar market essentially, which is targeted, estimated at a minimum of $200 billion and on the upper end of this spectrum about $1 trillion in the next 15, 20 years. So what is our roadmap as a nation to capture this segment of the market which is emerging? Because from this year, the first commercial lunar mission is happening and is landing on lunar surface. carried by a startup in US, which is carrying payloads from NASA and other global startups. So how are we planning to address this market space, which is essentially going to be a biggest player as the economy matures?
Anyone can address that?
I didn't get the question. No, I think some of the points I have covered in the slides is around 1.5 trillion economy, global economy by 2047. But then still what we see is it is mostly dominated by the application sector only. But if you are, I think what you are talking about regarding space exploration, or
not just space exploration, it's essentially cislunar and lunar market and space resources.
yeah, so that it has to be. The point is, as we see the forecast, mostly the economy part of it is mostly dominated by the Earth and the application side. But then around 30%, around 22% is more on the launch vehicle and the technology side and the exploration side. So there we can see that a considerable amount of market exists for the future kind of space explorations or lunar kind of things. That's what we see.
Like, can we expect some sort of like program which, for example, NASA came out with commercial lunar payload program to build an ecosystem of lunar startups addressing moon and its application? Is there?
Gentlemen, I think this needs far more deliberation. So there is lunch and post-in sessions for that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any further questions can be posted on.
Quick question. One question now? I think there was a person. Yeah. Can you be crisp and ask a direct question?
Sir, my question is, you see now the interaction between academia and startup, academia to industry, academia to ISRO, academia to in-space. This is the required, because now the majority of the students not aware about what the things are going on in industry or in the space industries. And the second thing is, it is better to introduce few subjects in the academia. Definitely it will be helpful for the academia as well as the startup or industries.
I think your valid point. We will take up with the appropriate authorities to introduce. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much, panelists. I think it's been a good learning from.
Sir, I request you to be seated for a moment.
Thank you. Thank you.
I call upon Dr. S. Unikrishnan, Director, Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, onto the dais and present a moment for the speakers. Sri Victor Joseph, the keynote speaker for the session. Sri Sudhir Kumar, Air Vice Marshal D.V. Khote, Sri Pradeep J. Nath, Sri Shashank Tripathi, and finally, Sri Lakshmesh, the moderator of the session, for efficiently conducting this panel. Thank you very much, sir. Before we move on to the next very interesting panel on space economics, we have a few videos from our sponsors.
A bold interplanetary mission to explore the red planet. A pan-industry initiative to develop more efficient electrical aircraft. A new defense system to better detect imminent national security threats. An ambitious public works project to protect the city of Venice from flooding. A new technology development to reduce the infrastructure cost of urban rail transport. Enhanced medical imaging technology to make surgery less invasive. These are all examples where Centum Group has played a pivotal role in enabling its customers to turn big ideas into smart, performing, and reliable solutions. Centum operates in the high technology segments where complexities are high and product life cycles can last 30 years or more. With the full range of capabilities to conceptualize, design, industrialize, manufacture, and provide reliable life cycle support, Centum is the ideal innovation and product realization partner. Centum offers customers the flexibility to choose the engagement model best suited to their needs, be it complete build to specification, design and engineering services, or manufacturing and product lifecycle services. A global footprint with operations in Asia, Europe, and North America enables Centum to work closely with customers and bring together the best talent from across the world to find innovative solutions to complex problems. Centum Group has 7 global design centers where engineers specialized in electronic hardware, embedded software, FPGA, analog, RF, power, and mechanical domains work together in multidisciplinary teams to realize customized products for mission-critical applications. State-of-the-art simulation software is used to produce the most efficient product designs. The designs are validated in our R&D labs, which are equipped with all the equipment necessary to test various technologies and products. The industrialization phase facilitates a smooth transition to mass production by executing DFX analyses and setting up a supply chain that provides the optimal cost, speed, and flexibility to customers. Centum's electronic manufacturing solutions are designed to enable customers to scale up quickly and reliably. 350,000 square feet of world-class manufacturing facilities, as well as a global network of partners, enable a broad spectrum of products to be manufactured. These range from full system integration to LRU.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Arushi Seth from ISRO, thank the sponsors whose videos were just played. Thank you, MathWorks, our platinum sponsor, and Centum, our diamond sponsor, for your amazing support for DeSSEI 2022. I welcome you to the third panel discussion, which is on the very interesting topic of space economics, comprising of space transportation, space material processing, space biotechnology, space-based services, and so on. A new wing of space economy has taken flight. The technological advances have opened the gates to new emerging areas and unexplored space avenues. Recent developments in space travel may be setting the stage for a striking new era of tech investment. Are investors paying attention? Will declining launch costs, state-of-the-art technology, and rising public sector interest position space exploration as the next trillion-dollar industry? What are the business opportunities in space for Indian industry? And how will space be driving our planet's future? These questions will be deliberated upon in this panel discussion. I consider it a great honor to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Unni Krishnan Nair, Director, Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, ISRO. Sir, I invite you to the dais. Dr. Nair has made significant contributions in launch vehicle mechanisms, acoustic protection systems, and payload fairing areas. He was the Director of Advanced Space Transportation System, leading all advanced projects like human space flight, air-breathing propulsion, and reusable launch vehicle development. Let us proceed to the much-awaited keynote address by Dr. Nair. Sir, the floor is yours.
Very good afternoon to one and all. I know I am standing before you and lunch.
for the panel. So let us transact the business very fast. I consider this is one of the most important themes of this seminar. Now, when you talk about the space economics, we need to look at with our own feet firm on ground and what we have in terms of our skill, our technologies. The models as seen by or as used by other countries may not work in our Indian context. So that is how we thought we will have a sort of discussion in that sense. We have the technology, how we can convert this so that we can, the whatever number we are talking about in terms of space economy, we can achieve. I think in the slide, somebody has to push next. Yeah, okay. Anyway, this point has been discussed here. What are our strengths? What are the technologies we have? We have, as part of our technology program, we develop launch vehicles. And even as you can see, we are even working on a human-rated vehicle that can carry humans. We initially had a few launch vehicles like technology demonstration, like SLV, ASLV. Of course, that has been discontinued. But now, what you see here is PSLV, GSLV, GSLV Mark III, and of course, the small satellite launch vehicle, SSLV. And we also develop technologies which we feel that they are all essential for our future programs. As seen here, the technologies for manned mission or the reusable technologies or sounding rockets as an experimental base for many of the applications. Of course, all these vehicles are for different kinds of satellite missions, which of course all of you are aware, and it has got applications. In fact, application means a plethora of applications. So we now discuss right about 2%. What is our share to catch something like a two-digit number, as our in-space chairman was mentioning when he took over, at least 10%. That is why I put that number as 10%. Need not be 10%. We can go even on 99% also. But to start with, there we need to look at our capability, skill, and then see what best we can do to achieve this. Oh, yeah. Of course, in our space program, right from inception, private, public, or MSMEs, they have been part of the development. And we also, you can see gradually as we move from SLV to say Mark III, their role also is changing. In fact, their role is more in the sense that they are not just vendors, but still we know that the pace, the gap to be bridged, if you want to gain a big pie of the economy, it is not sufficient. We want their role to be a better role played by them so that now we can, it's not only industry alone, all other stakeholders together so that we can get a better share of the economy. Of course, the trend, it has been discussed here, which are the areas where we can look at. And it is clear from the global perspective or the studies done by other agencies that service sector, including satellite service, non-satellite industry put together, that is the major area where the economic gain is more. But we need to look at from the Indian context, which are the areas, even in this area, where we can make our own contribution and then make a major impact in terms of economy. Next. Next slide, please. Now that, as I was telling, we need our own models. We don't have to copycat. It won't survive. It is sometimes it's not money, but it is novel ideas that will definitely give you more, or the strategy that will fetch more benefits. We see last 2 decades, many countries have changed their strategy. They have made their own rules and then legislations to see how the space sector can be changed. And we know that the 1960s and 70s were only states were participants of this program, only countries with the government part. The space was mostly governed by government, where even the Outer Space Treaty or the treaties that were formed in 60s and 70s, that time we talked about common heritage of humankind, that is the entire space and its resources belong to the entire humanity, and astronauts as envoys of humankind. But with more and more commercial interest in space, with more and more private industries, these definitions are changing. In fact, we know that it is not so. We cannot call astronauts as simply envoys of mankind, because they have, it is not astronauts, it is that private parties or the commercial entities along with government, they are all exploring to have more and more in space and space related business. But then if you look at this small country, this small European country with just 6 lakh population, with probably 75% of area of Goa. It's a small country. But then you can see they the Luxembourg Space Agency started only in 2018, and they have more than 50 space companies are there in the country. See, the strategy what they have followed, a multi-pronged strategy where there are short-term as well as long-term strategy. So it's not only the immediate result, but just to sustain. Like the political support, it is very important. And then international cooperation. We don't have to do everything. There are certain domains where we can definitely go for collaboration. And then attractive legal and regulatory framework. I'm very glad that our country also is working on such a system, because that is the need of the hour if you want to attract many parties. And then how the long-term development by supporting public research and education, and also dedicated support for private sector research and development activities, and to even to inculcate the spirit in the student community so that the chain is continuous. So probably this model as such, it may not work, but then we can also take from this and then develop what is the type of model suitable for us. Next. Okay, you can see as from left to right, the role of industry is increasing, but then there's a small launch vehicle which we are going to launch probably next month or so, that is the SSLV. It is built for industry. We are not going to do more than 2 or 3 launches, but then this will be transferred to industry, and the industry can manufacture, because it is made industry friendly with technologies that can be easily integrated into the vehicle. And then it is a sort of a launch on demand. The idea is to see if there is a requirement within 1 week, we should be able to launch, and we must be able to go to any place and then launch. It need not be that we launch from Sriharikota. Even think of a mobile launch pedestal where we can make use of the advantage of the launch lat long, and then to get to maximize payload. Of course, we have a spaceport at Shar, and one more is coming up at Tuticorin. And at Shar itself, we have 2 launch pads, and I hope with the more and more launch opportunities, the infrastructure also will be building, because these are all very costly investment, which probably the startups or the commercial entities may not be interested in investing in the beginning, but then these are the areas where this hand holding is going to take us further. So we can see the current industrial role. We, in fact, last few years, we have been making GOCO models. We are attracting industry to our premises, and they make subsystems and then supply. But we see we need a better role. We need a very stronger manufacturing with new technologies, like many other manufacturing technologies will be see, and more industries too who are interested in working on this. And we can also see the thing of capturing the international space markets. Like, there are many space aspiring countries, even in Africa or in Middle East, where the commercial entities can play as a bridge and then take the technologies, build the infrastructure, and then they can be made spacefaring. And then that become a part of the space fraternity. So the scope is, in fact, if you look at it, infinite. And then you look at the last one, which is shown as the future next generation launch vehicle. We know we need more capability for many reasons. And this new launch vehicle is going to be developed right from the design phase. This is one area where we don't want to do the design, or we want to do the design, development, and the realization with the involvement of industries and other interested team right from the beginning. They become partners right from the design or the definition stage onwards. And then we get subsystems, or in terms of, say, for example, the entire stage, the cryo stage or the semi-cryo stage, that's a total system we get from industry. Even there is a point in future where the entire vehicle can be assembled. So this is how we are looking forward, so that the participation of industries can be enhanced. Next. Definitely, we know that our cost, we need to cut cost because we need to be competitive. We need to be competitive in the space market. We have some platforms, test platforms, where we are experimenting different methods of cost reduction strategies. See, the cost reduction strategy employed by others need not work for us. For example, recovering the stage. It depends on the impact point and many other constraints that is again decided by the launch station and the ground trace, and which are the countries there over which we are flying. So we have some platforms, like we wanted to try out a reusable launch vehicle technology, and in fact bringing back and then land it on a bar like the test vehicle, which is using the second stage of PSLV. So these technologies we are trying out, and the appropriate technology we need to induct and then reduce the cost. At the same time, we need a cost-effective manufacturing method. If you talk about 3D printing, flow forming, friction stir welding, or large electron beam welding, but we see that many of these facilities are not available in the country. These are the areas where industry can invest, so that it is not only meeting the requirements of the space, but it will have a definitely the global market also can be can be in the focus when you invest on such things. We know that even for Gaganyaan, we need to have a electron beam welding for a 3-meter class structure, but we know that it is not available in the country. So many of these technologies are globally available. It takes time for us to get it in our country. Similarly, the indigenization. You take indigenization, if you look at material-wise, more than 80%, yes, for rockets and related things, we have indigenized. But there are certain things, certain critical things. You will take, for example, tin aluminum alloy sheets, still we are importing. But then these are, it's not a crime that we import, we can import. But there are certain very essential material, and there the domestic usage is very high, like the sheet. Definitely the industries are the real players who can take it up and then develop, so that the certain the dependence on critical material is either it is minimized or it is not there. Can I have the next? We also know that it has been told the service sector is the least risky place where you can invest and then make more. Here we need a more innovative ideas. You can just see that it is just the idea. In fact, when I was discussing with one of the startups, he has an idea where he has the database of the entire the ground station and a software. If you identify your launch vehicle problem, he can optimize and give you the ground stations which you can use for optimum tracking. See, the investment involved in such this is very, very low, but these are all great ideas. You can see in our country, the internet penetration is hardly 40 or 47%. There is a scope, 53% scope, population is still not having internet. So these internet-based second-order impacts, as projected by the studies by elsewhere, this is going to grow on a big scale in future. So these are the areas where low risk business, or where you can have more ideas, more innovation, and then come out with our own ideas. In fact, you can see the Bhuvan portal. It is by the NRSC They have a very important, or we can say the state-of-the-art portal is available where there are, in fact, many government sectors are using this, but we need more. If we start using the ideas there and if we give back some ideas, this is how this portal can be developed further, and that the applications of space or the space sector applications can be further enhanced for finding solutions to the real problems of our society. You know, our problems could be different. For example, just next slide. Our problem, we see only few examples like we know that potential fishing zone using satellites we can find out by looking at the food as well as the temperature where the population of fish is going to be high. We have 38 lakh fishermen who survive on this is their primary job. But we can see this particular technology, hardly 6 or 7 lakhs only it is reaching. There is a gap. So there we need services which can take this technology to the potential users, and then definitely it is going to enhance the success rates. The studies show that the success rate is more than 80%. That means the more than 80% chance is there when you go there, their fish will be there. That will reduce your time, save your time, and also in terms of fuel saving. So this is one area. Like that, if you take urban planning, how we can make use of the Bhuvan portal, or even it's a menace, traffic problem is a menace in all our states. If we can use artificial intelligence based data and then just see how we know that these traffics are not linked. When somewhere it's a red light, then when it is green, immediately after the downstream, again it is red. So there is always intermittency in traffic. Now you take the idea and then depending upon the time of the day, and if it is a holiday, we know that the time, the green signal should be there for in different directions will be different. So this AI-enabled data, if you have a database and then link them properly through satellite, yeah, we know that the traffic with the available infrastructure, we can ease it out. Can I have the next slide, please? Yes, space material processing also is one of the theme. We know that we have microgravity platforms like SRE that was launched in 2007, and the PS4, PSLV, the last stage after the satellite injection, we are converting and then offering it as a microgravity platform. We can, where interested stakeholders can do experiments. Similarly, the unmanned flights of Gaganyaan, there is huge opportunity for doing microgravity experiment, which can be even brought back. So this area, like if, for example, some water. Yeah. So it's a material processing. What we need is now some cutting edge scientific experiments. You know, what we have is something from internet or something like that. But what our society needs, and if you have that cutting edge experiments, so say for example, pharmaceutical experiment or the Defense Food Research Lab, if we can do, we know that the space manufacturing of drugs, so the pharmaceutical companies can look at it, what is the business opportunity there, and then making that type of drug which uses the features of space like long microgravity or the kind of very deep vacuum, and then so on and so forth. So it's a material processing area is one area where it's not only industry, even academia and others can bring out novel experiments which can try out where we can make new materials. In fact, biotechnology is one area. We know that we are into human spaceflight program. The survival of humans for long duration in space, it needs more studies. This Gaganyaan is just a short-term mission. We go and come back 2 to 3 days. Probably the effect of space or staying in space may not be much. But if we think of going beyond the Earth orbit to Moon or Mars, it's a fiction now, but you know that it's happening elsewhere. Then we need to understand the art of survival in space. So this domain or astronautics is one domain where we need to nucleate studies, and then gradually, it's not in ISRO or in industry or in academia. It has to be a collaborative activity where we take up studies and make experiments and then make a base. Like you see the IBM in Russia, which is more than 100 years old. They do all sorts of experiments. They have a lot of database. You know, the space station, the last 25 years, the survivability of human beings for long duration, what are the effects of radiation, all this data, yes, they have, but we don't have. So we need such experiments. And can I have the next? Yes, this we have been discussing. Space tourism is a reality elsewhere. We can think of going to stay in Mars, or we can go think about staying in a five-star hotel in orbit. But these are all far-fetched as far as we are concerned. But definitely, we can go to the edge of the space. That is, we can cross the Von Karman line, 100-kilometer, come back. It is a very adventurous space tourism, like what the Amazon big Jeff Bezos and they are all doing. It is possible using just taking the launch vehicle technology and the technology that we develop for Gaganyaan. We can have a space tourism concept in 4 to 5 years. This offer is for all industries to come and take. You can see the growth potential. It is the average growth in 2027, space tourism is going to be a major player. Similarly, the inflatable habitats and, that is again an area where it will find many applications. In fact, for many applications on ground during, say, under disaster or when there is an inclement weather, this habitat can be deployed. Definitely, this can be considered as for space or in other say habitat in other planets. So I think this time is running up. Let us go to the last slide. So I have just summarized. We have, if you want to look at, there are many areas. First is it's not only that we confine ours to the Indian market. We can always find the global market. Manufacturing facilities, we need state of the art. Innovation in space, which will definitely be fostered with the more and more startups, and a very strong academia industry collaboration. And somebody was telling courses and training for enabling the students to come up, and a very strong legal and institutional policy, and then international outreach, skilled human researchers, research and development. Of course, this has to continue to meet our future requirement. And then I think it is we need to think and then make a model that will suit our country, considering our capabilities and our own limitations. It's not just an adaptation of any other model. Probably we need more and more of lateral thinking or out of box thinking to find more and more application and then use how all these things can be merged to have a major share in the emerging space economy. With that, I conclude. I think I would like to exceeded a little bit of my allotted time. Thank you. I think probably, yeah, take over.
Thank you, sir, for the informative presentation explaining the various factors of space economy with extreme clarity. Due to paucity of time, we will continue the third panel discussion after lunch. Lunch has been arranged at 2 venues, the first floor and terrace. Post-lunch session will begin at 2:15 p.m. I request you all to reassemble here after lunch. Everyone can please proceed for lunch.
seas and oceans. Advanced 4G and 5G services are made available everywhere at the shortest time. Agriculture is revolutionized through Imagine a world where distance is not a barrier for education and skill development. High-speed connectivity is available for flyers. Maritime businesses operate efficiently in deep seas and oceans. Advanced 4G and 5G services are made available everywhere at the shortest time. Agriculture is revolutionized through real-time connectivity. People in remotest parts of the country are digitally connected. Supply chains and fleets are integrated, efficient and smart. Connected cars are a reality. Any sensor data gets transmitted across the globe instantly. And critical communication is made available in disaster-hit areas very quickly, making this a reality. Nelco, a Tata enterprise, makes this possible with innovative satellite communication solutions by providing reliable, flexible, scalable, and robust connectivity on land, sea, and sky. Nelco is India's leading and innovative satellite communication service provider. We aim to harness the objectives of businesses and governments in harnessing the potential of rural and remote areas by connecting the unconnected. We build bridges for digital inclusion and financial inclusion. As a part of the Tata Group, we contribute to nation building in the true spirit. In ATM and banking, we connect about 55,000 plus ATMs, enabling about 2 billion ATM transactions per annum. In oil and gas, we provide seamless connectivity between the land-based operations and offshore rigs for real-time monitoring, analytics, and remote troubleshooting. In renewable energy, we enable real-time load balancing, accurate forecasting, and operational efficiencies by connecting geographically distributed and remote solar and wind power plants. In maritime, our services empower the vessels at sea to access business-critical applications, on-demand entertainment for passengers, and keep the crew connected to their families, no matter where they are. In Aero, we provide in-flight internet access for flyers and uninterrupted ubiquitous connectivity for airlines. This gives opportunities for airlines to create personalized travel experiences and faster turnaround time. In telecom, we enable proliferation of 4G now and 5G in future in remote areas beyond the reach of terrestrial networks. In education, our virtual learning solutions enable inclusive, equitable, and quality education and skill development in the remotest parts of the country. We are the lead adopter of satellite technologies. With our strong global partnerships, we provide a comprehensive portfolio of SATCOM services and cutting-edge solutions. Nelco, bridging the digital divide and connecting the unconnected, creating a world where remote as a terminology does not exist, and building a connected everything world. Nelco, unlocking potential for our customers and partners. Imagine a world where distance is not a barrier for education and skill development. High-speed connectivity is available for flyers. Maritime businesses operate efficiently in deep seas and oceans. Advanced 4G and 5G services are made available everywhere at the shortest time. Agriculture is revolutionized.
Imagine a world. New Space India Limited, a central public sector enterprise of the Government of India. NSIL is established under the administrative control of the Department of Space. At NSIL, our vision is to accelerate the growth of Indian industry in undertaking technologically challenging space-related activities and excel in providing space-related services and products emanating from India's space program to global customers. Harnessing the proven heritage of India's space program and the vast experience of ISRO in diverse branches of space technology, we cater to a diverse range of global clients. At NSIL, we provide end-to-end commercial space activities related to satellites and launch vehicle systems. Our 6 major business verticals encompass launch vehicle building, launch services, satellite building, satellite-based services, ground segment and mission support services, technology transfer, and technical consultancy. We are responsible for manufacturing ISRO's operational launch vehicles through Indian industry partners. We also handle comprehensive launch solutions for both ride-sharing and dedicated satellite customers to meet their launch requirements in a commercially competitive manner. Today, NSIL undertakes communication satellite missions on a demand-driven basis, wherein we build, launch, own, and operate these satellites while providing diverse services to the end customer. In addition, we help configure, build, and deliver satellite systems and subsystems for a host of applications such as Earth observation, communication, navigation, and meteorology. We also set up the associated ground infrastructure. In the hugely demanding area of satellite-based communication, we enable various broadcasting and telecommunication applications which serve the Indian region. We provide mission support services for LEO, GEO, and deep space missions through ISRO's tracking antennas. To promote technological self-reliance, industrial development, and economic welfare, we are entrusted with the transfer of technologies developed by the Department of Space to Indian industry. Each of our services reinforce our mission to intensify India's space entrepreneurship and enable space technology spin-offs that can commercially exploit ISRO's pioneering research initiatives. We have already made a mark in the domestic and global space markets. Space India Limited, a central public sector enterprise of the Government of India. NSIL is established under the administrative control of the Department of Space. At NSIL, our vision is to accelerate the growth of Indian industry in undertaking technologically challenging space-related activities and excel in providing space-related services and products emanating from India's space program to global customers. Harnessing the proven heritage of India's space program and the vast experience of ISRO in diverse branches of space technology, we cater to a diverse range of global clients. At NSIL, we provide end-to-end commercial space activities related to satellites and launch vehicle systems. Our 6 major business verticals encompass launch vehicle building, launch services, satellite building, satellite-based services, ground segment and mission support services, technology transfer, and technical consultancy. We are responsible for manufacturing ISRO's operational launch vehicles through Indian industry partners. We also handle comprehensive launch solutions for both ride-sharing and dedicated satellite customers to meet their launch requirements in a commercially competitive manner. Today, NSIL undertakes communication satellite missions on a demand-driven basis, wherein we build, launch, own, and operate these satellites while providing diverse services to the end customer. In addition, we help configure, build, and deliver satellite systems and subsystems for a host of applications such as Earth observation, communication, navigation, and meteorology. We also set up the associated ground infrastructure. In the hugely demanding area of satellite-based communication, we enable various broadcasting and telecommunication applications which serve the Indian region. We provide mission support services for LEO, GEO, and deep space missions through ISRO's tracking antennas. To promote technological self-reliance, industrial development, and economic welfare, we are entrusted with the transfer of technologies developed by the Department of Space to Indian industry. Each of our services reinforce our mission to intensify India's space entrepreneurship and enable space technology spin-offs that can commercially exploit ISRO's pioneering research initiatives. We have already made a mark in the domestic and global space markets. Space India Limited, a central public sector enterprise of the Government of India. NSIL is established under the administrative control of the Department of Space. At NSIL, our vision is to accelerate the growth of Indian industry in undertaking technologically challenging space-related activities and excel in providing space-related services and products emanating from India's space program to global customers. Harnessing the proven heritage of India's space program and the vast experience of ISRO in diverse branches of space technology, we cater to a diverse range of global clients. At NSIL, we provide end-to-end commercial space activities related to satellites and launch vehicle systems. Our 6 major business verticals encompass launch vehicle building, launch services, satellite building, satellite-based services, ground segment and mission support services, technology transfer, and technical consultancy. We are responsible for manufacturing ISRO's operational launch vehicles through Indian industry partners. We also handle comprehensive launch solutions for both ride-sharing and dedicated satellite customers to meet their launch requirements in a commercially competitive manner. Today, NSIL undertakes communication satellite missions on a demand-driven basis, wherein we build, launch, own, and operate these satellites while providing diverse services to the end customer. In addition, we help configure, build, and deliver satellite systems and subsystems for a host of applications such as Earth observation, communication, navigation, and meteorology. We also set up the associated ground infrastructure. In the hugely demanding area of satellite-based communication, we enable various broadcasting and telecommunication applications which serve the Indian region. We provide mission support services for LEO, GEO, and deep space missions through ISRO's tracking antennas. To promote technological self-reliance, industrial development, and economic welfare, we are entrusted with the transfer of technologies developed by the Department of Space to Indian industry. Each of our services reinforce our mission to intensify India's space entrepreneurship and enable space technology spin-offs that can commercially exploit ISRO's pioneering research initiatives. We have already made a mark in the domestic and global space markets. Space India Limited, a central public sector enterprise of the Government of India. NSIL is established under the administrative control of the Department of Space. At NSIL, our vision is to accelerate the growth of Indian industry in undertaking technologically challenging space-related activities and excel in providing space-related services and products emanating from India's space program to global customers. Harnessing the proven heritage of India's space program and the vast experience of ISRO in diverse branches of space technology, we cater to a diverse range of global clients. At NSIL, we provide end-to-end commercial space activities related to satellites and launch vehicle systems. Our 6 major business verticals encompass launch vehicle building, launch services, satellite building, satellite-based services, ground segment and mission support services, technology transfer, and technical consultancy. We are responsible for manufacturing ISRO's operational launch vehicles through Indian industry partners. We also handle comprehensive launch solutions for both ride-sharing and dedicated satellite customers to meet their launch requirements in a commercially competitive manner. Today, NSIL undertakes communication satellite missions on a demand-driven basis, wherein we build, launch, own, and operate these satellites while providing diverse services to the end customer. In addition, we help configure, build, and deliver satellite systems and subsystems for a host of applications such as Earth observation, communication, navigation, and meteorology. We also set up the associated ground infrastructure. In the hugely demanding area of satellite-based communication, we enable various broadcasting and telecommunication applications which serve the Indian region. We provide mission support services for LEO, GEO, and deep space missions through ISRO's tracking antennas. To promote technological self-reliance, industrial development, and economic welfare, we are entrusted with the transfer of technologies developed by the Department of Space to Indian industry. Each of our services reinforce our mission to intensify India's space entrepreneurship and enable space technology spin-offs that can commercially exploit ISRO's pioneering research initiatives. We have already made a mark in the domestic and global space markets. Space India Limited, a central public sector enterprise of the Government of India. NSIL is established under the administrative control of the Department of Space. At NSIL, our vision is to accelerate the growth of Indian industry in undertaking technologically challenging space-related activities and excel in providing space-related services and products emanating from India's space program to global customers. Harnessing the proven heritage of India's space program and the vast experience of ISRO in diverse branches of space technology, we cater to a diverse range of global clients. At NSIL, we provide end-to-end commercial space activities related to satellites and launch vehicle systems. Our 6 major business verticals encompass launch vehicle building, launch services, satellite building, satellite-based services, ground segment and mission support services, technology transfer, and technical consultancy. We are responsible for manufacturing ISRO's operational launch vehicles through Indian industry partners. We also handle comprehensive launch solutions for both ride-sharing and dedicated satellite customers to meet their launch requirements in a commercially competitive manner. Today, NSIL undertakes communication satellite missions on a demand-driven basis, wherein we build, launch, own, and operate these satellites while providing diverse services to the end customer. In addition, we help configure, build, and deliver satellite systems and subsystems for a host of applications such as Earth observation, communication, navigation, and meteorology. We also set up the associated ground infrastructure. In the hugely demanding area of satellite-based communication, we enable various broadcasting and telecommunication applications which serve the Indian region. We provide mission support services for LEO, GEO, and deep space missions through ISRO's tracking antennas. To promote technological self-reliance, industrial development, and economic welfare, we are entrusted with the transfer of technologies developed by the Department of Space to Indian industry. Each of our services reinforce our mission to intensify India's space entrepreneurship and enable space technology spin-offs that can commercially exploit ISRO's pioneering research initiatives. We have already made a mark in the domestic and global space markets. Space India Limited, a central public sector enterprise of the Government of India. NSIL is established under the administrative control of the Department of Space. At NSIL, our vision is to accelerate the growth of Indian industry in undertaking technologically challenging space-related activities and excel in providing space-related services and products emanating from India's space program to global customers. Harnessing the proven heritage of India's space program and the vast experience of ISRO in diverse branches of space technology, we cater to a diverse range of global clients. At NSIL, we provide end-to-end commercial space activities related to satellites and launch vehicle systems. Our 6 major business verticals encompass launch vehicle building, launch services, satellite building, satellite-based services, ground segment and mission support services, technology transfer, and technical consultancy. We are responsible for manufacturing ISRO's operational launch vehicles through Indian industry partners. We also handle comprehensive launch solutions for both ride-sharing and dedicated satellite customers to meet their launch requirements in a commercially competitive manner. Today, NSIL undertakes communication satellite missions on a demand-driven basis, wherein we build, launch, own, and operate these satellites while providing diverse services to the end customer. In addition, we help configure, build, and deliver satellite systems and subsystems for a host of applications such as Earth observation, communication, navigation, and meteorology. We also set up the associated ground infrastructure. In the hugely demanding area of satellite-based communication, we enable various broadcasting and telecommunication applications which serve the Indian region. We provide mission support services for LEO, GEO, and deep space missions through ISRO's tracking antennas. To promote technological self-reliance, industrial development, and economic welfare, we are entrusted with the transfer of technologies developed by the Department of Space to Indian industry. Each of our services reinforce our mission to intensify India's space entrepreneurship and enable space technology spin-offs that can commercially exploit ISRO's pioneering research initiatives. We have already made a mark in the domestic and global space markets. Space India Limited, a central public sector enterprise of the Government of India. NSIL is established under the administrative control of the Department of Space. At NSIL, our vision is to accelerate the growth of Indian industry in undertaking technologically challenging space-related activities and excel in providing space-related services and products emanating from India's space program to global customers. Harnessing the proven heritage of India's space program and the vast experience of ISRO in diverse branches of space technology, we cater to a diverse range of global clients. At NSIL, we provide end-to-end commercial space activities related to satellites and launch vehicle systems. Our 6 major business verticals encompass launch vehicle building, launch services, satellite building, satellite-based services, ground segment and mission support services, technology transfer, and technical consultancy. We are responsible for manufacturing ISRO's operational launch vehicles through Indian industry partners. We also handle comprehensive launch solutions for both ride-sharing and dedicated satellite customers to meet their launch requirements in a commercially competitive manner. Today, NSIL undertakes communication satellite missions on a demand-driven basis, wherein we build, launch, own, and operate these satellites while providing diverse services to the end customer. In addition, we help configure, build, and deliver satellite systems and subsystems for a host of applications such as Earth observation, communication, navigation, and meteorology. We also set up the associated ground infrastructure. In the hugely demanding area of satellite-based communication, we enable various broadcasting and telecommunication applications which serve the Indian region. We provide mission support services for LEO, GEO, and deep space missions through ISRO's tracking antennas. To promote technological self-reliance, industrial development, and economic welfare, we are entrusted with the transfer of technologies developed by the Department of Space to Indian industry. Each of our services reinforce our mission to intensify India's space entrepreneurship and enable space technology spin-offs that can commercially exploit ISRO's pioneering research initiatives. We have already made a mark in the domestic and global space markets. Space India Limited, a central public sector enterprise of the Government of India. NSIL is established under the administrative control of the Department of Space. At NSIL, our vision is to accelerate the growth of Indian industry in undertaking technologically challenging space-related activities and excel in providing space-related services and products emanating from India's space program to global customers. Harnessing the proven heritage of India's space program and the vast experience of ISRO in diverse branches of space technology, we cater to a diverse range of global clients. At NSIL, we provide end-to-end commercial space activities related to satellites and launch vehicle systems. Our 6 major business verticals encompass launch vehicle building, launch services, satellite building, satellite-based services, ground segment and mission support services, technology transfer, and technical consultancy. We are responsible for manufacturing ISRO's operational launch vehicles through Indian industry partners. We also handle comprehensive launch solutions for both ride-sharing and dedicated satellite customers to meet their launch requirements in a commercially competitive manner. Today, NSIL undertakes communication satellite missions on a demand-driven basis, wherein we build, launch, own, and operate these satellites while providing diverse services to the end customer. In addition, we help configure, build, and deliver satellite systems and subsystems for a host of applications such as Earth observation, communication, navigation, and meteorology. We also set up the associated ground infrastructure. In the hugely demanding area of satellite-based communication, we enable various broadcasting and telecommunication applications which serve the Indian region. We provide mission support services for LEO, GEO, and deep space missions through ISRO's tracking antennas. To promote technological self-reliance, industrial development, and economic welfare, we are entrusted with the transfer of technologies developed by the Department of Space to Indian industry. Each of our services reinforce our mission to intensify India's space entrepreneurship and enable space technology spin-offs that can commercially exploit ISRO's pioneering research initiatives. We have already made a mark in the domestic and global space markets. Space India Limited, a central public sector enterprise of the Government of India. NSIL is established under the administrative control of the Department of Space. At NSIL, our vision is to accelerate the growth of Indian industry in undertaking technologically challenging space-related activities and excel in providing space-related services and products emanating from India's space program to global customers. Harnessing the proven heritage of India's space program and the vast experience of ISRO in diverse branches of space technology, we cater to a diverse range of global clients. At NSIL, we provide end-to-end commercial space activities related to satellites and launch vehicle systems. Our 6 major business verticals encompass launch vehicle building, launch services, satellite building, satellite-based services, ground segment and mission support services, technology transfer, and technical consultancy. We are responsible for manufacturing ISRO's operational launch vehicles through Indian industry partners. We also handle comprehensive launch solutions for both ride-sharing and dedicated satellite customers to meet their launch requirements in a commercially competitive manner. Today, NSIL undertakes communication satellite missions on a demand-driven basis, wherein we build, launch, own, and operate these satellites while providing diverse services to the end customer. In addition, we help configure, build, and deliver satellite systems and subsystems for a host of applications such as Earth observation, communication, navigation, and meteorology. We also set up the associated ground infrastructure. In the hugely demanding area of satellite-based communication, we enable various broadcasting and telecommunication applications which serve the Indian region. We provide mission support services for LEO, GEO, and deep space missions through ISRO's tracking antennas. To promote technological self-reliance, industrial development, and economic welfare, we are entrusted with the transfer of technologies developed by the Department of Space to Indian industry. Each of our services reinforce our mission to intensify India's space entrepreneurship and enable space technology spin-offs that can commercially exploit ISRO's pioneering research initiatives. We have already
I request all the delegates to reassemble in the hall so that we can proceed with the third panel discussion. All delegates are requested to reassemble in the hall. I request all the delegates to please reassemble in the hall.
Distance is not a barrier for education and skill development. High-speed connectivity is available for flyers. Maritime businesses operate efficiently in deep seas and oceans. Advanced 4G and 5G services are made available everywhere at the shortest time. Agriculture is revolutionized through real-time connectivity. People in remotest parts of the country are digitally connected. Supply chains and fleets are integrated, efficient and smart. Connected cars are a reality. Any sensor data gets transmitted across the globe instantly. And critical communication is made available in disaster-hit areas very quickly, making this a reality. Nelco, a Tata enterprise, makes this possible with innovative satellite communication solutions by providing reliable, flexible, scalable, and robust connectivity on land, sea, and sky. Nelco is India's leading and innovative satellite communication service provider. We aim to harness the objectives of businesses and governments in harnessing the potential of rural and remote areas by connecting the unconnected. We build bridges for digital inclusion and financial inclusion. As a part of the Tata Group, we contribute to nation building in the true spirit. In ATM and banking, we connect about 55,000 plus ATMs, enabling about 2 billion ATM transactions per annum. In oil and gas, we provide seamless connectivity between the land-based operations and offshore rigs for real-time monitoring, analytics, and remote troubleshooting. In renewable energy, we enable real-time load balancing, accurate forecasting, and operational efficiencies by connecting geographically distributed and remote solar and wind power plants. In maritime, our services empower the vessels at sea to access business-critical applications, on-demand entertainment for passengers, and keep the crew connected to their families no matter where they are. In Aero, we provide in-flight internet access for flyers and uninterrupted ubiquitous connectivity for airlines. This gives opportunities for airlines to create personalized travel experiences and faster turnaround time. In telecom, we enable proliferation of 4G now and 5G in future in remote areas beyond the reach of terrestrial networks. In education, our virtual learning solutions enable inclusive, equitable and quality education and skill development in the remotest parts of the country. We are the lead adopter of satellite technologies. With our strong global partnerships, we provide a comprehensive portfolio of SATCOM services and cutting-edge solutions. Nelco, bridging the digital divide and connecting the unconnected, creating a world where remote as a terminology does not exist, and building a connected everything world. Nelco, unlocking potential for our customers and partners.
New Space India Limited, a central public sector enterprise of the Government of India. NSIL is established under the administrative control of the Department of Space. At NSIL, our vision is to accelerate the growth of Indian industry in undertaking technologically challenging space-related activities and excel in providing space-related services and products emanating from India's space program to global customers. Harnessing the proven heritage of India's space program and the vast experience of ISRO in diverse branches of space technology, we cater to a diverse range of global clients. At NSIL, we provide end-to-end commercial space activities related to satellites and launch vehicle systems. Our 6 major business verticals encompass launch vehicle building.
Everyone is requested to reassemble in the hall.
Satellite.
We'll be starting with the third panel discussion. I request all the delegates to please be seated. Welcome back to the post-lunch session of DeSSEI 2022. We will continue with the third panel discussion on space economics. I request the keynote speaker, Dr. Unnikrishnan Nair, to please be seated at the dais. With great pleasure, I now welcome the panelists. I welcome our first panelist, Dr. S. Murali Krishnan, Deputy Director, National Remote Sensing Center, ISRO, on the dais. Dr. Krishnan is equipped with more than 3 decades of experience in remote sensing technology and is an expert in the advanced areas of digital photogrammetry, GNSS processing, and maintaining the largest ground control point network in India. I invite our next panelist, Shri PJVKS Prakash Rao, Director, Space Infrastructure Program Office, onto the stage. An ISRO Merit Awardee, Shri Prakash Rao has worked in diverse areas of satellite systems and has also served as Program Director, LEO and Planetary Platforms. Our third panelist is Shri Alok Medikapura Anil, Director, Next Big Group. His team has built India's first commercial 3D bioprinter and is helping make the transition towards precision medicine and personalized testing. They are working towards the goal of creating transplantable organs in the lab. Our final panelist is Shri Rajiv Jyoti, Director, Technical in Space. One of his major accomplishments include the development of India's first constellation of 3 radar imaging X-band satellites. He is also a recipient of numerous awards and has been a pioneer in development of state-of-the-art space antenna system and payload technology. I would now like to invite the session moderator, Professor Kuruvilla Joseph, outstanding professor and Dean IIST, onto the stage. Professor Joseph has conducted research in areas of nanomaterials and nanocomposites, synthesis of polymer blends and composites, and many related fields. Professor Joseph has been listed in the top 2% scientists across the world by Stanford University. The rapporteur for the session is Mr. Nikhil Arora from InSpace. Since we are running short of time, I request the panelists to give their views, keeping the time factor in mind. I will now hand over the proceedings of the discussion to the session moderator.
Yeah. Good afternoon to all. Thank you, Arishi. I'm extremely glad that our own student, Arishi, introduced. And we had a wonderful keynote addressed by our Dr. Unnikrishan Nair sir. In fact, he covered all the aspects of this theme, especially space economy, space transportation, tourism, space materials processing, biotechnology, and space-based services. So it was a very, very extensive talk and almost all areas covered. You know that space technology is going to contribute to the third, fourth world industrial revolution. So in this aspect, this particular theme and the discussion is very, very important. So I am requesting each of these panelists to spend 3 minutes so that we can control the time, and the audience can put their questions and in the email, and you will get the answer. And let me ask my first question to Sri Rajiv Jyoti. How InSpace improve or boost the space economy? Would you please comment?
Yeah, I think since morning we are hearing that space policies and different verticals of DOS is going to enable the startups and NGs. So this question is very apt actually. The ISRO has already laid the foundation in terms of technology demonstration, in terms of so many milestones which have been achieved, which in the previous session Victor showed. And so in turn, we have human resources, we have expertise, we have CapEx, all the infrastructure available. But then how to enable that these particular things are all available to the startup or to the industry if they need this type of experience? Of course, the learning curve for ISRO also has that they have learned with a lot of, they know that there is a lot of pain and they have to go through a lot of failures and then learn the whole thing. So now that rich experience, how it can be utilized, that is the role of InSpace, wherein the InSpace is going to be a facilitator, will be a handholder, will be a promotion and authorization. So these are the 4 key words which are going to be the buzzword for the InSpace. And we will be making sure that all the technology transfer and the handholding in terms of facility. In the morning, this chairman InSpace told this is single windows InSpace, but I also feel that this is a single one-stop solution where you get the answers of all, whether it's Indian satellites data or it's the design and the heritage and where is the technology. Maybe technologies may be available at 2 and 3 places in the ISRO center. So this is the place where you get all the answers for yours and which we may not be having. We may also evolve with the help of the ISRO experts, and we'll be giving a feedback to if anything new is required. So that is a major role on the.
Okay, very good. My next question or views I am expecting from Sri Prakash Rabu. what are the possible business opportunities in space infrastructure?
Good afternoon. When we talk of space infrastructure, it comprises of in-orbit assets and the ground stations and the ground systems which are to receive the data or process the data. So I will take off from where our Associate Scientific Secretary, he has given a very good ambitious vision to capture a certain percentage of market 10 years from now, 20 years from 30 years from now. So what is most important if you want to be globally competitive is, of course, it's true for any industry. First is the performance, then the quality and reliability, and we will be able to take on-time delivery at a reduced cost or minimal cost. So what are the bottlenecks that today our space ecosystem has got? These bottlenecks are the opportunities for the business, actually. So if I have to tell, I think what we have to develop is some islands of excellence or expertise, which will connect to the mainland of, it could be a launch vehicle or a spacecraft making. I am talking with respect to infrastructure. So these, we should have some centers which are able to, or some industries which are able to source some very specialized component. It could be just, for example, if I have to tell, it could be a solar cell, or it could be a battery, or it could be a propulsion system, a thruster, a wheel. Worldwide also, the moment you tell wheel, only one or two companies come into the mind. So like that, we should be having expertise in several sectors. These are all have to be connected. One of the major bottlenecks in, especially we are facing, is on-time delivery. If you want to do component procurement is a very important area. So right now, okay, ISRO may be giving the components and all, but as the ecosystem grows, there is certainly space for people who can develop some component banks worldwide. Globally, there are component banks. So they will be supplying the components to the industries. The requirements are posted in advance. So what we have to do is, some industries or some people can think of establishing a rapport with the existing component banks across the world. To begin with, maybe we can have some kind of partnership and do the things. And over time, as we move along to meet the grand vision that is presented, we should be having a component backing within India, which will be able to source different levels of quality components for both spacecrafts as well as launch vehicles. Mission analysis, design and operations is another vertical. So here, what is required is only the expertise in the particular area and the knowledge. So with that, there can be people who will be supporting the main satellite or launch vehicle builders with respect to mission analysis, operations, or with respect to mission design. These are all going to be some of the important areas. And with respect to subsystems also, design needs so many analysis activities to be carried out. So people who can support various, depending on the field, there is enough scope. And reliability and quality is another most important area where 30 or 40% of the cost is towards establishing that. So quality houses can be another place where various types of analysis services with respect to quality and reliability, and also with respect to inspections or certification of trained operators.
Prakash Rao, I think we'll come to you for more detail.
So these are the basic those and test houses, I think.
Okay. Dr. Muralikrishnan, could you please comment on your views on the geospatial economy?
Good afternoon to everybody. When we discuss about geospatial data, that includes satellite data, the airborne data, data from UAV, as well as terrestrial data. And the present data, what is available today, is a large information content and better accuracy. It is much better than yesterday. I'm sure tomorrow what is the data going to available is going to be much better than what is available today. Because a large amount of people are working on that. And today, if you look at the geospatial data, it reaches almost everybody through the cell phone, correct? So you don't require to educate people. That is how the geospatial data is now. And nobody thought that the geospatial data, maps, and would generate billions of dollars of revenue
through this Google map and all some time back. So that is how the value of the geospatial data. So the key is what I'm thinking, what we also discussed within ISRO is what we call DIKW, means data, information, knowledge, and your wisdom. So that is, it create value, both tangible as well as intangible benefits. Even intangible benefit also, when we discuss about disaster risk reduction or mitigation plan, it has its infrastructure and communication. There is some amount of tangible also there. So we need to concentrate. If you want to enhance the geospatial economy, we need to concentrate this data, information, knowledge part. And especially, a lot of startups are there here, and you need to spend time, energy in the R&D component. If you look at statistics from ARTA, from geospatial world, services almost 80%. Solution is only 10 to 15%. But solution will give you a lot of revenue. So we need to concentrate that. That is very, very important, that we need to have a solution for a problem through the geospatial. As you are aware now that there is a unrestricted access to the data through your new geospatial guidelines, as well as drone policy and space policy also is going to come. So plenty of data is going to be available. It is how we are going to derive the information and put your knowledge and use it with a good solution for the problem. That will enhance the economy. That is what I have. Thank you.
So quite interesting information. Next, we have Mr. Alok. He is mostly working on 3D bioprinting. Mr. Alok, could you please comment on this economic aspect as well as application of 3D bioprinting in space?
Sure. Hello, everyone. With an interest to talk about space research and space manufacturing, I'd like to share my experiences of being in the space of 3D bioprinting and how there's synergy with what we could do with 3D bioprinting in space. So in general, starting with 3D bioprinting, you're looking at creating live tissues and potentially tissues going into organs, and with the final goal of actually being able to transplant these tissues for human use cases. So that's the long-term vision of what 3D bioprinting can do. The advances of 3D bioprinting in a world that we live in today is due to material science research innovations, due to innovations in engineering, as well as the resolution that we're able to reach today. We're able to be at a comfortable point to manufacture tissues, but not really organs. So that's where we're currently at in terms of as an industry research focus. The kind of challenges that we foresee for the industry is more related to the resolution, getting finer to reaching a more finite resolution of maybe a 3-micron resolution, because our capillaries inside our body is about 3 micron. So you're looking at getting to that stage in terms of resolution, as well as increasing the speed of bioprinting. So that's where the industry is when it comes to the challenges they're trying to overcome. The advantages that 3D bioprinting provides in space and space-related applications. Largely, microgravity has certain massive benefits when it comes to doing research in the space of cell culture and tissue engineering. That's largely driven by the need for us to better understand how the cells that are extruded through a nozzle-based system come out onto a plate and then start interacting with each other before they kind of develop into tissues. The same sort of experiments that we might be able to conduct in on Earth are, there's a big drawback here when it comes to the gravitational forces that come into play, which really disrupts the way the cells kind of adhere to each other, and very often without the use of cross-linking methodologies such as both physical as well as chemical, we're not able to get the cells to adhere, bind, and really kind of work towards building into tissues. So that's not like a comfortable environment for these cells to develop, as well as a researcher to better understand how you're trying to get these cells to grow into tissues. So the advantages of doing any sort of 3D bioprinting experiments in space is the advantage of microgravity, which is very helpful for us to quickly move in terms of research and then apply those same sort of principles back on planet Earth. Just an example being some research that already happening on the International Space Station when it comes to recreating something known as the meniscus, which is a thin tissue layer in the knee joint. A lot of military personnel suffer from meniscus-related injuries when there is a meniscus tear, and then your joints start rubbing against each other, leading to arthritis, knee pain, and so forth. So certain advances in terms of research that we've been able to do as a community on the International Space Station using a bioprinting fabrication facility could then help drive research back home on planet Earth much faster, because now the basic research of what cells to use, what bioinks to use, what sort of processes to use are all set. And we have the advantage of microgravity, like I mentioned. So we can translate that back to planet Earth and use it. In terms of applications of bioprinting in space, it's a very, very important segment, given that India is looking at doubling down our sort of research efforts, as well as the financial backing that goes into our human spaceflight program. Just outside low Earth orbit, astronauts face the risk of high cosmic radiation, and this high cosmic radiation leads to potentially skin cancers. So how will you look at servicing the needs of an astronaut that's traveling 9 months maybe to reach Mars or anywhere else for deep space explorations if they do suffer from these skin-related disorders? Just to give you an idea of how bad the situation could be for deep space explorers, if you stand in front of an X-ray machine, your exposure to millisieverts, which is the radiation sort of activity limits, is about 0.1. The average exposure that we have, just being on planet Earth, to any sort of radiation is about 3 millisieverts. Spending 6 months on the International Space Station gives any astronaut exposure to about 50 to 120 millisieverts. So that's one of the reasons why they, today, when we look at astronauts...
I think concept is clear.
Done.
I think, Unnikrishnan sir, you want to add something about this?
Sure.
Okay. I have one more query to Sri Raju Jyoti. Could you please comment on the opportunity for startups in payload system?
Okay. See, the payloads which are required, the space assets, they are basically driven by what type of application is required. So right now, whatever are there, we know that we are having a high throughput satellites for TTH application or for VSAT or all. And now we are going for a new technology where we are talking about quantum communication. We're talking about secured communication. So those are the areas where we have to have. And apart from that, the new thing which we are seeing is that the flexible payloads the requirement is there in terms of hosted payloads, in terms of flexible bandwidth, flexible coverages, flexible orbital positions. So that is the trend, future trend. And so apart from that, what we have to see is also that these payloads also, we are talking about LEO satellites with a low latency. That is right now we are seeing only in communication, but this same trend is going to be there for our EO observations also. We're talking about micro radars, we are talking about optical sensors or IRs. So they also will be going into the same direction. And the opportunities for the startups and industry is that they can see that from the application point of view, starting from the design to the application and the development and testing, which can be taken care by the infrastructure which is already available in the ecosystem within the country, whether it is with the ISRO or with outside ISRO, or even in space is also going to make their own incubation center, and they will be making sure that all whatever is not available, which is costly, it can be captured there. Apart from that, I also want to add one more line here that apart from the payload, when we talk about payload, the application, the midstream and the downstream, there is a major your venues are there, revenues can be made in terms of earth station. Morning somebody was talking, but there are certain areas where it is passive components, earth stations, and some technology which if we do indigenization in the country itself, and some startup can really make a manifold increase in terms of numbers, because the number of satellites are increasing, means ground station also needs to be increased. And then ground network support and operation of these satellite payloads will be required. And the last point is the application. The application, there is a lot of thin line difference between what IT industry is doing, that is data analytics and data mining and artificial intelligence. That all can be used. Right now, what is happening is all our applications are based on the national requirements with the government, or with some of them are right now coming up with some private industry. But if we go with this fusion of data, the super resolution, and a lot of innovations can be done by the industry.
Okay, thank you. Maybe one or two questions from the audience. Yeah, please. Would you please hand over the mic?
Check.
Please.
So thank you so much. My name is Shivam. I'm co-founder of Spaceonova. Our vision is to basically enable microgravity research services for therapeutic applications. So as Alok already mentioned about biotechnology and bioprinting and how it can be beneficial. So this is first of all a direct invitation for you to collaborate with us, and also a question for you that what are the market for biotech and pharma companies in India specifically to benefit from such microgravity research services? Because usually pharma companies in India, they are into developing generic medicine, not into discovering life-saving drugs and etc. So how do you think pharma and biotech companies in India can benefit from these research services, microgravity research services? And how can we, as a space company, a microgravity research company, can help you guys better?
Sure. I think in the interest of time, I'll keep it short, and then I'd love to interact with you after the session. Yeah, thanks for the invitation. So with regards to the potential for microgravity related research, definitely one heads up I'd like to give you is Orbital Reef, which is a company owned by Blue Origin, is strongly looking at India being one of their most financially driven customers in the next 10 years. So that gives you an idea of the opportunity that they see in the market. So even though there's not a lot of novel drug development happening in India, but there is a large scope for even food tech companies and even agri-related companies to do research in microgravity to fast track certain research. So that's another stronger area of interest for India. And given that we've been through the COVID pandemic, now you see a lot of companies investing in new R&D, because without new R&D, there wouldn't have been vaccines and there wouldn't have been new drugs that would have come into the picture in the last 2 years. So now there's a lot more money than before going into novel R&D research, which will potentially mean that you all will have a strong customer interest coming in from India.
Thank you so much.
Okay. One more question maybe. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Bijoy. I'm a student and I've developed an interest on space debris. So my question is, what is the economic feasibility of a startup developing products to remove existing space debris or to prevent the formation of new ones?
Next.
The space debris is a menace, you know that. It is not only for India. You know, the entire LEO and even GTO, mostly it is flooded with man-made debris. So with this debris, they are all having very high energy and they are all inert. So how to bring them back, or how to take it to a different orbit so that at least our orbits of interest are protected. It's a a technology which is the entire world is looking for. If you ask for the economics, probably we may not be able to tell number, but any viable technology, like you know that the Japanese, they are trying for a net, and then they're trying to, people are experimenting. So one way is to reduce, but still debris will be there. So this is innovative solutions to mitigate the effect. I don't want to say that you bring back. The easiest way is to make them re-enter and then get consumed during the entry process so that you clean up the space, or at least take it to potentially less dangerous orbit, or make them together, and then instead of they are all flying as individual pieces, you can make it as a single piece, and then you can reduce the threat, and then it can be easily detected. You can, you know that above 10 centimeter we can easily detect. So there are we need ideas. Probably you can all give ideas. It will be definitely having huge potential, not only in India, across the globe. So good luck to you. Think.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think we can wind up. Aditi.
I thank the moderator for the smooth conduction of this event and the audience for a lively question and answer session. As a token of gratitude, we would like to present mementos to all the members of this panel. I invite Dr. Pawan Kumar Goenka, Chairman in Space, to come onto the stage and present the mementos. I request Sir to present memento to our keynote speaker, Dr. Unni Krishnan Nair. I request Sir to present memento to our panelist, Dr. S. Murli Krishnan. I request Sir to present memento to our other panelist, Shri P.J. VKS Prakash Rao. Sir, kindly present the memento to Shri Alok Medikepura Anil. I request Sir to present the memento to Shri Rajiv Jyoti, Sir. I request Sir to present memento to the session moderator, Professor Kuruvilla Joseph.
Extremely glad to.
Thank you everyone for the engaging and informative panel discussion. Now we have a video from our gold sponsor CADFEM, and the fourth panel discussion will begin shortly.
What does every startup have in common? They don't want to be a startup for long. Over the years, ANSYS has helped more than 1,000 startups set a new standard, designing products, systems, and technology that perform with impact. Meticulously engineered products. For entrepreneurs who refuse to cut corners, ANSYS offers an affordable startup program that can fast-track your product development process while delivering quality and accuracy. In fact, your engineers can access the full suite of ANSYS simulation capabilities. There are no gated features. The tools are robust, the same software used by the largest and most innovative companies in the world. Our startup program members can quickly model and test thousands of virtual prototypes across multiple physics. When emerging threats put lives at risk, rapid response is critical. But reaction time is just the beginning. Ongoing advances in defense technology make it difficult to keep your edge. As innovations quickly become outdated, development costs are staggering, but sustainment is even more costly.
How can you deliver the latest technology at top speed within budget? The answer is ANSYS. Our multi-physics, multi-domain open simulation platform helps you to rapidly test, validate, and deploy next-generation defense.
I thank our sponsor from the organizing committee for the conduction of DeSSEI 2022. Now moving forward from space economy to the next panel discussion on Indian space industry. India's space industry is predominantly driven by Indian Space Research Organization. In order to provide impetus to private companies in space activities, the Government of India launched the Indian Space Association, which aspires to be the collective voice of the space industry. There has been a boom in private players entering the space sector and setting the stage for a competitive market to emerge in the country. There is huge scope for Indian space sector to expand in the $450 billion global industry. This panel will deliberate on the ways and means to help space startups grow and find firm footing in the space industry. I'm honored to welcome on stage our session keynote speaker, Dr. Venkatakrishnan PV, former Director, CBPO. Dr. Venkatakrishnan has served as Associate Director, Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, and Director, IPRC. He is specialized in the areas of industry interface and development, national capacity building, academia interface. He has also initiated PSLV productionization through ENSIL. I request the session chair to give the keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Honored to be here amongst you to share some of my thoughts. Just an expansion of thoughts, whatever has been put forth by my earlier speakers. Space industry. People speak about space industry now. Long back when space started in India, I don't think people might have envisioned this kind of a stage right now, what we are speaking right now. Totally different scenario right now. And we are here to sow the seeds for something totally new, as we have done 60 years back in Tumba. This will be a memorable occasion for all of you to recapture, maybe after two or three decades. So let me go into my duty. I am here to give you a kind of a just a thought process in which we should move from my own experience of 4 decades in ISRO. Can you go to next? Yeah. So this is space economy, as speakers who have just spoken. It's upstream and downstream. You can see that. The R&D centers, laboratories and universities and manufacturing satellites, what we are doing right now, has been always the upstream. We have never been worried about the downstream at all so far. Downstream had been given to the state-owned governments and state-owned machineries to see that how to draw the fruits of all what we have been doing. We have been technology enablers. But of late, we found that there is a lot of economics involved in this. There is a business involved in this. The entire scenario changed. We started talking about space industry. And bulk of the economy, as the people have pointed out, the new economy, what right now we are talking about, the new architecture is built around startups and the new generations. Right now, we are going to fund, we are going to handhold through InSpace. So information service providers, of course, you all know that now we are in the mid of Industry 5.0. People have started talking about Industry 5.0. Industry 4.0, we are not into, we are somewhere between 3 and 4. Internet of Things, connecting devices, sensors and people and devices, everything we started some time back. COVID accelerated it. Now we are supposed to reach 4.0. The West has started speaking about Industry 5.0. 5.0 is nothing but going back to human-centric activities. It's not artificial intelligence what they talk right now. It is shared intelligence. People understood that artificial intelligence is not going to really give you any kind of benefit. It is not robots. It is cobots, collaborative robots. People have to work hand in hand along with the robot. So connectivity of people, connectivity of devices, connectivity of measuring instruments, all these put together. How the connectivity is actually attained, or how we are really getting the connectivity, there we are the enabler of the space. So entire thing, the industry automation, everything, the business, remote business, what we call, there's no maintenance man coming right now for your machinery right now. It is being done from Europe. Whatever ACB France machine, what we have purchased in HL, the maintenance done by a person who is sitting in Europe now. There's no office to be opened in Pune or India. There's no maintenance, nothing is required. Lot of cost avoidance is there. We are not accounting all these things. We are only accounting the revenue. The cost avoidance is much more than the cost revenue. We should understand that. So all put together, there's a total revenue involved. I will talk about that later. So the upstream, as I told, for a long time, the whole private sector is strictly contractual, as all we know, subsystems and components realization. And a system integrator right now. Right now, we are at the stage of a system integrator, subsystem components and everything. The early private players in upstream space domain were mostly established ones, defense and aerospace ecosystem, who were accustomed to working in government turnkey contract mode. So that was some time back. Now downstream activity, you know that three components are involved: communications, earth observation, and satellite navigation. Today, space technology applications are the ones which form the bulk of space economy, not the actual manufacturing. The manufacturing sector has got only less than 10% right now, satellite manufacturing, and the risk involved is more. And we are a risk-averse society. Sometime back, somebody told we are not a risk-averse society, but I don't subscribe to that view at all. We are a risk-averse society. We want to be safe. As an Indian culture, we always want to be safe, always. We don't want to take more risks. The new space as a disruptive sectorial dynamic featuring various end-to-end efficiency-driven concepts. End-to-end, that is the main catchword here, end-to-end. Not the satellite alone, not the launch vehicle alone. The entire customer. We are now into hyper-automation and hyper-customization. How this hyper-customization is actually how we are achieving this hyper-customization. Customization to the full personal satisfaction. This is data-driven. You are from your sitting room, your drawing room, the data is going. You are not knowing through the mobile phone what you are doing every day. Entire thing is captured. It's a data-driven business model right now. And you are satisfied to your whatever customized perception you are having. Hyper-customization is achieved through data acquisition, data analytics, analysis, and customizing the model to satisfy you. All these things are done through space. It's a huge model right now, not what we are really thinking. So it's a totally different view model. Model is totally different. So, and next you can just see that it is contested and congested. Space is now contested and congested. And resilience has to be developed to give. And we have to be resilient because it is contested means you have to be resilient. For the resiliency, we can be enhanced developing launch-ready spacecraft and rapid response launch vehicles. SSLV. Our small satellite launch vehicle is a rapid response launch vehicle. Mini satellites, now we are going to technology transfer to you. We are all developing launch-ready spacecraft. New opportunities are emerging. Capability to update the telecommunication, whatever happening today is very rapid. The kind of changes what is happening, technological advancements. By the time you launch a good satellite, what is made to be another 4 years' time, the entire things becomes obsolete. How can you refurbish the existing satellite? That is another thinking going on. Advanced thinkings are going on, a lot of opportunities. Wherever threat is there, there is an opportunity. On-orbit fueling to enhance the satellite life, anti-satellite weapons, capacity of countries to jam satellites and GPS and jam the GPS. Wherever technological advancements are there, and wherever space is going to really control you in the future, jamming the activities controlled by space itself will become a war. You can't even move or think without space. So jamming you, the entire country will be jammed, the economy will be totally disrupted. So space situational awareness is a new branch of service and business opportunity emerging right now, as you are all aware. Exploit the opportunity, mitigate the threat. This I am not going to deal much, but you can just see that it's a kind of a data I have presented here. India is having around 0.049 of GDP in 2020. It's a data, and that much we are spending for space economy. That's our space economy role of government, compared to around 0.25 by United States. So compared to the revenue and the kind of whatever assets they are having, the share of us what we are spending also almost constant. This is the infrastructure right now we have made. Atmanirbhar Bharat, long back we have started. Even though in India it started, this space segment started Atmanirbhar Bharat long back, indigenization. And we are into almost a good level right now. This we can see. The new space phenomenon. Venture cap, it's an industry of entrepreneurs, new generation entrepreneurs, venture capital funded, and intervened with the nature of space applications. We said other sectors like banking, telecom, transport, media, and to name a few. I don't think any area is now untouched by space. A sizable chunk of skilled manpower of space industry is looking for further opportunities. It's ever emerging. This is what we are right now talking about, the direction in which I want to see the panel is discussing. From 1.1 billion to 2000, around 5 to 10.2 billion in 2018. So what is our share right now? How much we should grab it in the coming years? 75 years we have spent right now after independence, another 25 years we should leapfrog and achieve what something we have missed in the last 75 years. We have to accelerate. We have to intensify the speed. That's what is happening through space reforms right now. Newer revenues. New space has been identifying business opportunities, space propellant service depots. You can have petrol pumps like service propellant depots on midway. You can have space hotels, space tourism, space camping, space habitat. Further along lines of software, it's got not that software as a service. It is a ground station as a service right now. And you can see that many players like Amazon is going into Amazon Web Service, Microsoft into Azure. They are all started capturing a new market right now. They are into diversification. All are space enabled and space industry. Yet another one has been asteroid mining. Somebody was talking today morning. And deep space industries and planetary resources. It is not captured up. It has failed actually, that one venture in between. You can see industry in transition. That's what right now I'm talking. You got to 2% right now. We have to go to around 7 billion to 50 billion. What people are talking about in 2020, around 2025, we have to capture a little bit, and 2047, we have to leapfrog much more. It's an enhanced role of INSIL. As we all know, as a public sector enterprise, we need to see that all operational launch vehicles, what right now we are in a phased manner, we have to go, including the technology transfer and commercial activity to INSIL. And our own facilities, what we are having, the CapEx intense facilities, what we are having right now is opened up to new industries and private enterprise. There's a gateway right now open. There's a policy making. There's a gateway open now through InSpace. We're enabling them for GOCO models and everything. All put together. ISRO will be concentrating on new technologies. There will be a boom of activities happening right now with ISRO concentrating on technological activities, and still taking up the commercial activities, and in space bridging the gap wherever is required. So the other one I'm not telling now whatever has happened. You can see this is the kind of a role what in space is supposed to play in the new gen activities. And this itself is a great step towards capturing a 10% market in the another 25 years. You can just see that strong regulatory framework is required to make an Indian space ecosystem. That's what is happening now. Another space policy is on the anvil and will be evolving with the participation of all various stakeholders, including the customers and the kind of whatever all stakeholders. What I mean is, you can imagine the stakeholders. It is umpteen. It is unimaginable stakeholders for space, unlike the other industries. Ease of doing business. That's what is happening now. With bulk of the commercial activities going to NSIL, which is controlled by a board of directors, unlike the kind of norms what we are having right now in governmental sector, much more easier we can handle things. That is what is going to happen. Next is an important slide. What next? Somebody was just speaking in the morning. So we have to have a mindset. First is mindset. Adopt newer solutions, existing frameworks. High risk-taking approach has to be set. Mindset has to change. Identify new business opportunities. Simplify and streamline the procedures, which is capital intensive, and bigger lead times are required for investments. You have got huge funding required for longer lead times, and sharing of facilities, not even with public and government alone, with private and private also is required. We have more models right now with private and private already existing between Godrej and MTR. Right now, a new model has emerged with public and private, with L&T and HAL taking over the PSLV productionization. All models are available with ISRO, successful, running without any kind of hitch or problem. So flexibility is required. The flexibility I put in the center because we have to be flexible, adaptable. Otherwise, no, space is so risky, we can't have, it will be breaking. This is an important slide. We are in the intensity area right now. The impacts of this is going to have the activity levels. The impacts of this is going to have only later, maybe another 10, 15 years later right now. The readiness is over with ISRO emerging up to this one. We are intensifying through in space and NSIL, and impacts will be much later, will be visible. You can just see this. Temporary impacts are there, enduring impacts are there. And cost of avoidance I put in the last. That is another important factor. One way to need to have a socio-economic impact analysis to convince the governments on top that how much we are saving by cost and all. It's a must actually. All other countries have done it to see that we are able to convince the top government, top officials of government, the productivity efficiency gains, national, all I put here. This is just, I'll go through it. This is one economic analysis what US have done. Just, I'm not going to elaborate that. Just see how much elaborate they've done in each sector, including the person who has been involved in each sector. So this analysis is a must actually. This is intangible benefits what people are getting right now. A model I have given Indonesia, India, and Thailand. See how much of life is saved. There is no money involved in. You can't quantify in terms of revenue. You can't digitize it. Next is a very important slide for me. I'll just 1 minute, I'll take 1 second, I'll take here more. You can see 4 or 5 sectors of very dominant economic activity only. We have taken here aircraft and spacecraft. Aircraft and spacecraft are involved. Actually, we have involved this one here only to show how much. Otherwise, not an important thing for ISRO right now, for India right now. Aircraft and spacecraft, medical and precision equipment, pharmaceutical, radio, and of course, this makes 100%. You can see India, it is less than 2%. This 2% doesn't contain the procured launches. It's only export of offset components. So just see pharmaceutical, we are doing much better. It's not that we can't export. It's a life-saving drug. We are able to get the trust of other people, including Westerners. Do you think that we can't get for space? We have to get it. We have to increase our share. That is the message here. So unless export market is also captured, startups cannot thrive. And you have a totally new different page, no different platform here to start with. You are in almost page 1 or 2, just one page only different in the chapter with other countries, with ESA or NASA. Of course, Russia, China, and Japan all are along with us only. I don't think they are comparably higher. So we need to see that how best we have to accelerate, come to the level playing ground, and go ahead from there. How to capture more of export market. Our quality has improved like anything now. So is the vision what our Prime Minister has told in the speech which I captured from the video. Freedom of innovation from the private sector, role of government as an enabler right now, not as a money a lender right now. Prepare the youth for future. That is an important role what we are doing right now. See the space sector as a resource for progress of common man. So this is the one which right now we are looking at. Challenges plenty, but also the rewards are, you can see that prediction from an economic of space around $1,000 trillion in 2040s. So we have to keep the 10% constant, not an absolute value. It can be beyond that also, because we are now starting, many people are also now starting in this fashion. So our startups and our new generation who are starting with 0.0 right now should be able to reach 10.0 in another 10 years. Every year 1.0 addition. To that extent, we'll be able to give you the kind of hand-holding, the kind of knowledge what we are, the abundant knowledge what we are having in ISRO through InSpace and ENSIL and ISRO. And I wish you good luck. And this panel should deliberate how to increase this 2% to 10% as a direction modalities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for the detailed presentation and shedding light on new space and various fields of space industry. Rightly said, challenges are aplenty, but so are the rewards. I would now like to invite on stage our esteemed panelists. The first panelist is Shri Santosh Patil Kulkarni, National Sales Head, CADFEM India Private Limited. He has a successful track record spanning over 20 plus years in the areas of sales and business development in the CAD, CAM, and PLM fields. An adept business strategist, he is knowledgeable in the fields of automotive, defense, energy, and manufacturing verticals. Our next panelist is Shri Apparao V. Mallavarapu, Chairman and Managing Director, Centum Group. Under his leadership, Centum has grown to be a global electronics design and manufacturing company. He has also been appointed as the Honorary Consul of Brazil in Bengaluru. Our third panelist is Dr. Subbarao Pavuluri, Chairman and Managing Director, Anand Technologies. Dr. Rao is a technologist and an entrepreneur with extensive experience in Indian space program for over 4 decades. He founded Anand Technologies Limited in 1993, which is the first private industry to set up assembly integration and testing facilities for satellite and launch vehicles. Our fourth panelist is Sri Mani TT, MD Avasarala Technologies Limited. He has co-founded Avasarala Technologies and fulfilled the requirement of high technology engineering products and services for the nuclear power, space, R&D labs, medical devices, and factory automation. I would now like to introduce the session moderator, Sri Satish Thokala, Aerospace and Defense Industry Manager at MathWorks. An expert in the field of avionics system design, he has contributed to the development of communication radios and conducted flight tests of the same on Jaguar and MiG fighters. He is responsible for increase in adoption of MATLAB and Simulink for mission and safety critical systems. The rapporteur for this session is Dr. Puneet Mishra from ISRO. I now hand over the panel discussion to the session moderator. The stage is yours, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We always talk about India's deep space missions, but I could see some individuals are seriously following deep sleep missions here. Right, so maybe it's time to wake up. We have energetic panel discussion that we are going to start now. But before getting into the detailed discussion here, India space segment, the success that we had seen in India space doesn't need any introduction, right? In fact, India is the launch pad for the world in a way, if you look at it. Since morning, we have many speakers highlighting this with the numbers, right? And thanks to all the speakers talking about, we can go easily to 10% in next few years. So great goal. India's space segment is always connected to a societal existence, right? So how do these benefits would reach a common man? That's the bottom line of India's space segment. But recently, with evolving space assets, there is a focus shift in terms of our focus more towards deep space communications, high-speed communications, human-rated machines, and satellite networking, right? It's not an easy game, right? This needs a game changer kind of approach here. This is actually now fueled a lot by the reforms, thus enabling both top to bottom as well as bottom to top collaboration. And we heard a lot about startups, contribution of startups since morning. But not to forget the existing players in the market, right? There are veterans in this market existing. So the challenge here is how do we combine, how do we synergize between these two segments, right? Thus contributing to the growth of space economy in India, and eventually, this is going to add to India's economy, right? So to discuss this, who would be better panel than the veterans here? I combinedly, I could see more than 150 years of experience on the stage here now. So let's get started with Dr. Subbarao. Sir, open for your remarks to highlight opportunities the way you see here in Indian space segment and the challenges from your perspective.
Distinguished audience and distinguished panelists on the dais. Since morning, we have been talking about three major terms. One is the space reforms, space economy, and space industry. Now, if you start looking at the 3 points put together, perhaps some of the people who have been sitting here has more than 30, 40 years of experience as industry in the space technology itself onto that. And our key panelist has mentioned about the risk-averse society, India being that. Perhaps I disagree with that. Since we're talking about a lot of startups here and also industry around here, I must say that it is India which has a large number of entrepreneurs in the world. It is nowhere else you find this kind of a thing into it. It only indicates that India is not risk-averse at all. The only problem that India always has been suffering is with three things: permit, quota, license, Raj. This is what Rajagopalachari used to describe earlier days, that these three things have been tied down in this country. The people not to work further, not to beyond work, not to work till the capacity allows them to do so. In this respect, I would like to give a small example, not just space and agriculture together, that agriculture in this country, within 15 to 20 years, the Green Revolution completely changed the entire scenario in the country. The country which is suffering for food, hunger, has been completely come out of that. Today, India has become a surplus country. The reason being only one thing, that farmers are allowed to be an independent entrepreneur in this country. Had the farmer been tied down with a license, quota, permit, perhaps that would not happen. And when looking at the liberalization that's happening over a period of time since 1991, we see that every sector has been liberalized in the country. Infrastructure sector, ports and harbors, roads, every communications area, everything has been liberalized. But only one sector that has not happened in this country is only the space sector. That's because our political leadership always looking at the space sector as a holy cow. And it's only technology demonstration. Now realization has come to the present government that the Indian economy can have a greater contribution from the space sector. So therefore, fortunately, liberalization happened right now. And now with this part of this, I'm sure that Indian economy and the contribution from the Indian industry, space industry into the Indian economy is much greater. And to achieve 10% what the goal has been set into that is not very difficult at all. Now, when talking about upstream side and downstream side in the space sector, fortunately, a company like us, we have been into last 30 years, both in upstream side, also downstream side. I got into the downstream side, maybe it's a little personal thing that I will be talking to you on that part, but just to drive home a point here. That downstream sector was first liberalized in the country. What the downstream sector here is a satellite application sector. So therefore, we could get into the sector very easily. And we made a mark in that. And I tell you, the kind of mapping that's happened in this country by the individual entrepreneurs like me in this, so immense. I can count you the number of people I've been working in this sector, more than 1,000 industries have been working in this sector all along. I'm talking about only application side. And the clientele also in this, land, water, environment, water resources, even legal. So many clients that most of us have this in this country on that. All this could happen because the sector was liberalized to the extent possible on that. Of course, there are a few constraints in terms of using the more data in terms of high resolution data being used, there are few restrictions on that. Perhaps even that also being solved right now in the new policy. Then of course, they're going to be, everybody will fly along with that. And we can many Google kind of things also can come up in this country. And then when you talk about the upstream side, the satellite and the launch vehicle side. Again, it's the launch vehicle side, the people have been got involved more and more onto the industry, got involved into that more and more from the launch vehicle sector to begin with. Later is when we got into the satellite side onto it. All these are because of some kind of a mindset that you have been creating over a period of time that private sector cannot contribute into that. They can be used only for the purpose of working only along with them. Once this mindset clears out a part of it, I'm sure that this country, many more startups, many more industries will come up into that. Heavy investments all will come into the sector. And when you come onto that, for 30 years since the companies like us have already enabled that, build up a lot of things in this country. With our experience, I must tell you, I would like to, since a lot of startups are here, I would like to give one maybe punchline, you call it whatever. We enable, you disrupt. That's what I would like you to comment upon that. When you say we enable, the point that I'm trying home here is that we built a lot of experience already in the companies in this. We made huge amount of capex already into this, where the facilities have been created, equipment has been made available, and expertise has been built over a period of time in our companies. And we know the problems the private industries will go through. Therefore, startup companies coming up into that. We will guide you better than anybody else into this because we went through the process. We burnt our fingers in many ways. We find it difficult to raise our monies. Now it's easy for you to raise the monies onto that. We know how to deal with ROC, restart our companies. When you reach the company, we reach the company, we are safe. There's no difference at all whatsoever. But when you started working into that, fortunately, Government of India has since they're giving a lot of concession to MSMEs in this country. Similarly, a lot of support is going to come up to the startup companies in this country. So therefore, we'll be able to support you in many ways. You may call this Bada Bhai approach, or you may call it chat and what they call it in Malayalam, or the Pedanaya in Telugu. We will be your Bada Bhai in this regard. So we have all the aspects with us. We'll help you in designing the mission. We'll help you in designing the payloads. We'll help you in integrating the payloads with the launch vehicle side. We help you in control of the complete mission part of it. We help you to come out of your problems. We are with you completely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Subbaraw. In the interest of time, so request all other panelists, to highlight a few points, right? Let's move on with Mr. Santosh. Santosh, as a technology enabler, right? So how do you see this space ecosystem in India?
Hello. Yeah. Can you repeat?
Yeah. As being a technology enabler in this field, right? So how do you see the space ecosystem here?
Well, really, this is a really good question. And first of all, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to come and actually discuss about these points. And we as a company, CATFM, for last 40 years, we have tied up with ANSYS for a complete suite of ANSYS solution for various physics. So for as of leaders, for be it aerospace, defense, automotive. So you take any industries, we people are having our own approach. So especially for this startup company ecosystem, what we are seeing, all the startups, they will have similar kind of actually the approach where the product focus are different. Even though the product focus are different, the characters which they face, the challenges which they face, all the startup companies, it more or less it is very, very same. So what we have seen, the technology what we people are having, it has been appreciated over the last at least 6 decades or so. So we thought of actually like working very, very closely with the startup companies. So in this startup company, once they start the journey, they will have, the first thing is how the performance has to be designed, how the robust design has to be there, what kind of a testing it has to be there, how the product launching has to be there. There are n number of questions they will start actually starting facing it. In this, for the startup companies, lot of regulatory, the hurdles are actually coming. Whereas what we see here, these kind of things, when we are observing the startup ecosystems, we clearly see that they also having the hunger of coming with the better the products in the market. Especially on the space, what we are talking since morning, actually we had a discussion, a lot of actually information has been actually shared, and the typical, the DeSSEI, what is the name has been coined by Dr. Vinod sir as well as Dr. Goenka sir. It is really, really amazing. So it is having a lot of value what we are going to develop. Especially on the space technologies, what we have seen, there are complex physics are there, like structural mechanics, or fluid dynamics, or electromagnetic stuff, or the mission engineering stuff domains, okay? Then optical and photonics. So these all the complex, the physics when we are going to deal with, the simulation is the only the solutions which really it can make the impact to any such kind of a space technologies. We as a solution provider for the ecosystem, we have seen, we have recognized that what kind of a challenges really this ecosystem is needed as of now, because a lot of digital prototypes we have to actually incur instead of they getting into a lot of physical prototypes. Again, the physical prototypes are, if you see go for the testing, the investment will be very, very high for all the startup companies. It is not actually feasible for them. So what we have actually provided, we have come out with really cutting edge technologies for them so that they can give the product promise to their customer. End of a day, they have to attract their investor. Who are their investor? All the actually big leaders we have seen, we have understood, they are the leaders. They have to go and attract. For them, they have to go with a minimum investment. The cheaper investment, I have to come up with innovation technology, which is to be very, very fast, so that they can compete with the big giants, the enterprise level organizations. For that, we have seen, be it a high tech, pharma, healthcare, aerospace, defense. So everywhere we people are giving as a startup program bundle. So what maybe I have seen, I have heard more than 100 the startup companies are here. So what, please actually approach us, because across the globe, close to around 1,500 the startup companies which we have helped. They are getting actually very much actually benefited out of the solutions what people are having under this the startup, the program bundle what we have created. That will have complete solution physics where they can reduce the physical prototypes. They can go for the complete digitization and get benefited out of this. So we are very much actually excited. Yes, we are very much excited to actually work with the ecosystem. We are very much happy. If you have any actually queries, please, I'll be more than happy to actually answer it, either now or later.
Sorry, I need to stop you here in the interest of time. Mr. Mani, so you have started your career probably in 1970s, right? So how do you see this industry, space industry? Can you share a few remarks? Please be crisp.
Good afternoon to all. We are associated with ISRO for last 2.5 decades. Excellent experience we have with the ISRO, because one major, this is mainly for the new entrants as well as the startups. The hand holding by ISRO is fantastic. And once they give an order or anything, then they work with us along with us as a team. That makes most of the things successful. So you can depend on ISRO a lot. And here the industry thing has to gear up to meet this 10% of the revenue. It's not, it's quite tough, but it's achievable. But if it has to be achieved, there are certain points which have to be taken care. Mainly, some of the things is the time duration for conceiving to final delivery should be extremely fast. At present, some of the commercial decisions takes very long time. If that can be curtailed and it has to be made faster, then things can move very fast. Otherwise, achieving this, 10 times 10 percentage is not so easier. So from government to ISRO to the industry, everybody should work with high speed without having any mindset. That is number one. The second thing is mainly for the new entrants as well as the startups. Once they succeed in qualifying the product for meeting the space requirements, then how to scale up that? For scaling up that, there should be a financing mechanism should be available. Otherwise, meeting that scaling up is not is very difficult, and also the achievement of the 10% becomes quite difficult. So not only for the existing industry, even for the new industry as well as new players as well as the startups, this is very, very essential. And ensuring that, of course, finally the quality and also the reliabilities are maintained. After that, how to scale up is the second thing. The third point I want to mention is, the world completely changing on the space technology. Probably most of the people have discussed in that. See, for example, SpaceX is launching almost every time 60 satellites in every fortnight or once in 3 weeks. So our country has to change a lot in the many technologies, whatever we are having that. For that, the present mechanism of R&D and also the productionizing, these two things have to be separated, because R&D thing is now most of the times it is combined with the production. So sometimes many times we end up spending more amount than what we originally envisaged. So there is no mechanism of compensating that. If R&D can be separated and also production can be separated, and R&D is separated with a flexibility of the payment or the exceeding cost, how to fund that with the proper audit mechanism, that will be helpful. These are all my views to see that how it can be enhanced. Thank you. Thanks for giving an opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Rao, so what are your perspectives?
Good afternoon. It's wonderful to be here this afternoon. And, I'm a first generation entrepreneur myself. So I was a startup 28 years ago. So I know the feeling. And I must also tell you, as a startup, I got into trouble very quickly. And there was this matured and a big company that came to my rescue. They mentored us, and the rest is history. So clearly, startups and the big companies can work together to make a better tomorrow. What do startups have? I think they have tremendous enthusiasm. They have tremendous knowledge. They have disruptive innovation ideas. And they're, of course, fearless. I think this is really and there obviously a lot of passion. And, you guys you want to be in the space industry, you are already in the space industry, and industry means risk. But I must tell you, space is very risky, only from the standpoint that you don't get a second chance. You do it wrong the first time, it's gone. Like in any other business, you can do a recall, bring the thing back into your factory, fix the problem, and reintroduce the product. But as far as space is concerned, once it's gone up, it's gone. And so there is something that you have to do it right the first time. And that's very important. And while you have all the knowledge and the enthusiasm and the passion, I think what the established companies have is the experience. And I think you should draw upon that, whether it's in terms of, like I was saying, you don't have a second chance. So which means your quality, your reliability, your processes, they need to be really up there. And that's very, very important. And that doesn't happen overnight. It happens over years. That's number one. Number two, I think in terms of infrastructure, you have to build a lot of infrastructure. And, one of the things that I've learned now after 20 years is try and keep your business as asset light as you can. So my suggestion is you should leverage the existing companies and use their infrastructure. I know ISRO has and NIS and NSIL are giving the facilities, ISRO facilities, for testing and whatever else to the private or the startups. But the reality is this, you go and ask them for, you need to test something and they'll say, we are busy, come back in 2 weeks. And you don't have 2 weeks, and speed is of the essence. So what do? I think you should leverage all the private sector companies which have established enough and more infrastructure. So please feel free to do that. And I think it's really, really important and like I said, infrastructure is expensive. The other thing that I wanted to say, a couple of things. One is, for example, I can even tell you, we are right now working with at least a couple of startups their product is almost realized. And they come to us and say, can you check our designs? Can you do a review? And with all the experience that we have for the last 28 years, this is what we used to do with ISRO. Many years ago, we would go to ISRO and say, can you please review what we're doing? And that's exactly what we're doing with a few startups. And I think that really helps startups to do the right thing at the right time. So that's number one. Number two, from an infrastructure standpoint, actually Dr. Subbarao just inaugurated Dr. Somnath inaugurated a massive facility that Dr. Subbarao put up 2 weeks ago. And this is to manufacture satellites. So my point is, if somebody wants to build a satellite, is it really required for you guys to go and create this infrastructure? I think you should leverage that. So that's really the point that I'm trying to make. And, at the end of the day, I think 1 + 1 should be more than 2. So I'm sure coming together of established companies and startups will definitely give you a better result than we do everything ourselves, because clearly you guys bring a lot of energy, you bring a lot of new ideas, which of course that will rub off on established companies also. So, and Dr. Goenka, one small recommendation would be, I think you should start some kind of a mentoring scheme. Companies like us, I'm very happy to be a part of a mentoring scheme. I'm sure a lot of established companies here would want to. So, see the match, and we are happy to, it's not for business, it's just to mentor you guys. I've been mentored in the past and it really worked. So I'm sure most of the established companies are prepared to help you guys. And good luck and God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. I have a question for you, Mr. Rao. So you brought an interesting, you made an interesting comment that this industry doesn't have the luxury of recall, right? Like some other industries would, have that luxury. So at the same time, organizations like, the established players, you have expertise in terms of safety and mission critical systems. And whereas we have a lot of startups here, they're known for speed of innovation, right? So how do you bring these two things together? What's the right mix?
Personally, the way I see it is the way the space works. And even if you look at our manned mission, there's going to be 2 unmanned missions before there's a manned mission. So, and especially if you bring life into the equation, it's just going to be that much more complex. So I think the way to do it would be that we work together and ensure that it works by, doing it as a redundant product to start with. And then in the second or the third launch, it should actually be the main primary product. So that's one way of doing it. Again, like I said, we need to mitigate the risk. And so that part is something that's very crucial. And you don't want to do something and it doesn't work for the first time, and then it's too risky.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, Mr. Mani, you talked about, the collaboration aspects. There are few parts of the world who already made, good progress, and this point was touched upon, by some other speakers since morning. Okay, if I have to ask you one best practice, right, that we could learn from rest of the world, right? So what that would be?
Sorry, I want a little more clarity.
Any best practices, lessons learned from rest of the world that you see that can be applied here in India?
One of the best practices of the space is, as you said rightly, there's no recall. So 100% perfection, not even 99.99% perfection. These are all the things which we were able to use in our other things also, and were able to improve those things. And these best practices, whatever are there, which can be applied in various areas, because space is the one area where we cannot afford any failures. So that is one of the major things which we have learned and which we are able to implement in other areas.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Santosh, quick question, looking for short answer in the interest of time.
Yeah.
So number of startups here, right? We were talking about 100 plus startups, right, since morning. So if they have an idea, right? So how do you suggest, to come up with a viable product?
See,
especially considering this is capital intensive segment.
Absolutely. For this only, we have the solutions which we have made. It is customized for startup companies with very, very nominal, very, very affordable cost. It doesn't have one capabilities. It is having multiple capabilities with approach of a multi-physics. They will be able to do it. End of a day, they have to get the product delivery with a minimum time. So this, they can avoid with very bare investments. They can actually go and provide the solutions and product promise to other customer and avoid multiple the physical prototypes. This can help startups.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Dr. Subbarao, one question for you. So you mentioned about collaboration, between multiple players in this segment, right? Where do you see opportunities in this collaboration? Do you see opportunities starting from design aspects or more towards one player do the design, so other player get into production? How do you see this particular segment?
Yeah, basically, all of us know that the space industry itself is a collaborative industry. Nobody can work in isolation. For example, in design of a spacecraft or a launch vehicle, you find the mechanical, metallurgical, chemical, electronics, plastics, very many things getting involved into it. So there's a collaboration in every aspect of that. So similarly, since each one of us here sitting here, the industries with so much experience has so much experience gained in a collaborative research and also execution product delivery. Perhaps this experience of ours we can put forth to the startups and we can enable them to get into this kind of scenario. In fact, earlier also I mentioned about just, one passing remark that as far as the investments are concerned, since huge investments have been made by various industries already in terms of CapEx, startups can come with their idea. That idea can be converted into an action completely into it. For doing that, a lot of softwares, a lot of other activity, a lot of research experience have been already built up into these companies. So without investing much of the money into this scenario, startups can surely look towards us for their support to them. That's what I mean to say on that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rao. We are short of time, so we don't have time to take questions from audience. But everyone is available at their respective booth. So if you have any specific questions, feel free to stop by, at their booth and then get your question clarified. Also, you can email or you can drop your questions right? Somebody from the organizing team will get back to you. So with that, we formally close the panel discussion. Thank you once again to all the panelists.
Thank you, sir, for the flawless conduction of the session. As sir has rightly said, due to time constraint, we cannot take any questions right now. You can, however, post your questions through the ASI website, asindia.org, at the contact link. Now, as a token of gratitude, we would like to present mementos to the members of the panel. We are honored to have amongst us former ISRO chairman, Dr. A.S. Kiran Kumar, sir. I request sir to come onto the stage for presentation of the mementos. I request sir to present memento to the keynote speaker, Dr. Venkati Krishnan. I request sir to present memento to our panelist, Sri Santosh Patil Kulkarni. I request sir to present memento to Sri Apparao V. I request sir to present memento to Dr. Subbarao Paluguri. I now request sir to present memento to Sri Mani TT. I request Kiran Kumar sir to present memento to the session moderator, Mr. Satish Thokala. I thank all the members of the panel for an innovative and informative panel discussion. Now we have a video by one of our sponsors, and the fifth session will be starting shortly after it.
When you have an idea, we will help craft, calibrate, build, and share it with the world. Welcome to Avantel. We innovate and integrate multiple technologies to meet special and unique requirements of Indian Defence Services.
This was a video from Avantel, one of our gold sponsors. Thank you, Avantel, for being one of the gold sponsors of our DeSSEI conference. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll proceed to the next panel discussion now. I'm Ashwati R. Krishnan from ISRO, your host for the panel discussion on Indian space policy and Indian Space Bill 2022.
Which include ships, submarines, helicopters, and aircraft, enabling reliable, secured connectivity for data and voice. Thinking different, we have also helped the Navy overcome the coverage.
Once again, thank you, Avantel. Hope you all are having a wonderful time here, enjoying and gaining from our sessions. Now, from today morning onwards, we have been listening to a lot of topics related to the Indian startup space ecosystem, starting from the creation of an ecosystem, the planting of the seed, the promotion, the hand-holding, the nurturing, and the vision for the next decade, what holds for the future, the economics part of it. But how will this ecosystem thrive? Doesn't it need a nudge here and there if it veers off the course? What are its boundaries? What are its rights and obligations? A space-specific legal regime will facilitate the private sector participation under authorization and supervision by the government. A comprehensive space activity plan covering the development of space and ground segments of space infrastructure and allied technologies with appropriate policies on the authorization, licensing, and risk-sharing mechanisms is a need of the hour. This panel will deliberate on the proposed Space Activities Bill and Space Policy 2022. Welcome once again. We'll begin our panel discussion with the keynote address. We are very fortunate to have a stalwart like Shri A.S. Kiran Kumar Sir as our keynote speaker. Shri A.S. Kiran Kumar is member of the Space Commission, Government of India. He has also served as Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman, Indian Space Research Organization from 2015 to 2018. As Chairman ISRO, he has steered the applications-oriented Indian space program, which has facilitated rapid development of the country in many important spheres of Earth observation, communication, navigation, meteorology, and space science, as well as the development of indigenous launch vehicles and related technologies. Sir, may I invite you to come onto the dais and deliver the keynote address. Shri Kiran Kumar Sir has won several laurels for his unparalleled accomplishments. The President of India has conferred to him the Padma Shri Award in recognition of his contributions to the Indian space technology. Sir, please deliver the keynote speech.
Good afternoon to all of you. And it's indeed a great privilege to be present here today amongst you and look at one of the key aspects, both the space policy and the Space Act. Just in the few minutes back, we heard a lively discussion on risk awareness and risk ability of India. In fact, when Dr. Subbarao was talking about the risk-averse situation, where what the situation that existed, Permit Raj, Quota Raj, and License Raj. No, actually, what we need to really realize is the activity in space is somehow different from the activities on ground, purely because of the way it can be controlled and administered. And that is where, when initially India started this activity of space, at that time, it was only the two superpowers who were actually competing with each other to demonstrate who is more powerful or mighty. And then India started this work of using space technology. Like today, what you are talking about, disruptive technology, space was a disruptive technology in the 60s or in the 50s. And India made use of this technology for bringing in or harnessing this technology for societal benefits. And as, of course, the time went on, and even as India became economically stronger and its own requirements changed from just meeting the basic requirements of hunger and development. And in fact, Subbarao also mentioned how India was able to actually take advantage of a green revolution to make a huge difference to the country's status of from a country dependent on US for PL 480 to a country where you are now today ready to provide food to the entire world. So all this also shows that what holds good at one point of time is no longer the same. And while in the initial periods, not having a policy itself was the best policy. But then that situation is no longer going to be sufficient. Today, space, which is the fourth frontier, actually is being occupied by players who are conducting space business outside states' control. And very soon, you are seeing, as what has happened in other areas, whether it is land, ocean, or air, today space is being occupied by private enterprises and huge corporations, which are bringing in new dynamic capabilities. And in the presence of such dynamic situation, India also, of course, realizes that not only should we take advantage of whatever has been developed over last 4 decades in terms of a technology. As you are also very familiar, India is among the few countries which has the end-to-end capability of launch vehicles, satellite applications, and all that. And if left to itself, it won't be in a position to provide the kind of thrust and the emphasis for India to take advantage of the space economy, what has been talked about, how to gain on that. And it is in this context that the government tries to make a huge change. And in any transition, while those who are desiring to make the change are very clear that change should happen quickly, but it is the players who are actually implementing those changes who become a bottleneck, not only because, see, like I would like to quote one more example where what Dr. Sarabhai had said when he started, he was given the opportunity to run Atira. He wanted to bring in new people for solving the problems. He put an advertisement, and that advertisement said, we don't want people with experience to apply for this. His idea was those with experience come with a baggage. They have a mindset. If you want to come solve new problems, maybe you should need to look at the entire thing in a very different manner. And it is in this context, probably what Apparao or even Subbarao mentioned, while they are the veterans and experts and the new startups who are there, they have to look at this problem. They need not be bogged down by the experience or the baggage of others, but at the same time, they need to learn from the experience of others and go ahead. So what the space policy itself is trying to attempt is trying to bring in a mechanism where put in minimum restrictions for the people who want to participate in that. And it has always been seen that private enterprise or business has thrived when there are minimum restrictions. But what the government sees is putting minimum restrictions is not always easy for the government, simply because its responsibilities with respect to what is happening globally is very different from what an individual entrepreneur or an enterprise looks at. When an entrepreneur is looking at, he is not worried about all the problems that the country is going to face. That is where the governments are actually bogged down, security and the risks that are there. And particularly today, when we are seeing that it is not only what the government and those who are actually controlling the situation, they are finding that non-government entities are becoming such big players, and they are not only controlling, they are influencing the happenings across the globe. So in this context, the government's role also is quite tough, and they always have greater difficulty in matching the requirements of the security, requirements of ensuring that whatever activity its citizen does and what liability it brings to the people or to the governance is addressed. And today we are quite happy to look at the current scenario where a lot of work has happened over last few years, and we are now probably coming very close to a place where the government is going to actually bring up the bill, and as well as in the terms of the policy also of trying to minimize the restrictions that are existing. And like probably one of the persons was earlier speaking about in the geospatial domain, while the not having a specific restriction enabled Indian entrepreneurs, the limitations of making the data available was causing concern, and already the government has brought in a significant amount of change in the space policy of data availability. And today, very soon, you will see the fruits of years of effort by people, and Indian entrepreneurs should really be actually come to a stage of takeoff and move ahead. So if you look at the space policy itself, now the new policy is actually what has been done so far is considering the reforms in the space sector, the need to revise the existing policies and creating new sectoral policies has been identified, and revised policies of satellite communication, remote sensing has been drafted, navigation, and also in terms of space situational awareness and foreign direct investment activities. In all this, the new policy is actually trying to address. And what we would like to do today is probably listen to the panelists and then see from their perspective, are there any things which already is in the public knowledge of both the space policy and the Space Act bill which is going to come up? Are there some new things that needs to be addressed? And otherwise, what I can conclude is today the situation that exists is all the background work has been done, and both the government and the agencies are ready to bring into practice with minimum restrictions for the enterprise to operate. But again, as you can really visualize, it's also not an easy thing. And these policies and act also need to remain dynamic to change the way as this situation unfolds, primarily because the pace at which technology change is happening and the way things are moving is so fast. Even before you start bringing in one act or one policy, there is a need for change. And it's only when people who matter are ready to look at this, bring in such dynamic changes, will we see the kind of growth that is being expected. And I am more than 100% certain that India will become a very huge, big player in the space economy, and it will take the leadership role that it is expected to in the coming decades. And also by the time we complete our 100 years of independence, where we stand will definitely be a place where everybody would be aspiring for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for crisply putting all the points in a nutshell. Sir, kindly be seated on the dais. You have explained how the space program has evolved throughout history and how the space policies need timely changes to meet the changing goals, the need to revise existing policies, and the difficulties faced by the policymakers. Now, may I invite our eminent panelists, who are legal luminaries, onto the dais to discuss on this topic further. Dr. G.S. Sachdeva from Nalsa University of Law, Hyderabad. Dr. Sachdeva is an adjunct professor from Nalsa University of Law. He has doctorate from JNU, New Delhi, and has been writing on space matters. He has 7 books to his credit. Our second panelist is Mr. Ashok GV from Factum Law. Mr. Ashok is an advocate practicing in the Honorable High Court of Karnataka and a partner in Factum Law. He advises businesses in the fields of satellite communications and Earth observation on international and domestic space regulations, as well as telecommunication regulations. The third panelist is Professor Sandeeba Bhatt from National University of Juridical Sciences, Kolkata. Professor Sandeeba Bhatt is working as a professor of law and director of Center for Aviation and Space Laws at National University of Juridical Sciences, Kolkata. The fourth panelist is Professor Divya Tyagi from Gujarat National University, Gandhinagar. Dr. Tyagi is working as Assistant Professor of Law in Gujarat National Law University. He has the experience of nearly 17 years of teaching various courses of law in different law schools in India. And he has been associated with teaching air and space law in GNLU for the last 10 years. And we have an eminent personality in the field of space policy matters, Sri V. Gopalakrishnan, former policy analyst ISRO and advisor, B.S. Mani Center for Air and Space Law, Gujarat National Law University, as our moderator today. Gopalakrishnan sir, he has worked on the formulation of the first draft legislation on the space activities in India. Sir, handing the session over to you. Mr. Madhav Nakani from ISRO headquarters will be the session rapporteur. Handing over the proceedings to Gopalakrishnan sir.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon to session chairman, and distinguished panelists and distinguished audience. It's a great privilege for me to be here on a topic which is very close to me, close to my heart. So I'm very privileged more than that to be under the panel session chaired by Dr. Sri Kiran Kumar sir. So this topic, India's space policy and bill, yeah, it is most expected topic by every the stakeholder of this country. And policy has been discussed for a long time. And now it has come to a stage that it has been almost getting releasing stage. So now it is very important that we should more discuss on that. And also bill, followed by the policy bill also is going to come. So now under this premises, we have got good panelists. So Dr. Sachdeva, first I'll ask the post the questions to Dr. Sachdeva sir. He has worked in the space policy for a long time and has done good research on space policies of various countries. And to his credit, he has brought out some 3 publications, including the one on space doctrine. And as the Chesan chairman told, Indian space policy is centered around less restrictions to the players. So how he is going to enlighten us with his knowledge and wisdom on this topic, what are the others suggestions he is going to give in his space policy and bill. So, sir, thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Talking about policy, particularly on space policy, I'll first mention that it's a general practice of the governments to evolve their policies and promulgate them whenever they want any particular activity to be energized or given impetus. So those particular cases, or where perhaps I would also put it, the national ambitions are to be achieved. So national policies are generally issued around the world by the governments. But space is a very peculiar domain. Here the policy becomes important because it's not only activity, it's an activity with a baggage. It's also activity which is with a different profit calculus. It is an activity which needs long gestation period for research and development. It's an activity which needs a lot of outlay, lot of capital outlay and recurring expenses. So considering these aspects, space activity is not a normal activity which any entrepreneur or the board of directors would readily agree to. So with this particular object, space fraternity needs to be careful while embarking on space activity. I'd also like to mention a caveat that space is not a simple environment. It's a very hazardous environment as such. And activities there need a lot of safety and security. So what we need is a lot of diligence. We need a lot of care, particularly when we make and integrate space objects. So this brings me to the fact that what is sent into space should be space-worthy. Why I say space-worthy? Because unless it has all the capabilities to operate in space, it will not be successful. The problems could be that that particular object may create losses to the organization, create national embarrassment, and perhaps also international liability. With this background, we need to have space activities regulated and policed by the state. The government should make a policy that is important, but that policy should be stable also, so that the entrepreneurs and the industry knows for a reasonably long time what is going to prevail. It should be holistic. It should not be stopgap arrangements, stable, holistic, comprehensive. It should not be that today we issue one bit of policy and tomorrow another. It should be a comprehensive policy. And with this background, I would say we need to have a policy for space activities, more so in India, where we need to develop a culture for space activities. Space activities, as I said, are different than your normal activities on the Earth. And hence, that particular policy, which the state or the government issues, would have to be from that angle to ensure that the compliances are well taken care of. With this background, I would say the fraternity shall come forward, but not looking for as much of profit calculus with the same mindset. It should not be with the same attitude of cutting edges or perhaps making compromises. Space will not spare that. Space will not spare that. So let's be careful, let's be diligent, and whatever policy the government makes, I would urge the space fraternity to be very cooperative with that and comply with whatever is really said. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. International space liability for outer space activities is an inevitable factor that has to be accounted while any country wishes to drop its space policy or space legislation. Yeah, so this is the various countries, they follow different models. The risk sharing is a basic approach every country follows. So in this context, a person who has done a lot of research on this topic, I would like to request Dr. Sandeepa Bhatt to throw some light on this topic as to how India can go ahead on this topic so that it can encourage the Indian space industry to participate very actively, and it is encouraging them on a sustainable manner. Dr. Sandeepa Bhatt.
Thank you. It's a great privilege to be here. But at the same point of time, I should acknowledge that speaking on this subject for 3 to 4 minutes, it's very difficult for me because it's very close to my heart. Space law is always actually something which has attracted me. I believe actually on the issue of liability, everyone sitting here should be really concerned of. Every startup, first thing which comes to the mind is actually what would be the liability. If you look into the international norms, we are the signatory to the Liability Convention. And international norm says that actually there is an unlimited liability and that's also a strict liability with respect to damage on the surface of the Earth or to the aircraft in flight. Now, if we shift this liability to the private players in the same fashion, I don't think anyone is going to take up the space activity. There would not be any kind of investment. It's a great disincentive. So what's required is the cap on the liability or the limit on liability so that a breathing space can be given to the private players. If we look into the different models, say like United States, Australia, or European countries, they have all come up with the limit on liability at the time when the private players are basically licensed. And of course, they have a maximum limit of liability. Like say, for example, the United States speaks about $500 million US as the maximum limit. Within that, the licensing authority would find out what should be the maximum probable loss, and accordingly, it would fix the amount of liability for each player. Similarly, Australia has a maximum limit of 750 million Australian dollars. South Korea, 500 billion won. Like that, actually, different kind of limits have been fixed there. Again, adopting that directly in India is also a problem. Because if you look into these figures, this would come to around, say, 3.5 to 4,000 crores in Indian rupees. That's the limit of liability. That's quite huge for a developing country like India, and also to the startups, the kind of startups which are operating in India. I believe more or less we should think in terms of having around 500 crores and not more than that. And within that also, the licensing authority has to find out what is the maximum probable loss depending on the kind of activity, and it has to go for fixation of that limit of liability. How should the private player shoulder this limit of liability? At present, what's available is insurance. That's the only mechanism which we have got.
But again, there is a concern. All the private players might be having concerns in terms of confidentiality, the technical know-how. If the insurance company actually releases it to some competitors, what would happen? I should suggest that in the national legislation, we should have a clause which should strictly speak about the confidentiality. And if at all the insurance company is leaking these information to some competitors, there should be punitive action against actually the insurance companies. That should be something which would build confidence in the private players in terms of going for more and more insurance coverage. Then the next thing, what if actually the liability or maybe the damage is more than the limit of liability, whatever has been imposed on the private players? State should definitely come up. It should be from the state. We have to shoulder the liability over and above that. And probably for the time being, we may have to go to the Consolidated Fund of India. But on the contrary, I have always advocated for developing a fund through the legislation itself, like a national space fund. Of course, through actually this licensing fees, charges, whatever have been levied on the private players, we would be able to develop a fund in the course of time. And in fact, in one of my papers, which has been published in the Athens Journal of Law, available online, anyone who is interested can go through it, I have advocated that gradually we should reduce down even the insurance requirement for the private players. Because what happens is that once the fund actually grows, if we have actually the huge fund, so classic example I can give of the nuclear liability fund, Price Anderson Fund in the United States, it shoulders a huge amount of liability. So if we can develop similar kind of a model in India with respect to space liability, I think in the course of time, we will be able to reduce down the burden of the private players. More and more players will be interested in investing in the space economy. And probably we can shift from the insurance model to the space fund model in the course of time. But as of now, probably the insurance is the way out available. And that's how the liability has to be actually taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep. I've got one more question. I'll come back to you later. Okay, I'll come back to you later. So now, while all of the four panelists, three are from academic field. One panelist is from practicing in law firm side. We have got a young lawyer who is practicing in space law activities and who is working for many geospatial and satellite communication industry. So he will be having a lot of experience while handling these kind of activities. So let's hear from him, Dr. Ashok. What are the challenges you are facing and what are your suggestions to overcome such challenges? From your practical point of view, we can enlighten this forum.
Thank you, Doctor. I think for us, the main pain point is that traditionally space has always been looked at as a two-point focus. One is on welfare and economic, and the other being military and political. But I think today's world, what we are seeing is an increasing convergence of all these different worlds. And our concern is how does policy help us? Take, for example, the Russia-Ukraine conflict. If there is a private space actor, such as Viasat or Starlink, that is looking to provide military communication capabilities to Ukraine, is Russia justified under international law to target the satellite and take it out? And if the answer is yes, what is the safety net for a Starlink or a Viasat to service a Ukrainian military customer? And these are questions for which there are no ready answers in either international space law, there are no ready answers in international humanitarian law. These are areas of very nascent developments and we don't have really too many answers. And what that also translates to is a certain uncertainty in terms of what it means from a trade and investment perspective. Today, for example, if I have to do business in India as a SATCOM player, my singular concern is not anything else. It's the regulatory demarcation between Department of Telecommunications and Department of Space. Where does the jurisdiction of one begin and where does the jurisdiction of the other end? And fact of the matter is it takes a lot of hunting through the DOT circulars, try consultation papers before you arrive at the precise demarcation of the roles and responsibilities and functions of these different bodies. So as a starting point, for example, can we have a regulatory toolkit that has a flow chart that defines exactly who are the different departments involved, at what stage each regulator gets involved, and what is the tentative time frame within which an application for a license can be reviewed and adjudicated. And the second point I think that I want to also highlight is that we live in a very different world today. If I am a potential customer for military technology, I would much rather buy from the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, because if there are any veto powers to be exercised to give me the clearances for accessing the technology, a P5 member would be an ideal seller. And this creates a certain level of dependence, which is not good for national interests. And I think that's also a problem statement for space activities as well. When you see Russia and China gearing up for the moon, and you also see the Americans looking at the Artemis Accords, India cannot positively assert independence unless we become completely indigenized. And indigenization will not happen unless and until regulations become clear, become predictable, and become holistic. And I think from our perspective, the only ask is that we talk about innovation in technology, we talk about innovation in business models, but I think India has to be on the forefront of innovation in policy as well. When we ask that question about a Ukrainian military customer availing services from a private satellite operator, the answers to those questions even today comes mostly from the West. We have no shortage of expertise in India to answer those questions ourselves. But be it the Cybersecurity Convention or a lot of other developments, India is always catching up. We are not at the forefront of these policy initiatives. And unless and until we take the thought leadership and leverage both the academic and the practical expertise available in this country, we may never truly achieve the ideal policy clarity that we need to ensure that Indian businesses have the right kind of support when they enter into this domain. I think I'd like to conclude with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ashok. So lot of interesting geopolitical issues connected with space law and services. Thank you so much. Yeah. Now, I would like to ask a question on dispute settlement. So any activity, any contract, especially on space-related services, disputes are not expected, but they are prone to happen. So, but if any dispute comes in such services, such contracts, I mean, the services should not be affected. The parties involved in that, they should get amicable solution soon and a binding and legal solutions. So Dr. Divya Tyagi, who has done a lot of research on this dispute settlement topics, would like to enlighten us on this topic. We request you, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. And it's a privilege to be part of this panel. When we look at dispute settlement, it is always taken to be the situation that as we grow as a space industry, disputes are bound to come. And therefore, we need some serious thinking at the level of the policy as well as at the level of the law as to what mechanism we are going to provide for resolution of the dispute. Now, this entire exercise has to be seen in the context of international space law as it exists, and also international investment law has a bearing, because in a space industry, foreign investor as well as Indian investor is looking for a very clear-cut message in our policy and law as to how the dispute, if at all it comes, is going to be settled. Another dimension that I want to bring here for the consideration of everyone is that there is also a very serious challenge with regard to enforceability of contract in India, which has a bearing on ease of doing business. So therefore, when we look at this entire situation, the two key elements that we need to look at law is, one, the transparency of the processes as well as substantive rights, as well as accountability of the players. And it has a close bearing with the liability point that my co-panelist has already spoken about. And it is along with the role of the law as a facilitator and an enabler for the players. So therefore, at the level of lawmaking, a lot of harmonization has to be done, striving for optimal interest balance of all the stakeholders. Now, in this context, dispute can arise between the private players, dispute can arise between private player and government instrumentalities. Dispute can also arise against the decision of the authority concerned. So therefore, how we are going to address that? We need to have a mechanism, we need to have an institution that has to be independent and that has to be transparent in its processes. And therefore, one look forward in the law for some kind of an institution which ensures processes as well as enforcement of substantive rights through space law. And I think this will be a real way forward in terms of settlement of disputes. And most importantly, we have had our particular experience with regard to foreign investment arbitral awards. So therefore, if we look at the proposed framework when it comes to bilateral investment treaty framework, there is a lot of emphasis with regard to disputes being settled through exhaustion of local remedies. Now, this law becomes very important because this is the only mechanism for exhaustion of local remedies. So therefore, the procedures, the rights, and transparency of it and accountability of players are the pillars that the law should look forward to in terms of providing a mechanism for dispute redressal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You have shown us a lot of remedial measures. That's great. Actually, the session chairman, when I interacted with him before this, he advised me not to generate more questions from our side. He advised me to receive more questions from the audience. So this topic is more important one, which is most expected by all other people. But still, I would like to take an exception. There is one topic which I would like to seek a clarification from Dr. Sandeep Abhat. As we know, recently the topic of space resources, celestial resources, exploitation, commercialization are becoming more. The Artemis Accord, and all these things are happening. So a person who is also again studied more on this topic, we would like to listen from him because in the space policy and the bill are in the final stages of getting formulated. So let us listen from him as to what his ideas or opinion would be for India.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And in fact, actually, I think this is in the greater ambit of the property right issues, actually. When we look from the perspective of the property rights, there are two things which come up. One is the intangible, that is the intellectual property rights. And the other one is actually the physical property in terms of maybe space resources or celestial resources. I think probably the major concern for us in the immediate future would be the intangible, that is the intellectual property rights, how exactly they are going to be protected. Of course, I should say that Indian legislation should have a provision which should give the equal amount of protection what we give on the Earth. Similar kind of a protection should also be granted to the intellectual property rights in the outer space. And another thing in terms of intellectual property rights is with respect to infringement. If an IP, earthly patented invention, is infringed in the outer space, how to get the remedies? Because we don't have any international patent law. There is no international patent law. So we have to fix the liability under the municipal law. So we should also be clear in the national legislation with respect to jurisdiction and applicable law in case of such kind of an infringement, maybe in the outer space. So that's about the intangible property. But about the tangible property, the space resources, a lot of issues are going on at present. You must have heard different news. But that's not in the immediate future because we need technology to develop further in terms of resource exploitation. Efforts are already been made in terms of Artemis Accord or maybe Russia-China collaboration. So all those kind of different kind of activities are going on. But I should say that what is important is the international spirit. The space treaties, if you look into the 1960s and 1970s, they were the multilateral treaties. Different countries came together, negotiated, came up with a text, and they said that it's province of all mankind, or maybe to a certain extent, common heritage of mankind in the Moon Agreement. That's why what I suggest is an international regime to be developed, and India may take lead in terms of this, and then subsequently, actually, we should go for the exploitation. I'm not saying that there should not be an exploitation, but a regime has to be brought into force. Maybe India can take lead in terms of this, actually.
What could be Indian approach?
Pardon me?
What could be Indian approach on this topic?
Maybe we have to think in terms of moving similar to what is stipulated under Article 11, Paragraph 5 of the Moon Agreement, which speaks about an international regime. Artemis Accord, yes, it is more of actually the US kind of a policy. So acceding to that, currently there are only limited number of states who have been parties to it. So acceding to that directly might not be a right approach, rather international cooperation, multilateralism, we have to actually go ahead with actually. So probably we can take lead in terms of this.
Mr. Ashok, you have any views on this?
See, I think I come back to the same question of taking a very pragmatic and a practical approach. I mean, take for example, the exploitation of resources in space. I think there is one school of thought that is very normative. which is to adopt an extremely strict approach to the Outer Space Treaty and say that appropriation is not permitted. But there was a recent initiative of the American government, which was a legislation proposed to protect the area of the moon where the first landing took place. And though the slated reason was to ensure that the heritage of the American space program is preserved, it's an indirect way of saying that this part of the moon belongs to me. Right? And I think we also need to understand that there's a certain geopolitical risk involved in either taking an extremely normative approach or taking an extremely creative and an extremely business-friendly and exploitative approach. And I think the sweet spot is somewhere in between. And it is going to be an evolving process. It's not going to be something that can be decided overnight. But there is caution in not taking either of the extreme approaches, because at the end of the day, I think we all need to recognize that Earth is finite in its resources, which means eventually we are going to look at space and we shouldn't be left behind. There are already funds being created for asteroid mining. The other point that I would also like to highlight, just in terms of the jurisprudential approach for this, take, for example, a simple case of negligence in Earth, right? The law is already very well settled. There is a standard of duty of care. You don't meet the standard of duty of care, and then there is a finding of negligence. But our entire understanding of negligence is based on thousands of years of human evolution on conditions of Earth. We have no experience dealing with conditions in space to develop standards of care in space. So which means traditional laws that are designed for Earth have to be fundamentally reimagined for space activities. So I think we are actually one step behind developing laws for appropriation of space resources. I think what we need to do is to develop the framework for everything that needs to happen and every activity that will take place to actually get there. And unless we get that element right, like every other panelist has highlighted, there is a huge risk that we will not be able to preempt. I think that's my view on the subject.
That is industry's perspectives. Okay, now I think we have got some 10 minutes time. We'll seek more questions from the audience. Kindly raise the questions by introducing yourself. Please.
So when we start exploring launch operations in the country and we start start looking at setting up of private launch pads or private launch ranges, is the regulation exploring or is the policy exploring the possibility of including different scales of rockets and different scales of propulsion systems and introducing protocols for them according to the scale of the propulsion system? Also, is there going to be a certain amount or a certain scale up to which maybe permission is by automatic route or of a similar arrangement, such that a rocketry ecosystem can grow in India and help feed the Indian space industry with talented human resource, because it brings in education institutes on a much deeper level if we allow amateur and rocketry launches happening through various ranges across the country. And if there is any provision within the policy to facilitate that.
Yeah, there are some differences, but anyway, I would like to get a clarification from Dr. Sandeep Babbat.
Okay, it's really a good question. But as of now, we may have to start with the broader framework of the Act itself, actually. Because actually, so these are the minor nuances which should all be coming under the rules, the subsequent rules, which would be there for the purpose of licensing, right? So right now is to include the space activities as much as possible within the ambit of the broader legislation, because India as a state incurs state responsibility with respect to any space activity, whether it is actually of a higher magnitude or a lower magnitude. So Act has to be comprehensive enough to include all of them within the licensing. Then the rules which are going to be formulated in the course of time would make the distinction with respect to all those different kind of things which you are basically pointing out.
Yeah. So just a follow-up, as per your awareness, is the option of or is the possibility of doing that even being explored or is being explored in the current regulation or in the current rules or guidelines?
I think you can make a query. This needs a lot of lengthy answer clarifications. Can you send a mail to? We'll give opportunity to other
Yes,
people
sir,
also.
definitely.
Any other persons?
Any more questions?
I'll be happy to answer that. So you can drop me a mail. Yeah.
You can share the email ID to him. Any other questions? Okay, I think
Yes, sir.
we'll close. We'll formally close the session. If the
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thanks to the chairman of session and the distinguished panelists and the audience, distinguished audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again, and the keynote speaker, Shri A.S. Kiran Kumar, and the panelists for that informative session. The policy-related and legal aspects of the startup ecosystem. Now, as a token of appreciation from the organizing committee, I would like to request Dr. Pavan Kumar Goenka, Chairman InSpace, to present mementos to the keynote speaker and the esteemed panelists. Shri A.S. Kiran Kumar. Dr. G.S. Sachdeva. Shri Ashok GV. Professor Sandeepa Bhatt. Professor Divya Tyagi. And to our session moderator, Shri V. Gopalakrishnan, for the smooth conduct of the session. Thank you very much, sir. So after that very serious discussion on matters related to policy, liabilities, and laws, let's freshen up a little. We'll break for tea now. We'll have a short break, 10 minutes break. But please do come back for the last and the sixth and the last panel discussion on Indian Space Startup Investor Panel. And please do not forget to fill the feedback form that we have put in our registration kits. Thank you.
Imagine a world where distance is not a barrier for education and skill development. High-speed connectivity is available for flyers. Maritime businesses operate efficiently in deep seas and oceans. Advanced 4G and 5G services are made available everywhere at the shortest time. Agriculture is revolutionized through real-time connectivity. People in remotest parts of the country are digitally connected. Supply chains and fleets are integrated, efficient and smart. Connected cars are a reality. Any sensor data gets transmitted across the globe instantly. And critical communication is made available in disaster-hit areas very quickly. Making this a reality. Nelco, a Tata enterprise, makes this possible with innovative satellite communication solutions by providing reliable, flexible, scalable, and robust connectivity on land, sea, and sky. Nelco is India's leading and innovative satellite communication service provider. We aim to harness the objectives of businesses and governments in harnessing the potential of rural and remote areas by connecting the unconnected. We build bridges for digital inclusion and financial inclusion. As a part of the Tata Group, we contribute to nation building in the true spirit. In ATM and banking, we connect about 55,000 plus ATMs, enabling about 2 billion ATM transactions per annum. In oil and gas, we provide seamless connectivity between the land-based operations and offshore rigs for real-time monitoring, analytics, and remote troubleshooting. In renewable energy, We enable real-time load balancing, accurate forecasting, and operational efficiencies by connecting geographically distributed and remote solar and wind power plants. In maritime, our services empower the vessels at sea to access business-critical applications, on-demand entertainment for passengers, and keep the crew connected to their families, no matter where they are. In aero, we provide in-flight internet access for flyers and uninterrupted ubiquitous connectivity for airlines. This gives opportunities for airlines to create personalized travel experiences and faster turnaround time. In telecom, we enable proliferation of 4G now and 5G in future in remote areas beyond the reach of terrestrial networks. In education, our virtual learning solutions enable inclusive, equitable and quality education and skill development in the remotest parts of the country. We are the lead adopter of satellite technologies. With our strong global partnerships, we provide a comprehensive portfolio of SATCOM services and cutting-edge solutions. Nelco, bridging the digital divide and connecting the unconnected, creating a world where remote as a terminology does not exist, and building a connected everything world. Nelco, unlocking potential for our customers and partners.
Space India Limited, a central public sector enterprise of the Government of India. NSIL is established under the administrative control of the Department of Space. At NSIL,
with the dawn of every new day, we come together, sharing one value, one vision, one aim, facing every challenge head-on. We have emerged stronger than ever. We believe in delivering uncompromising quality with superior value to our clients. We are India's most modern investment casting company. Tamboli Castings Limited was formed in the year 2004 by Investment and Precision Castings Limited, the pioneers who brought casting technology to India in 1975. Today, Tamboli is a preferred supplier to many of the world's leading technologically advanced corporations for components and assemblies. For at the end of the day, it is the trust of our customers and the happiness of our people that keeps us going. Tamboli Castings Limited. We are there, always.
A bold interplanetary mission to explore the red planet. A pan-industry initiative to develop more efficient electrical aircraft. A new defense system to better detect imminent national security threats. An ambitious public works project to protect the city of Venice from flooding. A new technology development to reduce the infrastructure cost of urban rail transport. enhanced medical imaging technology to make surgery less invasive. These are all examples where Centum Group has played a pivotal role in enabling its customers to turn big ideas into smart, performing, and reliable solutions. Centum operates in the high technology segments where complexities are high and product life cycles can last 30 years or more. With the full range of capabilities to conceptualize, design, industrialize, manufacture, and provide reliable life cycle support, Centum is the ideal innovation and product realization partner. Centum offers customers the flexibility to choose the engagement model best suited to their needs, be it complete build to specification, design and engineering services, or manufacturing and product lifecycle services. A global footprint with operations in Asia, Europe, and North America enables Centum to work closely with customers and bring together the best talent from across the world to find innovative solutions to complex problems. Centum Group has 7 global design centers where engineers specialized in electronic hardware, embedded software, FPGA, analog, RF, power, and mechanical domains work together in multidisciplinary teams to realize customized products for mission-critical applications. State-of-the-art simulation software is used to produce the most efficient product designs. The designs are validated in our R&D labs, which are equipped with all the equipment necessary to test various technologies and products. The industrialization phase facilitates a smooth transition to mass production by executing DFX analyses and setting up a supply chain that provides the optimal cost, speed, and flexibility to customers. Centum's electronic manufacturing solutions are designed to enable customers to scale up quickly and reliably. 350,000 square feet of world-class manufacturing facilities, as well as a global network of partners, enable a broad spectrum of products to be manufactured. These range from full system integration to LRUs, complex box builds, and printed circuit board assemblies. Centum's unique microelectronics capabilities also facilitate the manufacture of lightweight, high-reliability products for niche applications. Automated IT tools are used to manage the complete shop floor system and provide product traceability to each phase in the manufacturing process. The quality systems are certified to international standards. Kaizen and Lean Six Sigma practices are an integral part of the Centum culture, in which highly trained and motivated employees uphold the Centum commitment to excellence. Test is another important piece of the comprehensive offer to customers. Centum works with customers to deliver the optimum coverage using standardized test platforms such as ICT, JTAG, Flying Probe Test, X-ray, and AOI, as well as customized functional testers. The long-term reliability of products is validated in the certified in-house environmental stress and screening facility, equipped with thermal shock, burn-in, vibration, fine and gross leak test equipment, among many others. Centum also supports customers to sustain their products over the complete life cycle. Failure analysis and repair services with quick turnaround times, proactive obsolescence management, as well as redesign services enable customers to stay ahead and focus on innovating for tomorrow. Centum is also the recipient of numerous awards and recognitions. Most notably, the World Economic Forum recognized Centum as a global growth company, and Forbes Asia featured the company in its 200 best companies.
All delegates are requested to reassemble back in the hall.
Focus is on building
We are going to start the next panel discussion now.
technology or fostering children who hold the promise.
All delegates are kindly requested to reassemble back in the hall. Thank you. Delegates, please reassemble back in the hall. We are about to start the final panel discussion. Kindly reassemble back in the hall. We'll begin our final panel discussion in 5 minutes. All delegates are requested to assemble back in the hall.
Have an idea? We will help craft, calibrate, build, and share it with the world. Welcome to Avantel. We innovate and integrate multiple technologies to meet special and unique requirements of Indian Defence Services. The network-centric NMS system enables Indian Navy to link various platforms to share data on real-time basis. The software-driven architecture enables us to be flexible to accommodate changes in the environment. We built communication network for the Indian Navy at high seas and shore-based establishments across all platforms, which include ships, submarines, helicopters, and aircraft, enabling reliable, secured connectivity for data and voice. Thinking different, we have also helped the Navy overcome the coverage limitations by designing a software-defined radio, which simultaneously uses both line-of-sight and satellite communication. We have also developed and supplied shipborne HF communication systems to Indian Navy, covering a range of 3,000 kilometers. We have over 3 decades of experience in RF design, signal processing, embedded systems, and networking software of wireless communication systems. Our system design and software development teams deliver optimized, intelligent network solutions for maritime as well as airborne platforms. Avantel is now offering intelligent, SCA-compliant software-defined radios for military as well as space applications. Our new initiatives include small satellites and innovative C4 I-Star solutions. The facilities at Avantel include software tools for design, SMT for assembly, high-end RF and environment test equipment to ensure compliance to military and aerospace standards. Avantel team is committed to excellence in meeting customer expectations.
We are about to begin our panel discussion. Please
beyond
assemble
profit
back in the hall.
finds fulfillment in working for the greater good. We have created systems and processes that maximize human capital while working in an eco-friendly place. We can scale the expertise, resources, and infrastructure to help you share your idea with the world. You can expect more from us.
What does every startup have in common? They don't want to be a startup for long. Over the years, ANSYS has helped more than 1,000 startups set a new standard, designing products, systems, and technology that perform with impact. Meticulously engineered products. For entrepreneurs who refuse to cut corners, ANSYS offers an affordable startup program that can fast-track your product development process while delivering quality and accuracy. In fact, your engineers can access the full suite of ANSYS simulation capabilities. There are no gated features. The tools are robust, the same software used by the largest and most innovative companies in the world. Our startup program members can quickly model and test thousands of virtual prototypes across multiple physics. When emerging threats put lives at risk, rapid response is critical. But reaction time is just the beginning. Ongoing advances in defense technology make it difficult to keep your edge. As innovations quickly become outdated, development costs are staggering, but sustainment is even more costly. How can you deliver the latest technology at top speed within budget? The answer is ANSYS. Our multi-physics, multi-domain open simulation platform helps you to rapidly test, validate, and deploy next-generation defense technology. Hypersonics, advanced electronics and avionics, stealth aircraft, and of course, autonomous systems. Whether you are an engineer on the front lines or responsible for implementing your organization's digital thread, ANSYS can help make the transformation a reality, celebrating 50 years of advancing innovation.
Welcome back, all of you, to the sixth and final panel discussion of the day on Indian Space Startups Investor Panel. The Indian space program is renowned for its success and high levels of innovation despite moderate investments. The private enterprises and startups are keen to continue the success and innovation as the space sector is now being opened up to them. Space, known to be a high-risk sector, poses constraints of funding to the startups. Several startups in our country have seen success by sourcing funds from venture capitalists interested in deep tech areas. The sector presents tremendous opportunities to the investors in terms of commercial returns also. DeSSEI conference presents a unique platform to the startups and the venture capitalists as a meeting point where they can come together and discuss about the potential investment scenarios and innovation opportunities. We'll begin the session with a keynote address by Captain Rahul Seth. Captain Rahul Seth is currently a director at Antler Venture Capitalist, where he invests in deep tech, fintech, and SaaS industries. He has been a founder in the financial technology sector and an angel investor to space technology startups. He has served in the Indian Northeast as an infantry officer with the Indian Army's Territorial Army. He's a recipient of the Commandant's Medal at the Infantry School and the BITS AA 30 Under 30 Award. He's an alumnus of BITS Pilani and the Indian Military Academy. Sir, welcome you to deliver the keynote address.
Check. Hi. Okay, wow. We have the presentation. Okay, this isn't going to be an easy task. It's obviously a lot easier because the audience is not here. So I will speak for myself. But there's very little that can actually be covered. Sorry, I'll move this a little further away. There's actually very little that can be covered that hasn't been talked about now. One of the reasons if going up last is you get to hear everyone's point of view. And the reason the investors are talking last is because we don't matter. But outside of us not mattering, it's a lot more about everything that we've discussed, the government support, the policy and regulations, the ecosystem, the economy, is actually what creates a favorable ecosystem for investors to look at opportunities in that area. So over the next 10 odd minutes, I'm going to cover sort of what you can in some ways call an investment thesis for why space tech in some ways should be done in India. I'll open up a couple of questions that we have people, sorry. we need to figure out the PPT first. Sorry. Okay, this is not making for a great impression right now. So while we get the PPT in, right, the key thing that we look at as investors, and today's conversation is going to center around how do we look at things? How does an investor think about, hey, should we make a bet in this area or not make a bet in this area? The other thing we're going to cover is what are the kind of favorable conditions that create an environment like that to enable the industry to grow as well as returns to be generated, and for that cycle to be, that virtuous cycle to be created for great things to happen. I'll talk a little bit of parallels about how this happened with the US economy and what the US private sector is now able to do. We'll be covering a couple of areas as to where we think the government can significantly help. We're also going to be covering a couple of areas that founders should keep in mind when they're thinking about building in this space. And the last is something around the general collective will that we need to build towards building this out in the future. So that's sort of the key things that I'm going to be covering. We'll wait for the PPT. But outside of that, I'll quickly get started. I don't want to take up way too much time. So the key thesis that we talk about is what we call build in India for the world. And if we look at the history about how did we get to today, the 2022 that we're sitting in, right? So ISRO started out in the late 60s. They started out and they were primarily there to make us a self-sufficient nation. And that was goal number one. In pursuit of that goal, they created the first generation of Indian space entrepreneurs. We've had a lot of them on stage today as well. So these are people we looked up to and were heroes in so many ways behind the scenes. We've all seen Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma, but these are the folks that helped put him up there in so many ways and create the ecosystem for that. Now, post that, we, in some ways in the late 90s, early 2000s, became the world's choice for launches because we were inexpensive and we were very, very reliable. And it was a golden period. And we just thought that space is a right for India. 2004, EduSat is launched. We will have education in all schools and colleges. 2007, we launched the Italian satellite. There was a lot that was happening, right? And we'd come out of the sanctions that had been imposed on us. 2011-12, things got murky. And we entered what I call the dark ages to a certain extent. For the next 5-6 years, risk-taking was reduced, a lot had changed. And 2018-17, we started seeing, you could say, a fresh spring. We started seeing more and more things happening. We started seeing what we now call the new space economy, what I call the second generation of entrepreneurs that ISRO is going to build out. Because if we look at it across the world, it's been these space organizations that have actually created the first set of entrepreneurs, the second generation of entrepreneurs, and without it, it could never happen. So this is where we are now. Okay, yes, building from India for the world. Okay, so can we have the next slide, please? So how did we get to now? Oh, there's a control. All right. The green one? Okay, perfect, yes. Launch. Okay, so ISRO created to build self-sufficiency for India. We built the first generation of space entrepreneurs. We started providing launch services to the world. Things are amazing. We then end up having unforeseen circumstances. Things go bad, the Indian dark age in some ways. And then SpaceX shows up, where they're like, we are going to reduce launch costs even further. And then we're like, what do we do? And this is where we are today, where we're building out the second generation of entrepreneurs that are going to come out. And this cannot happen just through private enterprise. This cannot happen just through governments. This cannot happen just through R&D. Everybody has to come together to make this happen. So where do we want to go now, right? So where do we go from here? We are here, we're 2022. Where do we want to go? The first place where we want to go is the global industry goes from 440 billion to upwards of $1 trillion. Now, there are multiple reports and projections you can look at. There are people who say we'll reach $1 trillion in global economy. There are people who say we'll reach $1.5 trillion. And if you were to believe Goldman Sachs, which most people shouldn't, we are expected to go to multi-trillion dollars as a space economy. This is the one place where I believe Goldman Sachs. And it's going to happen. And it is not going to happen unless we build the collective will to get there. So what else happens? India's share of this economy goes from 2% to 10%. That's what we're looking to get to. And from the VC perspective, we have at least 10 unicorns and at least one decacorn. A decacorn's a $10 billion company. This is where we want to get to from here. Now, how do we get there, right? And when we get there, what does it look like? So this is where I say the best parallel is the US space industry, which started to talk about a lot of private players started to come into play in the early 2000s, in the late 90s. NASA opened up a lot of its technologies. The second generation of US entrepreneurship happened. Now, the magical thing was not that space companies got built. The magical thing is this graph by another company we should all trust called McKinsey, which basically talks about, if you look at the space graph, in 2020, the government spent close to $11 billion on space R&D. The traditional defense companies spent under $1 billion on space R&D, and $8 billion was spent by the private industry on R&D. And these are the figures that we can get to if we can prop up the private sector today, get it to grow, get these companies to grow, because they will come back with a vengeance and build it out. And that's what we're here in a lot of ways to talk about. So this is what the future can look like for India. The US has demonstrated it. We can definitely do it. Now, what's the new space economy? We've talked about it. And it's good, right? We hear all of the standard things from everyone, like launch costs have gone down, miniaturization has happened. But I think there's a much better parallel to think about this. And for this, we'll have to go back to recent history, which is 2016, where we had this thing called the Geo movement, where we had multiple telecom providers. And suddenly there was this infrastructure created that cratered the costs of data. In addition to it, what they ended up adding was low-cost devices. And what you then had was a device in the hand of every individual, and then applications were built on top of it. Now, if I look at the space industry, what is the infrastructure? The fundamental infrastructure for the space industry is rocket launches. The moment you can bring the cost down, it has a cascading effect across the entire ecosystem. What's the second magical thing? Low-cost devices. These low-cost devices are how the low Earth orbit has now become incredibly useful for applications for us. It's no longer the domain of hobbies. And why has this happened? Because you have low-cost, high-resolution satellites that can be built, and at the cost of one, you can deploy a constellation of 30 of those, which makes it a lot better, a lot cheaper, a lot easier, a lot faster, a lot better to iterate, which is where magic starts to happen. Now, this has happened. Where is the magic going to happen next? Okay, sorry, not this one. The magic's going to happen on the applications that we build on top. And this is what we're here to talk about as investors, that when we talk about space, we end up talking about a lot of different things. And usually we associate that with rockets, rocketry, launches, things blowing up, things going up, magic happening. What we don't end up realizing is out of this $440 billion economy, $250 billion is all downstream. None of it is cool, none of it is exciting, none of it is sexy in the way we think of it. It's actually really, really useful. So what do we think about this as an investor, right? And this is what I would suggest to a founder who's thinking of building in this space to think about. The first question to think about is, what is the market that you're looking to attack? I'm going to draw a lot of military analogies, comes from 2 generations of army now. So what is the market you're choosing to attack? Who do you want to go after? What do you want to solve for? Second, why is India specifically the best place to build this? Everybody's dreamt of building rockets, right? There's a very famous joke, if everyone became what they wanted to be in their childhood, the moon would be filled with unemployed astronauts. So everyone wants to build rockets, everyone wants to do the exciting stuff, but where is India uniquely positioned? The second question to ask is, why are you the best person to build this? Sure, you have an idea, you have an understanding, you have this, but are you sure you're the best possible person to be able to build out this once-in-a-generation company? The next thing is, what is your initial beachhead? What are you going to cover? What are you going to solve for first, right then and there? I'll get to answers on these, by the way. The next is, how do you land, get your beachhead, and how do you expand after that? How do you get into adjacent sectors? How do you cover other areas as such? Because if you say, we'll build rocket engine, sure, 15 years later, we'll talk. Now, do you have the patience required for this? This is something that tests the patience of everyone who's tried to build something in this. And this has tested the patience of governments and nation states. We are individuals who are trying to build this out. And the last question is, and this is a very critical, important point for founders in the space technology area who end up focusing a lot on R&D, which is necessary, is can you build the story, the narrative, the picture of the world that's going to happen if you succeed? And can you sell it to enough people? Can you sell it to investors? Can you sell it to the government? Can you sell it to your employees? And if you cannot do that, you're up against a very, very tough enemy. So these are things you should be looking at if you're thinking about it as a founder. Now, where do we think government can help investors in some ways, right? And a lot of these will be incredibly naive opinions, but idealistic in some ways. The first we've talked about a lot today is being the first believer, being the first person to back and go after and say, let's do this, you can do this. And a lot of this is happening, by the way. The second is be an anchor customer. As Neha talked about in the first session at Astrom, that having the government as an anchor customer helps a lot. And as I referred to in the earlier slide, once you're able to prop these companies up, I have no doubt that companies like Astrom, Agnikul, Skyroot, Pixel are all going to be coming back and investing in R&D again because they want to grow. These are, in some ways, the future of India. What's the third thing that we can be helped with, right? Clarifying the rules of engagement with foreign capital and looking at it. If we look at the private Indian space tech industry and the funding that it raised in the last year, it raised close to $90 million. 1/3 of that, or more than 1/3 of that, was foreign capital. And if we cannot figure out a way to engage it, attract it, we stand to lose out. It's incredible for us if we can pull in foreign capital into Indian companies to build this out for India and then sell it back to them. The last thing that needs to be done, not the last thing, sorry, is we've had incredible success with the DIO IDEX program, which talks about how defense innovation can be spurred. Something along the lines of that for the space sector, the space economy. And this primarily feeds into the first 2 points, which is talking about being the first believer and being the first customer. That's what IDEX has managed to solve for defense startups in India over the last 3 years. And they're doing phenomenally well, hope to do phenomenally well going forward. The next is the personal ask, I guess, from a very VC perspective, is funds like SIDBI have been incredible in helping venture capital funds in India as a fund of funds. It'd be incredible if funds that are prioritizing investments in certain areas are given priority by the fund of funds in terms of matching grants, etc. The next is obviously clarity on the new space policy. It's coming out, a lot's happening. We discussed a lot of it today as well. The sooner it comes out, the sooner there's a clear regulatory atmosphere, the faster and better and easier it is for venture capitalists to start deploying money or being more bullish about it. Now, what is the stack ranking of opportunities, right? And this is what I talked about. Most opportunities that attract our attention are all upstream, which is not that, well, it's a fairly big market, but it's not that big a market for private industry. It's a lot harder to get in. It's a lot harder to solve for. The actual magic is in the downstream applications you can do. So I put up the 3 applications that, according to us, we're very bullish on. And the first is actually space adjacent industries, which is industries that are solving for a real problem, but are able to leverage the power of space data, are able to leverage that to deliver outcomes. And in some ways, this was also the original intended mission of ISRO. To a very large extent, this was the mission of what the Prime Minister has been talking about. This is the mission of what you can even say Mahatma Gandhi talked about when he talked about how you make decisions, which is on the first page of every CBSE textbook. So opportunities, space adjacent companies, solve a problem for someone today. You can build it out. There is money available for it. There are enough investors available for it, and they are doing it. Solve a real problem for a real human being right there. The second opportunity areas are space native companies, which are building data sets, which are owning the data sets that you can sell, which are performing analytics on top of it. Great examples of that are SatSure and Pixel. And the third is space situational awareness. I talk about this specifically from an India strategic point of view, where each country is going to start requiring its own space situational awareness system to be able to monitor what's happening and not rely on a lot of other areas. There are 10 other areas that are of interest, but we have a lot of other investors who are going to join us, and we'll talk about those. But these are the 3 areas that I am personally very, very bullish on. And just the last thing to wrap this up, right, is how do we bring, and this is a question I want all of us to in some ways reflect on, because you don't get to that multi-trillion economy until you can think about bringing the collective will of people together. And these are sort of the 3 things that I think we can start doing that. And I know there are a lot of esteemed gentlemen here who were around when you talk about the idealism of the 60s and the 70s, when people were building the Bhakra Nangal Dam. It was being built on, people were excited about it. You were building a nation state. And it feels that over the last 20 years, we've slightly lost that zeal. We've lost that excitement, that enthusiasm to build a nation. And regaining that, I think space offers us the best chance to be able to regain that, to ignite that spirit of idealism, to go after it, and to have those same heroes that we heard about a generation ago. And with this, I think I sort of wrap up what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Rahul Seth, for shedding light on the key aspects of investing in Indian space startup sector, and also for taking us through an investor's perspective. Well, you have given us a lot of questions and some answers too. And special thanks for cooperating with us in spite of the technical glitch. Now we'll find out the remaining answers from the panel discussion that follows. For that, may I invite our panelists, eminent panelists, onto the dais.
Hold on, Ashwati, hold on. Yes, do you know what we have in store to make the Startup Investors panel more special? Well, a message coming all the way from the head of the Australian Space Agency, from Mr. Enrico Palermo. He is the head of the Australian Space Agency, leading it since January 2021 from its headquarters in Adelaide. Under his leadership, the agency has reached an agreement with NASA for an Australian-designed, built, and operated rover to be included in a future mission to the moon. The first launch permit and launch facility license under the new Australian Space Act have been issued, and there has been the first commercial launch attempt. Let us now hear what is the special message he has for us, Mr. Enrico Palermo.
Namaskar, PM Modi ji, Chairman Somanath ji, Australian colleagues, distinguished guests, researchers, students, and Indian space entrepreneurs. My name is Enrico Palermo, and I'm head of the Australian Space Agency. Although I'm unable to be with you in person at the inaugural Development of Space Startup Ecosystem in India conference, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak with you today. India is an important international space partner for Australia. Through our comprehensive strategic partnership with India, we have been investing in the structures we require to do more together across the spectrum from space startup collaboration to major government-to-government projects. Australia continues to look at ways to enhance our space collaboration with India, and I'll share 4 key examples. The first is our Memorandum of Understanding on cooperation across space sectors. The second is Australia supporting the inspirational Gaganyaan human spaceflight mission. The third is the planned establishment of our Consulate General and a joint Australia-India Centre of Excellence on Critical and Emerging Technology Policy in Bengaluru. And finally, fourth, is the 144 crore rupee or $25 million Australian expansion of the India International Space Investment Initiative, or India ASI, supporting engagement with ISRO and the broader Indian space sector. Earlier this month, I had a conversation with ISRO Chairman Somanath. We are working hard to ensure sustained interaction among space entities of both nations as trusted partners, and I thank Chairman Somanath for his leadership in this respect. The momentum across Australia's space sector continues. Like India, our commercial space sector is rapidly growing. It's a very exciting time, and we are producing incredibly unique and innovative space technologies that can and will support our international partners and space missions in the future. We have unique competitive advantages in Australia to offer in Earth observation, communication technologies and services, and robotics and automation. We also have the capacity to contribute to India's human spaceflight ambitions, particularly in space health and life sciences. The Australian government is committed to space and opening doors to international collaboration. To date, the government has committed well over $2 billion Australian since establishing the Australian Space Agency in 2018. And recent announcements I'll touch upon through the agency will continue to drive this momentum forward, creating even more opportunities for Australia to continue succeeding in the space domain. Our $1.2 billion national space mission for Earth observation will take Australia from a long-term space consumer to a space contributor in a critical area, not just for Australia, but the planet. The mission will be led by the Australian Space Agency alongside our great partners, Geoscience Australia, the CSIRO, the Bureau of Meteorology and Defence. We know that startups can be the lifeblood of innovation in any sector. In Australia, we make special efforts to encourage our space startups to share their technology, their talent, and become commercially viable. You'll be hearing more from one such success story, Space Machines Company, later today. We are also fast-tracking our access to space to enable the co-investment in spaceport development and infrastructure in our nation, a regulatory framework for human spaceflight launches and returns, and spaceflight procurement to enable more Australian technology to get out of the lab and into space. Government grants and initiatives assist small to medium enterprises and startups to drive the sector forward. I'm hopeful that our new EC initiative will be able to unlock more opportunities for Australian organisations to collaborate with you, India's rapidly accelerating space industry, in areas like satellite communications, navigation systems, Earth observation, and big data analytics. We will work with ISRO, InSpace and NISL to identify mutual priority areas for defining the EC grant guidelines and the consideration of Indian companies partnering and co-investing with Australian companies on forthcoming projects. I'm also very pleased to announce that I will visit India later this year with an agency delegation to attend the Bengaluru Space Expo on the 5th to 7th September, at which Australia will be a country partner. I'm very much looking forward to meeting you in person and learning more about the incredible Indian space sector. I wish you all the very best for your conference and your endeavours in space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Enrico Palermo, for your warm message. And we do look forward to your productive cooperation with the Indian space industry. And now we move on to the further interesting deliberations from the esteemed panelists of the Space Startups Investor Panel. And over to you, Ashwati.
Thank you very much, Anuradha ma'am. So after that very special message from Australia, now we move on to the final panel discussion of the day. So all set for the panel discussion? Last discussion of the day. I want a response from the audience. I think all of you are sleeping. Okay, let's proceed. May I invite the eminent panelist onto the dais now? Mr. Harshan, Director, Mach 33 Aero. Sri Harshan is Director, Programs and Partnerships, Mach 33 Aero, and enables programmatic collaborations to develop and scale the impact of our work. In his role, he acts as a catalyst to manage multiple competing priorities from partners and coherently drive the lab-to-market process. Our second panelist is Mr. Vishesh Rajaram, Managing Partner, Special Invest. Vishesh brings over a decade of investing experience in enterprise technologies. He has been actively involved across the life cycle venture capital investing, from deal sourcing, building networks, and investing to monitoring, creating value, and exit engineering. The third panelist is Mr. Michael Costa from Australian Deputy Consul General for South India. Mr. Costa has been responsible for developing strategic, defense, economic, and cultural ties between Australia and South India since August 2018. He brings more than 11 years of experience working with government as a policymaker, economist, and humanitarian professional. He has worked to strengthen the bilateral relationship with India while in Canberra. The next panelist is Mr. Vish Sahasranamam, co-founder and CEO of Forge, strategy consultant, entrepreneurship coach, and innovation strategist. Vish has over 22 years of experience in strategic business planning, product strategy management, marketing, strategic alliances, and business development. He has now taken up the challenge of launching new companies with economic impact. Our last panelist is Mr. Kranti Chand from Dhruva Space. He'll be moderating the session. Kranti leads strategy at Dhruva Space, a national award-winning full-stack space engineering company which is building satellites and providing space as a service. He's a graduate from EM Lyon Business School, France, and he has previously worked in KPMG India, advising state governments on policy and infrastructure development in aerospace and maritime domains. Now handing over the session to Mr. Kranti Chand.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to welcome the whole panel. I think we're talking about a new revolution that is evolving of the Indian space economy through the new space ecosystem. And I think a definition of a startup for a global versus the Indian regulations is different. Just for the panels and also the rest of the people to know, when we call an startup, it is the venture capital investment that flows into a company which makes it a startup rather than a private equity investment. I think some of the people sitting here have been interacting with venture capitalists and been venture capitalists over the last few decades and have been investing in the Indian space ecosystem. I think it's important to learn what they bring in and what had been their experience in seeing the growth of this startup ecosystem, not just in India, but in Australia and other countries, and how that can benefit the future of building the Indian space startup ecosystem and move forward. I think to start off, I think we've got introductions, but I would like to, Vishesh, I think start off with your connect with the Indian startups. You've been investing in a lot of startups over the last few years, a handful of them. And
see, whenever there's a policy and regulatory change that happens, and when there is opening of an industry, we see that there is an opportunity, and it also comes with a certain caution. How have you seen the Indian space startup ecosystem evolve? And what do you see about the policy initiatives that are happening, and how do you summarize them for how startups should progress?
Great. Firstly, thank you for having me here. And in terms of full disclosure, I run a venture capital fund and we invest in very early stage technologies. We're an India fund to begin with. I'm trained to be an optimist. That's what I do for a living. So you're only going to hear positive things from me. Right? So we're a deep science and technology fund. We're early investors in climate tech, electric vehicles, space, among other technologies. I think we got introduced to the concept of space when we started to realize that there is a new revolutionary wave that's happening through a combination of launch costs coming lower, satellites getting smaller, and more uses for geodata. So we clearly realized there's going to be a lot of opportunities in the LEO orbit to begin with. And that's when we started to spend time in the Indian ecosystem looking at entrepreneurs and technologies. And I think this is largely my own ignorance, and that's when we started to realize the credibility this nation carries for space. When you go out to an international conference and you talk to people, I think the reputation the country carries largely as a result of ISRO and in space now is impeccable. We also then began to realize that the talent pool is very, very strong here, both at very senior level who've been there and done that, as well as young students coming out of colleges. Then we started to sort of reflect, saying that there's credibility, the nation has performed and delivered. Maybe this is an interesting opportunity to look at new companies or new technologies that's complementary to the market, complementary to newer trends that are coming out. And that's how we got started to sort of look at the space sector. We've been very fortunate to invest in 4 companies. We're early partners with Agnikul Cosmos. They make rockets. We're early partners with a company called DeSSEI. Much like Pixel, they make a constellation of satellites. We work with Astrogate Labs. They work on the satellite communication side, primarily using lasers. And then with Kava Space, who are working on the downstream side, which Captain Rahul sort of alluded. And space, unlike a lot of other sectors, has a lot of nuance to it. I think policy, we should be gradual. I don't think we should do anything drastic in it, because it's something that is shared by Earth and by everybody on Earth. It doesn't belong to just you or me, much like other opportunities. And I think we've been very fortunate from a timing standpoint that, the wave 2 of space tech startups coming in, the policy opening up, in space being inaugurated, and a lot of action around it. I'm generally very positive with the timing of all of this coming in. And I think the big realization that everybody in this room and outside have is that the opportunity is so large that India as a country needs to go ahead, progress, and capture a large piece of it. And the opportunities are in multiple pockets. It's not just in launch, or it's not just in satellite, but it's across the sector. And hence, it's a great time for public and private partnerships to take place. So, like I said, I'm an optimist. I'm trained to be that way. So I hope that's helpful.
Absolutely. I think you've created that pathway for many of the startups. The first step for a startup is someone to believe in them and put in that seed capital. The 4 beautiful examples of the companies you've invested in, it's a start of a new technology era. And I think that's a incredible first step. But I think going on to the next question, I think it's also pertinent that when these industries are opening up, we've seen government play a large role, not just as a regulatory body, but the enabler and the leader in terms of creating that ecosystem, being the first one to do it and show that it can be done in this country, and now taking a step ahead. So I think from a government perspective, especially from the Australian government perspective, what policy measures, Michael, do you see that can be can happen that startups can grow more, and what could be the enabling ecosystem that can be created for investments to flow into this startup ecosystem?
Yeah, thanks very much, Krathi, and great to be on the panel. You've heard from our head of the space agency, the investment, the commitment that Australia has to engaging India. We've had a great session prior to this talking about the regulation and the framework that you need to be able to provide that enabling environment. They talked about sharing liability, which is obviously, and sharing the risk, which is obviously a huge cost for companies. Australia also has software capabilities to actually measure the level of risk. So that helps insurance providers to better understand what sort of coverage should be given to startups as well. So we'd be happy to have a discussion with Indian startups as well and with the Indian government if that was something that might be useful too. The previous panel also spoke about the need to have clear, predictable and holistic policies. Beyond that, it's talking about maybe there's tax incentives or reducing the cost for the startups. We don't currently take a fee for launches and licenses are being reduced. And there's also each state offers different incentives if you're looking to set up and establish a presence in country as well. So there's sort of things that on the regulatory side of it that we're doing. Also in regulation, we're looking at the rules, norms and the standards regionally and bilaterally. So we work in a number of forums. The Quad, for example, we're talking about the sustainable use of outer space and making sure that we are aligned and that we create reform and legislation that supports cross-pollination of ideas, transfer of technology, transfer of investment. And so we're working in the Quad. Other multilateral areas include G20 and bilaterally through free trade agreements that can improve the mobility between the two countries, as has the Australia-India ECTA, the new free trade agreement we've agreed. Funding. Obviously, that's the biggest thing for startups at the moment. You've heard Enrico talk about this new 144 crore rupee initiative that we will be engaging industry and government on to develop. The idea is we want to provide a more consortium approach to space missions, to R&D, to products and services. There's not one company that provides a one-stop shop for all your space tech needs. You know, SpaceX is getting close, but they're not there yet. And the good thing is we've got all these niche capabilities in Australia, in India, that if you were to collaborate, say, with a launch provider, with a satellite manufacturer, getting them to the orbit that they need to be, and then the downstream looking at the applications for that, your value proposition becomes much higher. So the idea of the fund is to try to bring together Australian and Indian startups to be able to do more together, partner together, think about options, and through that you can actually get more opportunities to be globally competitive. The one final thing I'll just mention is it's often hard to work out who your like-minded startups might be. So the Australian government is developing a space capability matrix. We've developed one on the Australian space ecosystem, so key companies, whether they focus on access to space, Earth observation, and a range of other areas. And then we can give that to Indian companies so that they can determine who they should be dealing with and engaging with as well. So it's to fast track the matchmaking process too. And we're doing it on the reverse side with India. So they're just a few things that we've been working on. Thanks.
Thanks, Michael. And I think I've received the space capability matrix of Australia and lists of the companies and the efforts that they're doing. I think it's important to collaborate. I think Rahul said it, and you stressed it again, which is multilateral collaboration, not just on a government end, but the commercial companies coming together and working together. I think Rahul also mentioned about this, which is coming beyond the competition to work together and building a nation or a nation economy. I think that the roots for all of these happen at the incubators and accelerators. My next question to Harshan, the guidance, getting the major customer connect, everything that helps a startup to thrive. How can the accelerator and incubator ecosystem create that pathway for startups to be ready for the investments and to be able to scale their thought process into actual technology that can be demonstrated?
Thanks. Good evening, everyone. It's a privilege to be part of this panel. Disclosure first, MAC33 Aero, the organization I represent, is a fairly new entrant into this ecosystem. We have been launched in December 2021 as a joint initiative of CSIR, NAL, and Social Alpha. Now coming to the question, how can incubation, acceleration, and the whole support ecosystem make startups investment ready? So from an investor perspective, if you look at what do an investor look at when they look at a prospective startup to invest in, right? There are three major things that any investor would be like looking at. One would be the startup or the venture should be solving a very important, critical problem. Second, it should have a market. It should have a market that it targets, and the market should have a size. It should be a big enough market to enter. The third one would be, is there early customer validation that this solution or this product has? That is common for every investment thesis, and that is kind of the thesis that even Rahul was mentioning when he introduced. But in sectors like space tech, deep tech sectors, the investor risk is perceived to be pretty high because in most of the cases, the markets are not mature. The technology is not mature. Even if the technology is mature, the gestation periods are too high that for an investor to look at the technology, the founder needs to keep on raising funding for a longer duration of time. In many of these cases, also government is the only customer or government is the anchor customer as Rahul was mentioning. So all this creates a perception of a high risk, low return kind of a scenario, which is not ideal for a lot of investors to come and make their bets. That is where I think interventions that de-risk the whole investment ecosystem have a role to play. And that is the whole genesis of an initiative like MAC33 Aero. Because MAC33 Aero is created as a public-private partnership and a platform where all the actors of the ecosystem can come together, collaborate, create all the complementary assets that are required for innovations in this sector to scale. And we want to basically act as a complementary partner, as a collaborator to the larger ecosystem to ensure that we understand what are the gaps that are existing today for startups to scale. And how do we put together the ecosystem and how do we collaborate with all the actors in the ecosystem to ensure that that is something that we could help play a part in. And why are we confident that we could do this is because we have acted in an ecosystem where there is no major mainstream investor coming in the social sector. So Social Alpha, the parent organization that we represent, again acted in an ecosystem where no mainstream investors were there, but we have perfected an approach through which we have been able to provide proof of concept and scale up support to a lot of startups that have now started attracting mainstream capital. So we want to sort of take that playbook that and that learnings that we have perfected over the past 5 years through Social Alpha. We collaborated with NAL because NAL has the expertise and the kind of deep infrastructure capability that is required for startups to validate and test their solutions whenever they come up with their solutions. And we wanted to then also look at dual use as a key possibility to create a new market for space startups. So because traditional markets that look at that startups look at in this sector might not be appealing for a lot of mainstream investors to come and invest in. So we wanted to create that dual use possibility. And this is an approach that Israel, for example, has perfected through long years of their technology development process, right? So we wanted to try and look at dual use aspects of technologies. We wanted to provide an ecosystem through which incubation, acceleration, market access, and mentorship are integrated into the offering, and also provide skin in the game by providing early seed funding. So that is through Social Alpha, we have so far invested in around 200 startups and deployed a capital of around 250 crores that has collectively been deployed in the social sector, which means there is a possibility for actors to come together if there is a proper curation process in place, a validation process in place, where mainstream investors get the courage to come and invest. Because today a lot of investors are wary because they don't understand whether this market can actually produce commercial returns, economic returns, and social returns. So we want to integrate all these together and provide a platform for startups to come and invest in. So to answer your question again, incubation, acceleration, guidance, mentorship, all that is part of the process to make startups investment ready. If you ask, are they mandatory for startups to scale? No, because there are a lot of examples of startups that have scaled without zero incubation as well. But in sectors like space technology, deep science sectors, where there is a high perceived market risk, I think incubation, acceleration, all this provides a clear pathway for a lot of ventures that otherwise perish in the valley of death. So that is why we exist, and that I think is the role for actors like us to play.
You want to add to it?
So I didn't get a mic this time. I've spoken enough. I get that. The way I think of what incubation or what very early stage investors like Vishesh here, something that we've tried to do at Antler can also do is when you look at a startup, I fundamentally think of a startup like it requires a miracle. In the case of deep tech startups, they usually require two miracles. One is a business miracle and the other is a technology miracle. So whenever I look at any deep tech company, what I try and understand is, have they at least managed to de-risk at least one of those? You don't want to be in a place where you're hoping for a technology miracle and then you're hoping for a consumer behavior change miracle as well, because that's just a strategy for disaster in so many ways. And most people who've tried to do that have fallen flat on their face. There's only maybe two working examples of it, actually three. So ISRO, SpaceX, and Anduril to a certain extent. And I think where incubators and where even early stage investors can really help is help technical founders translate what they're thinking about, what they're looking to build, so that dumb people like us investors can understand that. That's the best thing they can do.
Totally with you. I think just that tech-focused aspect needs to be translated into a commercial-focused aspect as well. I think both tech and commercial aspects are very important, especially in sectors like deep tech.
Yeah, I think it's wonderful, guys, because I've been through a startup acceleration program 5 years ago, and the experience for me in Norway and Ireland was very different. And I think building tech is one thing, understanding the commercialization, the regulatory frameworks, and the things that need to go with it. I think those are the critical elements that every startup needs to learn, whether it is through an accelerator, incubator, or by themselves. I think a lot of startups here, if there are, I think you should go onto the ISRO procurement portal, register yourself, start looking at what the opportunities are, because that is the first step of understanding the regulatory framework, what are the available opportunities, and building solutions towards it. And that makes it easier for, Rahul said, we have the technology that needs to be commercialized. Well, on that front, which I think the crucial element is that you have startups building technologies, but we are in an ecosystem that is evolving regulatorily, which means that there needs to be a communication between startups and the policymakers so that we have a integrated learning experience that goes from startups to regulatory policymakers and vice versa to create an ecosystem that flows. And I think Rahul picked up the DIO and TDF example. So I think you're the best person to elaborate a little more from that perspective.
Sure. Thank you for having me. Really good first step. I think the acronym DeSSEI is very powerful, very impactful. I'm sure it'll become a brand name in itself. Now, if you look at regulation, there is no such thing as better regulation or best regulation. Better regulation is by lesser regulation, right? And the finish line in regulation has to be no regulation, right? So to really look at government's role, purely from a regulator's point of view, I think is sort of missing the woods for the trees. If you were to look at the government's role more more holistically, right? Looking at, let's say, from a user, from a buyer, from a collaborator, a promoter, right, to possibly even an investor. And in doing so, definitely a lot of these regulatory aspects will get covered, right? And also because there is a lot of understanding, know-how that needs to sort of permeate from the innovator end to the, let's say, the regulator end, right? So if you were to just look at it purely from a traditional regulatory perspective, then I think you're limited by what you know about that technology or what are the pros and cons of that technology or the solution, right? So one of the things we've seen through the IDEX experience, and I've been very privileged to have been part of it from the very beginning, a co-architect of IDEX, is to actually see how different stakeholders, come together in a co-creation, co-innovation kind of a model, right? And yeah, I mean, you'll have to again look at you'll have to balance the short-term sort of critical needs that, let's say, the services requires in terms of putting futuristic technologies into the hands of these warfighters as world-class products and solutions. But you also have to see what future sort of market creating technologies can come out of these sort of technological domains as well, right? So in that sense, you can only regulate what you know. You cannot regulate what you don't know, right? So in that sense, it's more important for the government to pursue a user sort of a collaborator, co-innovator kind of a role. And hopefully, the future will evolve to a point where there is a consultative, regulatory mechanism or process, right? So in DIO, in IDEX, we're hearing talks of self-certification, right? We're talking about how in emerging technology areas, the startups can themselves or the innovators can themselves put out what they think should be the way to certify, the way to regulate, the way to sort of standardize most of these technology solutions even at a component level, right? And I think some of those joint capabilities will also have to be built in programs like DIO. And if we can scale up, and again, I think Rahul's presentation is becoming more like a textbook for this panel discussion. So let me also do justice to my class teacher. So he spoke about the anchor customer role. He spoke about how we can replicate IDEX in various sort of, let's say, the space, defense space. There are conversations afoot. I can see General Butt right here. There are conversations about how we can sort of scale up IDEX, not only within the military, within the defense, traditional defense context, but also in defense and defense space. Of course, ISRO, Chairman Somnath is here. We're looking at how the model can sort of go from just a very regulatory perspective to a more holistic perspective, right? I think we're seeing some very good signs, and possibly 5 years from now, maybe 10 years from now, we'll be sitting here, really looking at probably decacons and unicorns that have come out of these experiments. So that will be really something exciting to look forward to. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think thanks for the summarization. I think it's something that we need to look at, which is the creation of market and co-creation of it. And I think that's the most important one, where the end user should be the one that should be looked at. I think it had been incredible that ISRO played that enabler and the first one to build the technology to service the market of the end users. Now, I think it's important for us to directly go to the end users and start talking about solutions that the ecosystem can provide. I think that's one step ahead, and something for the policymakers and also for the startups to take up, which is we should start discussing with the other ministries for projects and asking them what can we do for them, not just the Department of Space. With that, I think we'd like to end the session, running on time. So I think, thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the keynote speaker, the panelists, and the moderator for conducting a very lively discussion, focusing more on the practical aspects of running a space startup, and that too successfully. Now, Ms. Shipra Joshi from Mahindra & Mahindra was the reporter of our session. Thank you, ma'am. We'll be very happy to answer to your questions, but please post your questions through the ASI website, asindia.org. Now, may I invite Shri S. Somnath, Secretary DOS and Chairman ISRO, onto the dais to present the mementos to our keynote speaker and the panelists as a token of appreciation from the organizing committee. Captain Rahul Seth, the keynote speaker. Mr. Harshan. Mr. Vishesh Rajaram. Mr. Michael Costa, Deputy Consul General for South India. Mr. Vish Sahasranamam. And our moderator, Mr. Kranti Chand. Thank you, sir. With this, we conclude this panel session. Now we have a wrap-up session by Sri Prakash Rao, PJVKS, Director Space Infrastructure Program Office and Rapporteur Chair. But before that, we'll play 2 videos now from our sponsors, Skyroot and Avsarla. We thank all our sponsors. We could not accommodate all the videos of our sponsors due to paucity of time, but I would like to take this opportunity to thank the sponsors once again.
In today's fast-paced world, everything is fueled by technology. We are Avasarala, and we fuel the engineering behind this technology. We fuel the dreams of industries across India and the world with one purpose: delivering innovation and quality that are always on par with excellence.
Avasarala was started in the year 1985 by 8 technocrats led by our visionary chairman, Avasarala Mangapati Rao, with a clear aim of being a unique company making innovative products and services.
Avasarala has been built on core values that have given us our unique edge and made us a force to reckon with in the world of high technology areas such as nuclear power, space, R&D projects, and factory automation. It is these special characteristics which we would like to share with you and the world. We take deep pride in constantly and consistently delivering quality both in service and products. The consistency of this particular feature, as well as our quality certifications, have brought us global recognition and a national award for research and development. Nothing gives us greater satisfaction than the satisfaction of our customers. Our customer base covers a wide variety of businesses that include automotive, fast-moving consumer goods, nuclear power, astrophysics, space, R&D labs, etc. We strictly adhere to IP protection as our customers' and partners' information is of the utmost importance to us. You can be sure that the design and technological inputs given to us by you will be safe, secure, and strictly protected. The adherence to this feature has ensured customers' and partners' loyalty and trust in Avasarala. Innovation is central to our philosophy. We provide solutions that are backed by strong research and develop those using innovative processes. Our unique products for the Indian Space Research Organization and CERN have proved to be great successes due to our innovative capabilities. Last but not least, we are proud of our highly capable human resources with world-class facility having state-of-the-art equipment that ensures well-engineered solutions for your business. Our facilities are maintained in coherence with international standards. Avasarala initiated many innovative automation solutions for the television industry, which was later extended to many industries, including automotive, tire, and FMCG. Avasarala has made a significant mark in the nuclear power business with supply of core reactor equipment, fuel fabrication solutions, waste storage systems, installation and life extension of nuclear reactors. Avasarala progressed into space by building customized equipment for satellites and launch vehicles. In addition to this, we provide heat pipes, waveguides, deployment mechanism for satellites, and semi-cryo engine subassemblies for launch vehicles. Avasarala is proud to be a significant participant in international programs such as the Large Hadron Collider for CERN, the first largest international fusion reactor for ITER, the largest telescope being built in the Hawaiian Islands for TMT, and many more. More recently, Avasarala made its foray into the healthcare industry by creating equipment for critical care that helps in saving lives. Avasarala builds anesthesia machines, ventilators, and operation theatre tables. We believe we can transform the face of India and the world by contributing to the betterment of technology with innovation. We contribute to the betterment of mankind with powerful engineering. At Avasarala, we are engineering excellence.
Thank you, Skyroot and Avasarala, for being our gold sponsors. With that, we have concluded all our panel sessions. I hope you all had a productive day of discussions and deliberations, and we believe that the conference has succeeded in sparking conversations on every aspect of creating and sustaining a space startup ecosystem, and have provided you with ample networking opportunities. Now, may I request Sri Prakasha Rao, PJBKS, Director, Space Infrastructure Program Office, to come onto the dais. He was the rapporteur chair. He'll give us a glimpse of the panel discussions that have happened in the DeSSEI conference, and he'll present the takeaways from the conference. Sir, please come onto the stage.
Chairman ISRO, Secretary DOS, and President ASI, Sri Somnath sir. Chairman in Space, Dr. Pawan Goenka ji. Scientific Secretary Shantanu sir, and all the distinguished gathering who have assembled here, and I can see some students also and all members of the startup community. First of all, it's a great privilege and honor for me to be summing up the proceedings of such a very productive conference, I should say, so which has brought together all the players involved in building up a vibrant and result-oriented space ecosystem in India. So that is the basic objective of the whole exercise of all these conferences. So after a very impressive inaugural ceremony we had, where we had assurance from none other than Honorable Union Minister Sri Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji regarding the support that the government is going to extend to all the concerned in terms of building up this ecosystem. This was followed up by assurances from Chairman InSpace, Dr. Goenka ji, and Chairman ISRO, Sri Somnath. And if you ask me, the most resounding message from the inaugural plus all the 6 sessions put together, which is the most resounding message which I carry home is from this conference is, if it has to be summed up in just one line, yes, together we can. That is the ultimate, I think, takeaway from this conference. And the tone for this message, together we can, has been set up by none other than Secretary DOS, Sri Somnath, when he has offered to the industry to build a satellite for ISRO and assured all the support from ISRO and DOS towards this endeavor. And he genuinely feels that we have to get a satellite entirely done by industry for use by ISRO. That is the key takeaway from there. So I am sure the industry will gear up for this, and we will be soon seeing a satellite built up by industry as desired by Secretary DOS. And this was also followed by another very impressive thing was the assurance from veterans of the industry, Dr. Subbarao, Dr. Apparao, and several other dignitaries who assembled here. Instead of treating the startups as a competition or something coming in their way, they have treated it like a collaboration rather than competition. And it was very reassuring to listen from them that they are ready to offer their infrastructure to the startups. And they told that we will provide the required guidance. We will provide the hand-holding, don't depend just upon ISRO, because when it gets queued up, you may be having a problem. So they have offered all their facilities, their expertise, and their hand-holding. So this is another very, very reassuring part of this conference. I think this is another very, very important takeaway from this. And after attending the inaugural, followed by 6 very well thought out sessions, one gets a very positive feeling that all the stakeholders assembled today, that is ISRO, InSpace, NCIL, and other government bodies, industries, both established as well as startups, academia, industry associations, are all aligned very well towards achieving the end goal, that is increasing the Indian share in the global space market. Now I will quickly go through the summary of each session by session, and I would like to thank all my rapporteurs for an excellent job they have done to sum up the points within one slide each in a very short available time. And I particularly have to mention Shipra, who has coordinated all the rapporteurs in making it a very structured way of presenting. Yeah, can I have the first slide? So first thing we had was on the space startups experience and ecosystem creator. The composition of the panel were 2 from government, that is basically ISRO, 1 space startup, and 2 associations. Sorry, it was not government, governments of Gujarat and another government. Then summary wise, the panel has appreciated the recent reforms in the space ecosystem in India, and need of private participation is justified due to global trends, wide spectrum of ISRO activities, growth potential, and availability of talent pool across the country, and growth of space startups and investments. They were analyzed in the presentations. And regulatory framework, limited financial support, limited experience, manpower, assured market. These are all some of the challenges being faced by the industry ecosystem. These were all highlighted, and various government departments need to work in sync to promote space startups, and various initiatives at different levels are being taken up. This is what the assurances given by 2 state government representatives. I am sure this system is going to be followed across all the states all over the India. And key takeaways from this session was for the support from the government as customer as well as investor. This was what is demanded or expected by the panel. And being cost intensive, startups need to identify the demand before initiating activities because the space activities are very costly. So people have to do thorough market research before venturing up into anything. And adequate awareness measures are required for space tech ecosystems. And startups need to look for new areas of space business instead of just beating the beaten path. Next one, please. The second session was with respect to, next slide. Yeah, it was on the space economics. So where 4 DOS representatives and one space startup, they were there. So Indian ecosystem, this was the mainly from the key note. This was the thing, Indian ecosystem is different from other countries. And so we have to evolve our own models instead of blindly following the other models. That was the key part. And with a supportive legal and regulatory framework, certainly we should be able to achieve. And startups should also focus on modern manufacturing techniques. This was emphasized, and indigenization of critical components and materials. So ISRO has laid foundation and gained lots of experience. So InSpace will be facilitating the startups to tap into the vast talent pool and technology that is available with ISRO. And facilities also will be made available, and proposed incubation center of InSpace will add to the fleet. And many opportunities lie for startups where bottlenecks currently, whatever is seen are bottlenecks in going ahead, actually they are the business opportunities. So if we can identify all those bottlenecks and see everywhere there is a potential for this one. So I think the takeaways are similar. Next slide, please. So Indian Space Industry Panel, I have already told in my, so the key takeaway from here was assured support from industry veterans to the startups, complete end to end, they have assured support wherever they feel the need. Yeah, next one, please. And space policy and Indian space bill. This was a very, very illuminating session and a very important message was given by Dr. Kiran Kumar, sir, because he said that not having any policy was the best policy at that time. So things will change with the time. I think he has given a very good start to that. And today it is required. That also he has emphasized why it is required. And we had a really very good legal humanities. One of the key things that came up here was regulatory toolkit. A need for regulatory toolkit where when someone wants to start something, where all departments they have to approach, a toolkit will be helpful. This was the most important takeaway. Next one, please. And space startup investor panel. Here also there was a lot of enthusiasm with respect to the investors, because we have seen that they are very much eager to support the system. The key takeaways here will be government has to be anchor customer for startups, and private industry has to exploit potential of downstream applications. This has been coming out wherever we see again and again. And complementary collaboration among startups and partnership among stakeholders. And investors should play the role of incubator, accelerator, and mentor. So I would like to just conclude here the overall takeaway. Like Vasudhaika Kutumbam, we say the space family is also one family. I think we all will be working together to make the vision of the Prime Minister and the government a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Shiprakash Rao, for accomplishing so well the onerous task of crisply highlighting the entire day's takeaways. As is said, success comes only through high ambition, good guidance, strong will, determination, and effort. And I am sure each one of us gathered here have many takeaways to make us better prepared and equipped in the quest to explore and harness the huge potential and possibilities of space. Let this DeSSEI help in synergizing all efforts in making our Desh the space global superpower. During the event, there has been a query on how to get enrolled as member of ASI. The process is simple. It can be done online through the website www.asindia.org, where there is an ASI membership form. It can be filled and mailed to the email ID mentioned on the form. It will be an immense pleasure to welcome you all on board as life members of Astronautical Society of India. Another announcement is, as mentioned earlier, You are requested to please fill the feedback forms kept in the registration kit and drop them. Don't take them back with you. Please give us the feedback. Drop them in the box kept near the ASI registration counter. I repeat, the box is kept near the ASI registration counter. Looking forward to tangible outcomes and to seeing you all in the next edition of DeSSEI. And before we end, there is a group picture of all the DeSSEI organizing committee members with Sri Somnath, Secretary Department of Space and President ASI, and Dr. Pawan Kumar Goenka, Chairman in Space. I request the DeSSEI organizing committee members to please come onto the dais. Thank you all once again. Jai Hind.